Ji Ning followed Puti into the chaos to seek Fuxi. Surrounded by chaotic gas flows, they witnessed towering flames and surging black water waves, which were the formations arranged by Fuxi known as the Water-Fire Annihilation Formation. This formation was based on Suiren's imperishable firewood and Taiyin Star's Taiyin profound water, and carried formidable power. Delighted to see Ji Ning, Fuxi invited them to sample the immortal wine he had created through the way of formations. Ji Ning presented Fuxi with the 7 great chaos laws he had acquired, including Lang Fu, which recorded mystical Tao talismans, as well as the Heaven and Earth Reversal One Heart Formation. Fuxi immersed himself in the bamboo slip's contents, only regaining his senses 3 hours later. He praised the Tao talismans in Lang Fu, believing that the Nuwa camp would grow stronger with them. The Heaven and Earth Reversal method in the Heaven and Earth Reversal One Heart Formation benefited Fuxi greatly, inspiring him in perfecting his Water-Fire Annihilation Formation. In gratitude for Ji Ning's contributions, Fuxi pondered on how he could repay him. Fuxi proposes creating a more advanced diagram for Ji Ning, enhancing his leadership over true immortals and loose immortals. This pleases Ji Ning as he needs to increase the might of his Pangu divine form. To ensure secrecy regarding the 18 fiend gods of Tushan, Patriarch Bodhi suggests Ji Ning teach 12 formalities of the primeval divine fiend gods to Bai Shuizi and others. A similar technique, but with a lower difficulty and risk. Ji Ning returns to the slanting moon world to visit Chu Yi and Mingyue, his second primal soul. Meanwhile, goes into seclusion in his immortal estate, utilizing a bottle of chaotic spirit liquid to cultivate his 18 fiend gods of Tushan to the 2nd level, and successfully controls the power of his 18 avatars. Afterwards, Ji Ning goes back to the 5 Treasures Mountain in the Sword Immortal Realm, beginning to understand the 2nd section of 5 Treasures Swordplay. By using the advantage of 18 avatars, Ji Ning's cultivation speed drastically increases, with 35 avatars simultaneously comprehending swordplay, greatly accelerating his martial arts progress. Half a year passed in a flash. Ji Ning had an epiphany about swordplay next to a towering rock wall but got stuck at the bottleneck of the 2nd part of the 5 Treasures sword art. However, breaking through the bottleneck forcibly was extremely difficult. So Ji Ning decided to travel in the 3 realms in search of an opportunity. Under the surveillance of the Doors of No Return, Ji Ning came to the Tiger Fang Great World. He found that although there was a stronghold of the Doors of No Return in the Tiger Fang Great World, none of them were guarded by true immortals of the heavenly gods. At this time, the sound of a father and son practicing their swords came from afar, which evoked memories in Ji Ning. Ji Ning stepped forward to compete with the nascent soul cultivator Bu Feng, but deliberately suppressed his own strength to the acquired level. Although Bu Feng's cultivation was higher than Ji Ning's, he was powerless against Ji Ning's exquisite swordplay. And Ji Ning also took this opportunity to constantly ponder the mysteries of swordsmanship. In Ji Ning's seemingly simple swordsmanship, Bu Feng realized a new realm of the way of the sword, which benefited him greatly. Ji Ning gradually clarified the foundation of the sword, and decided to abandon external forces, based on the 5 Treasures sword art, and break through the bottleneck by competing with masters from all walks of life in the 3 realms. From that day on, Ji Ning embarked on a journey through the 3 realms, competing with countless masters, in order to find the essence of the way of the sword and break through his own limits. In a remote village, Purple Mansion cultivator Bu Feng and the mysterious white-robed youth Ji Ning engaged in a long and arduous duel that lasted an entire day and night. Ji Ning executed the 5 Treasure sword art, surpassing the limits of the heavenly Tao, allowing Bu Feng to grasp the essence of the supreme sword Tao. From then on, Ji Ning traveled the 3 realms, continuously honing his swordsmanship through skirmishes with various Purple Mansion cultivators and myriad phenomena true men, seeking the essence of the 5 Treasure sword art. 9 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Ji Ning arrived at a tranquil and beautiful secluded realm with a vast population and rudimentary cultivation methods. But there were legendary experts of exceptional enlightenment dwelling within. At the sacred ground of the realm, the sword-forging villa, Ji Ning crossed swords with the legendary expert, the world-renowned #1 swordsman, Sword Saint Mu Tong. Mu Tong had created his own 9-9 sword-forging technique. But after unleashing his innate power, Ji Ning, with his earth-grade strength and speed, effortlessly neutralized Mu Tong's sword technique, leading Mu Tong to a sudden realization and a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. Through combat with the Sword Saint, Ji Ning finally honed one of the 5 styles of his nascent sword technique. The One Qi transforms into 3 purities sword art, which he had been vaguely envisioning for some time. In this encounter, Ji Ning's insights into the 5 treasure sword art deepened, and his path in swordsmanship gradually became clearer. In the Grand Three Realms Celestial Realm, the Eastern Dao Palace is bustling with activity. Great powers from all realms gather to congratulate Lu Dongbin Donghua on his breakthrough to the realm of true divine Dao Ancestor. In a fortuitous encounter in the chaos, Lu Dongbin not only broke through to the Dao Ancestor level but also cultivated the power of Tai Chi to the 5th level, making his strength top-notch. The great powers exclaimed their admiration, believing that Lu Dongbin's fusion of Dao and Buddhism gives him limitless potential. Among them, Fuxi and Bodhi are deeply impressed, acknowledging Lu Dongbin's great ambition and his profound foundation, which led to this breakthrough. Bodhi then mentions his disciple Ji Ning, believing that his heart power talent is extraordinary, and if he reaches the 5th level, he will also attain the strength of a top-tier Dao ancestor. However, the path of the heart is too ethereal and elusive, making it extremely difficult to break through to the 5th level. In comparison, Ji Ning's swordsmanship talent is more impressive. On the other side, the Infernal Gate harbors resentment towards Lu Dongbin's breakthrough, considering him a threat when the Great Cataclysm arrives. However, the Divine King believes that while Lu Dongbin is powerful, he will not make a qualitative difference to the battlefield. He is more concerned with his life and death enemy, Ji Ning, believing that Ji Ning is now fully committed to swordsmanship and no longer poses a threat to him. Bodhi does not rush to impart the grand formation created by Fuxi to Ji Ning, believing that he is currently in a frenetic state of sword practice and should not be disturbed. In his constant travels, Ji Ning practices and duels with swords, gradually comprehending the essence of swordsmanship. With his unique insights, he fuses various sword techniques into the 5 forms of sword intent of the Moonlight swordsmanship. In 15 years, Ji Ning has reached the 3rd level of sword power, but his mind is only focused on Moonlight swordsmanship, and perfecting its 5 forms is his top priority at the moment. Meanwhile, Ji Ning traps true immortal Dong Chun in the world prison for 15 years, eventually forcing him to concede defeat. Holding the Octagon Lotus, Ji Ning absorbed the opposing raging true fire, forcing Dong Chun, the true immortal comparable to a Dao ancestor, to submit. After being imprisoned in the world prison for 15 years, Dong Chun finally realized his dead end and bowed to Ji Ning. Ji Ning demanded to search his soul, and Dong Chun initially refused. However, he ultimately succumbed to Ji Ning's threats and agreed to let Ji Ning search his memories. Ji Ning gained insights into Dong Quan's cultivation experiences and memories, but he did not find the highest level technique for raising Jindans. Ji Ning requested Dong Quan's innate treasure, the flashing stellar stars, a powerful magic treasure consisting of 99 octagonal stars. Dong Chun was reluctant to part with it but surrendered the treasure out of desperation. Ji Ning promptly provided elixirs and a talisman to help Dong Chun recover and assured him that he could contact him in case of emergencies. Before leaving, Ji Ning learned that the 9 chaos countries strictly enforced hierarchy and that true gods and true immortals commonly wielded innate treasures. Further, he discovered that there were techniques to enhance their power through seals. Realizing the impending doom, Ji Ning resolved to continue seeking and seizing innate treasures from other true gods and true immortals. Ji Ning descended upon another mountain. Encountering a thin, green-haired true god, Ji Ning declared that the 9 chaos countries had been destroyed and that he controlled the world prison. He demanded the green-haired true god yield or face resistance. The true god was surprised that even Dong Chun had submitted, but understanding his own position, he eventually surrendered to Ji Ning's cause. At the summit of the world prison, a red-haired man sat cross-legged, unfazed by Ji Ning. Ji Ning attacked with his sword energy, but it caused the green-haired man no harm. Instead, he mocked Ji Ning's weak power. Ji Ning countered by saying that even if the green-haired man did not resist, he would still need to use his divine power. Ji Ning would relentlessly attack, forcing him to exhaust his reserves. Left with no choice, the green-haired man produced an 8-petal lotus and cast the 8 great true fires to try to burn Ji Ning to death. However, Ji Ning used his 8 fires universe to counter, causing the green-haired man's divine power consumption to soar. Meanwhile, Ji Ning's other avatar was fighting Dong Chun, true immortal within the world prison. using his true fire, true wind, and true water to besiege her. Dong Chun, true immortal, put up a valiant resistance, but was eventually no match for Ji Ning's relentless assault. Ji Ning's true self was honing his swordsmanship, using the 5 treasures sword art as a foundation to comprehend the 4 bright moon sword arts: Blood Drop, Heaven's Fall, Yin Yang, and Shadowless. Each of these arts possessed formidable power and unique qualities. After 51 grueling years of practice, he finally mastered these 4 forms, forming a complete sword art system. Master Puti approaches Ji Ning and observes his bright moon sword art, expressing admiration for its limitless potential. Puti points out that Ji Ning's previous experiences sparring with weaker opponents were crucial in his formation of the sword technique. However, he emphasizes that to truly master it, he must engage with formidable foes. Puti reveals that Fuxi has designed an array specifically for Ji Ning, known as the Rahula formation, based on the divine mysteries of the Rahula, a chaotic alien species. It has 3 levels and can transform into a Rahula, granting combat prowess rivaling that of a Dao ancestor. Ji Ning is awed but recognizes the difficulty of commanding such a vast celestial army. Puti instructs Ji Ning to visit the great Yu human world and meet with ancestor Yu Shang, to whom Fuxi has conveyed Ji Ning's authority over an army of 90,000 celestial immortals and 800,000 scattered immortals. Ji Ning is overjoyed, as this force can compensate for his shortcomings in the Dao realm and give him a chance to confront true gods and Dao ancestors. Puti inquires about Ji Ning's dealings with the Boundless sect. Ji Ning explains that after their previous attack, the sect has become more cautious, and surprise assaults are no longer effective. Puti advises Ji Ning to focus on honing his sword techniques, particularly the 5 treasures sword art, as its mastery could lead to an inheritance from Patriarch Fuyu. Ji Ning travels alone to the great Yu human world, witnessing the grandeur of the ancient imperial clan's stronghold. He is greeted by Divine Lord Fuku and proceeds to visit ancestor Yu Shang, one of the oldest beings of the primordial human race, who commands a vast army of immortals and fiends. There, Ji Ning acquires the force prepared for him by Fuxi, laying a solid foundation for the upcoming confrontation with the Boundless sect. Led by the heavenly venerable earthly excursion, Ji Ning met Yu Shang Patriarch, an ancient being of the human race. Despite creating mankind, Yu Shang lived in seclusion and was virtually unknown. Patriarch Yu Shang expressed his admiration for Ji Ning's arrival and encouraged him to advance his mind to the 5th level before the final battle, showcasing the extraordinary achievements of humanity. Ji Ning was confident in his ability to reach this goal. To assist Ji Ning, Heavenly Venerable Snail Travel entrusted him with a miniature city housing 100,000 celestial immortals and 10 million loose immortals. Ji Ning arranged for them to cultivate the Luohu Grand Formation diligently, preparing for the inevitable clash. Meanwhile, in the Dark World, the Divine Lord learned of Ji Ning's contribution of the Chaos race's cultivation methods but dismissed them as insignificant. However, Patriarch Darklight Sword assessed Ji Ning's swordsmanship as exceptional, reaching the 3rd level of sword force. In the world prison, Ji Ning's original body continued to battle the imprisoned true immortal Shui Jin. After 56 years of struggle, Shui Jin finally succumbed to Ji Ning's powerful treasure attacks. Ji Ning attempted to convince her to submit, but she refused and ultimately chose to let her soul perish. Ji Ning acknowledged Shui Jin's pride and understood her unwillingness to yield. However, he needed to acquire sufficient strength from the world prison to save his wife, daughter, and protect his loved ones. As for the Chaos race, they had 2 options: submission or death. After the death of a true immortal known as the Azure King, Ji Ning examines the king's remains, finding some benefits but nothing he needs immediately. Deeply feeling his declining powers, he embarks on a journey to the world jail, where he can engage with heavenly deities and immortals to hone his swordsmanship. One day, Ji Ning encounters a lanky youth and attacks him. To his surprise, the youth reveals 4 arms and 8 legs, wielding an intricate staff technique. While Ji Ning is at a disadvantage, his 8-9 arcane art protects him from any harm. After battling for half an hour, Ji Ning familiarizes himself with the youth's moves and uses the star-plucking hand and mental force, suppressing his opponent in an instant. The youth, shocked, decides to abandon his head. However, Ji Ning does not seize the opportunity to kill him. Ji Ning reveals that he has come to the 9 Chaos universes to challenge others. leaving the youth bewildered. Ji Ning questions if the youth can kill him, and the youth realizes that Ji Ning's divine protection is too strong to overcome. Persuaded by Ji Ning, the youth chooses to submit. Afterward, Ji Ning recovers his divine powers and refines his swordsmanship in the primeval chaos. Later, Ji Ning incinerates a green-haired true god within the Eight Fires universe for 82 years. Contemplating his swordsmanship the entire time, when the green-haired man begs for mercy, Ji Ning is overjoyed, sensing an opportunity for submission. Ji Ning infiltrated the world prison and encountered a green-haired godfiend. To survive, the godfiend was forced to submit, agreeing to surrender his magic treasures and expose his memories. Through soul search, Ji Ning learned that the godfiend carried the hatred of a destroyed race. While searching the memories, Ji Ning accidentally discovered the 9-horn electric serpent evasion, a top-tier evasion technique that rivaled the Sun Gold Divine Flash evasion in speed. Comparable to lightning. Shocked and overjoyed, Ji Ning realized the extreme difficulty in cultivating the 9-horn electric serpent evasion. But he was determined to master it at any cost. Once he successfully cultivated the 9-horn electric serpent evasion, he would become invincible in the 3 realms, and the Seamless Gate would no longer be able to hunt him down. Meanwhile, one of Ji Ning's avatars, hiding within an ordinary-looking jade token, was secretly protecting his daughter, Bright Moon. Although Ji Ning had concealed the existence of his avatar, the profound secrets of the 9-horn electric serpent evasion were still passed on to his true self and all of his avatars through the avatar. Ecstatic, Ji Ning regarded the 9-horn electric serpent evasion as an extraordinary blessing in the 3 realms and firmly believed that cultivating it would help him soar through the heavens and fulfill his aspirations. The 9-serpentine lightning escape of the primal chaos is an unparalleled evasion technique that allows for unparalleled speed. However, cultivating it comes with significant challenges and costs. The first step is to alter one's divine body to accommodate the 9-serpentine lightning without suffering any harm. This is incredibly difficult, as the 9-serpentine lightning is as powerful as the golden flames of the sun. The second step is to cultivate the divine tattoo lightning serpent egg within the divine body, taming the 9-serpentine lightning and rendering it harmless. This is also highly dangerous and requires the assistance of external forces such as the withered fruit of 1,000 souls, the myriad lightning crystals, or the primal chaos spiritual fluid. Ji Ning cannot find the withered fruit of 1,000 souls or the myriad lightning crystals in the 3 realms. But he does possess the primal chaos spiritual fluid. In the 3 realms, only the Lord of Lightning holds sway over the 9-serpentine lightning. Ji Ning travels to the great world of lightning to meet the Lord of Lightning and beseech him for a 9-serpentine lightning. However, the Lord of Lightning is indifferent and orders him to leave immediately. Ji Ning is distraught but dares not disobey, and so he is forced to leave with heavy heart. As Ji Ning learned from the lightning god Venerable, the 9-angle electrifying serpent was important to him. Nevertheless, the Venerable refused his request. Helpless, Ji Ning sought the help of the rain-controlling immortal, Maiden Yu, hoping that she could mediate with the Venerable given their close relationship. Immortal Maiden Yu clarified that the might of the thunderclap hammer that the lightning god Venerable wields came from the 9-angle electrifying serpent, which he arduously refined from the Sea of Lightning. At this crucial moment before the cataclysm, the Venerable could not bear to part with it. Ji Ning had no choice but to give up on seeking the 9-angle electrifying serpent and devise another plan. He stepped into the endless chaos, traveling for 6 grueling hours, until he finally arrived at the shore of a boundless sea of lightning. Lightning flashed within the Sea of Lightning, and countless black electrifying serpents swam within it. Ji Ning realized that while there were many serpents in the Sea of Lightning, they lacked sentience and were difficult to control. Yet, the 9-angle electrifying serpent was exceedingly rare, and capturing one was no small feat. However, he had no other choice but to venture into the Sea of Lightning in search of a glimmer of hope. To practice the 9 serpents' thunder escape, Ji Ning had to enter the lightning ocean. He sent out a clone of his true self, causing him to travel through the lightning, allowing the flashes and claps of thunder to strike his body. At first, Ji Ning could withstand the lightning's damage due to his cultivation in the 8th and 9th turns of the 8-9 Mysteries technique. However, to transform his divine body, he had to allow the lightning to penetrate his body and change its attributes. The transformation process was incredibly dangerous, and his clones died several times. Ji Ning constantly learned from his mistakes. After more than 4 years and sacrificing 15 clones, he still hadn't succeeded. Finally, Ji Ning used a large amount of primordial spirit liquid to restore all his clones. He believed that this time, he would definitely succeed. Entering the lightning ocean again, he carefully guided the black lightning into his body. After some transformation, Ji Ning's main clone was reduced to ashes. But his other clones, combining their experiences, continued to try. After countless failures, they managed to get close, but still lacked the final step. Ji Ning entered the lightning ocean once more, using the black lightning to complete the final transformation. After a life-threatening ordeal, he finally succeeded in transforming his divine body into the body of a thunder god, gaining the affinity to have the lightning sea serpents and 9 serpents roam within him. With this, Ji Ning embarked on a new path of cultivation, mastering the 9 serpents thunder escape technique, preparing himself for the coming calamity. The Void Ark once again reached the shore of the Sea of Thunderbolts. Ji Ning's avatar dove into the endless bolts of lightning, step by step modifying his divine body so as to withstand the grey lightning. He would rather spend more time to accumulate experience and save on the primal chaos water. After repeated failures, Ji Ning's experience became more and more complete. He finally succeeded in withstanding the transformation of the thunder serpent, and his divine body was gradually covered in black electricity. When he opened his eyes, black lightning flew out of them, but his body was completely undamaged. Next, Ji Ning ventured into the thunder serpent region. No longer in any danger, he quickly discovered the 9-horn lightning serpent and successfully lured it into his egg of lightning serpent's divine inscription. After more than 2 months of diving deep into the Sea of Thunderbolts, Ji Ning finally arrived at its core and found a very large number of 9-horn lightning serpents. He captured one and brought it back to the Void Ark. Ji Ning spent 6 vials of primal chaos water to tame the 9-horn lightning serpent in accordance with the 9-horn lightning serpent's evasion technique. The 9-horn lightning serpent became gentle and established contact with Ji Ning. Now, Ji Ning had mastered the lightning evasion technique and possessed extreme powers of movement. He was full of confidence and determined to save his senior apprentice sister, who was being held prisoner by the Fiend God sect. During the cataclysm, Ji Ning piloted the void canoe through the chaos. Reaching the icy star that held the world imprisonment stone tablet, he released the concealed formation's black electric serpent, swiftly arriving at the icy plains. After retracting the void canoe, Ji Ning summoned the 3 North Sea swords that had reached the innate supreme spirit treasure realm. Summoning them to join his battle, Ji Ning was reluctant to approach the stone tablet again, lest he expose its location. Previously, he had sent an incarnation to retrieve the North Sea swords. Preparing to use them in battle against the Infernal Gate, Ji Ning returned to the 3 realms with the North Sea swords. Visiting Moonless World to meet his master, Patriarch Bodhi, he imparted the transcendent divine ability he had inherited from the chaotic fiends to his master. This ability required remolding the divine form and taming the 9-horn lightning serpent. A formidable feat, but it would grant the cultivator speeds comparable to the myriad fiends monarch. Patriarch Bodhi marveled at its power but was troubled by the rare treasures needed to tame the 9-horn lightning serpent. Ji Ning then produced 6 black bottles filled with the legendary chaotic spirit quiescence. Patriarch Bodhi was astounded. Chaotic spirit quiescence, condensed from chaotic quintessence, was extremely rare, with countless uses, including taming the 9-horn lightning serpent and transforming all things. Ji Ning did not hesitate to offer it. Stirring Patriarch Bodhi's heart, Patriarch Bodhi resolved to impart this divine ability and chaotic spirit quiescence to the apex experts of the Nuwa Alliance to enhance their combat strength in preparation for the final battle. However, he cautioned Ji Ning never to reveal his possession of the chaotic spirit quiescence, lest it attract covetous evil beings. Ji Ning informs his master, Bodhi, of his gifts to the sect of the 9-angle electric snake and the 6 vats of chaotic elixir. Despite the risk of discovery by the Infernal Gate, Ji Ning is willing to take the chance for his family in the final battle. Bodhi accepts the chaotic elixir and then declares that he is the one who gave Ji Ning the cultivation method and treasures. He warns Ji Ning of the scrutiny of experts, as they will not provoke the Infernal Gate. But the Infernal Gate will not target Ji Ning with Bodhi's token. Under Bodhi's call, the top powers of Nuwa's side gather, including the Tao ancestor Bodhi, the 3 pure ones, Fuxi, Suiren, Shenong, and Buddha Tathagata. Bodhi presents the chaotic elixir and states that Ji Ning has offered it. Everyone is touched by Ji Ning's selflessness and generosity and praises his merit. After discussion, they decide to use the chaotic elixir for cultivating the 9-angle electric snake. Suiren is chosen to cultivate it. Ji Ning enters the star-plucking realm at Mount Wabao, commanding his vast army to form the Rahu formation. 90,000 heavenly immortals and 8 million scattered immortals gather the power of heaven and earth to create a powerful Rahu demon, who looks like Ji Ning and wields 6 swords. The Rahu demon Ji Ning becomes filled with killing intent as they prepare to attack the infernal gate in preparation for the final battle. Ji Ning, the demon god who betrayed the infernal purgatory, returns to the 3 realms and attacks the infernal purgatory's lair in the Huyi Great World. Using his spiritual power, Ji Ning discovers 3 lairs in the Huyi Great World. One lair has 5 celestial immortals, another has 15, and the third has none. Ji Ning decides to attack them one by one. Ji Ning first infiltrates the lair with 5 celestial immortals, the East Rising Sacred Mountain. He uses the blood drop move to break through the mountain's protective array, and with 6 sword lights, instantly vaporizes the 5 celestial immortals. Ji Ning then proceeds to the lair with 15 celestial immortals. Against the strong defenses, Ji Ning casts the Samsara Collapse, using 6 divine swords to break through 5 layers of defensive arrays. However, when he enters the lair, he finds that the 15 celestial immortals are not real but avatars of the Blood River Celestial Immortal. At the same time, 2 vibrations that tear through the void appear, indicating that the infernal purgatory army is on its way to surround and attack. Ji Ning decisively annihilates the Blood River Celestial Immortal avatars and uses the void boat to escape. Several days later, Ji Ning attacks the other lair, again breaking through the defensive arrays with overwhelming force and killing 9 celestial immortals. However, the third lair is already empty, and Ji Ning arrives too late. The infernal purgatory god king is furious and immediately rushes to the first world to assist. However, Ji Ning is extremely fast, far more powerful than before, and continues to search for his next target after destroying the 2 lairs. Yu the Devil King drives the void boat and attempts to tear apart the void to escape. But the void gate has set a trap and sealed this world with the empty lock world formation. Yu is trapped inside and struggles to break through the formation. Huan Mu, the master of the first world of the void gate, personally takes action, leading 2 large ships to appear and deploy formations to block Yu's void travel. Although Yu employs the black electric escape technique, his speed is astonishing, but he still cannot shake off the pursuit. Yu eventually tears apart the void and escapes to another void gate lair. The Lord of the Gods is furious but has no recourse. Huan Mu contemplates for a long time and realizes that Yu's escape technique is far beyond imagination. Suspecting that the Nuwa camp has created a more powerful divine ability, the Lord of the Gods is anxious and asks Huan Mu for advice on how to deal with it. Huan Mu is worried that if Yu continues to destroy the Void Gate's plans in the 3 realms, the consequences will be unthinkable. A confrontation between the 2 camps is inevitable. Master Wan Mu and the Divine King discuss strategies to deal with Ji Ning. The first option involves mobilizing over 5,000 divine heavenly immortals to create a grand formation, which requires significant time for troop deployment and poses a high risk of retaliation from the Nuwa faction. The second option is inviting true gods and ancestors of the Tao to take action. But due to tacit agreements between factions, their involvement could further escalate conflicts. Master Wanmu notes that when Ji Ning uses the 9-coiling serpent escape technique, he first enters his void shuttle, providing a brief window for a surprise attack. Hence, they decide to strike when Ji Ning enters the void shuttle. Demon god Ji Ning wantonly destroys the lair of the netherworld door, leaving the sect's powerful figures helpless. Divine archer Hiku shoots an arrow from afar, but it is deflected by Ji Ning's defense technique, forcing Hiku to flee. Ji Ning threatens retaliation for his wife's imprisonment in the endless hell, causing further chaos within the netherworld door. Master Wanmu is also perplexed about the circumstances surrounding this event. As the cataclysm looms, the infernal lord of the Oblivion Gate seeks to recruit Ji Ning for his protection and that of his family. However, Ji Ning declines the lord's offer and pledges his allegiance to the Nuwa camp. Enraged, the lord threatens to send Ji Ning's wife, Yu Wei, to the endless hells. Ji Ning is forced to declare war on Oblivion Gate, destroying their lairs and strongholds. The gate is helpless against Ji Ning's relentless assault. Seeing no other option, the gate's supreme commander, the Lord of the Myriad Demons, intervenes. The Lord of the Myriad Demons believes that the cataclysm is paramount and pride can be set aside for the time being. He orders the Lord to yield to Ji Ning in order to preserve Oblivion Gate's influence across the three realms. The Lord, left with no choice, abides by the Lord of the Myriad Demons' command. Eventually, the Lord appears to Ji Ning in his avatar form and concedes defeat. Ji Ning ceases his destruction, ending the short-lived conflict between Oblivion Gate and the Nuwa camp. However, Oblivion Gate's fear of Ji Ning lingers, as they recognize that his nascent evasion abilities have made him too dangerous to ignore. The mighty figures from both sides marvel at how an entity they had once overlooked has now become a force capable of influencing the destiny of the three realms. After Ji Ning successfully coerced the Infernal King's sumptuous palace into submission with his nine-serpent electrical evasion, he demanded his wife Yu Wei back from the Infernal King. However, this request was denied. The Infernal King instead offered various terms of trade, including the nine-serpent electrical evasion, the seven treasures Azure Yangbane, the Bloodflower Myriadescence, and the Ice Heart Leaf from the Moonlit Lake. Ji Ning refused to give up the nine-serpent electrical evasion, as it was of vital importance to the Nuwa alliance. The Infernal King eventually proposed a trade of 3 treasures: 10 kilograms of 7 treasures Azure Yangbane, 10 kilograms of Bloodflower Myriadescence, and a single Ice Heart Leaf. Ji Ning knew of the dangers that lurked within the Moonlit Lake, but for the sake of his wife, he agreed to the terms. The Infernal King had Ji Ning meet with Yu Wei and promised her eventual release upon his return with the treasures. Ji Ning realized that the purpose of the Infernal King's sumptuous palace was to trap him within the Moonlit Lake, thereby restricting his actions. Despite the apparent risks of the Moonlit Lake, Ji Ning was willing to take the gamble, as he had created 18 avatars. Even if his true body were to enter the Moonlit Lake, the Infernal King's sumptuous palace would be unable to prevent him from continuing his ventures throughout the three realms. Sailing along the vast river on an ethereal boat, Ji Ning, the true immortal of 9 heavens, sends his immortal army into the starry cosmos, disguising himself as demonic god Ji Ning to avoid being lured into the dream world by the God King of the Interminable Gate. Suddenly, a figure appears on the ethereal boat Bodhi Ancestor. Anxious, he confronts Ji Ning about his perilous mission after learning of the conditions set by the God King for Ji Ning to provoke the Interminable Gate. The God King demands 3 treasures from Ji Ning: 10 caddies of 7 treasure Blue Sun Evil, 10 caddies of Bloodflower Spiritual Marrow, and a plant of Ice Spirit Heartleaf. Bodhi Ancestor unravels the Interminable Gate's motive to lure Ji Ning into the Moonlit Spring, either to kill him or trap him. Despite the treasures requested being of little use to them, Bodhi Ancestor discerns their true intention. He warns Ji Ning to be cautious, assuring him that even if one of his 18 avatars perishes in the Moonlit Spring, it will not affect the overall plan. The God King draws Ji Ning into the dream world, attempting to waver his resolve. However, Ji Ning adamantly declares his intention to enter the Moonlit Spring and demands the God King release Yu Wei. The God King complies, revealing Yu Wei's presence. Horrified at the torture Yu Wei has endured, Ji Ning's heart aches. Yu Wei confesses her guilt for being manipulated by the God King. Ji Ning comforts her, revealing his plan. The God King mocks their love, claiming Yu Wei will be freed after delivering the treasures. Yu Wei urges Ji Ning to mistrust the God King, but he remains steadfast, confident in his ability to navigate the perils. After acquiring the 9-horn electric serpent's escaping technique, Ji Ning sees hope in rescuing Yu Wei. He boards the ethereal boat and sets sail for the Moonlit Spring. However, a surge of powerful energy suddenly overpowers him. A familiar voice echoes in his mind, assuring him not to panic. Ji Ning's mastery of the 9-horn lightning serpent's movement technique attracts the attention of the omnipotent sages from the 2 worlds. The desireless immortal Yuchu is the first to intervene, demanding Ji Ning to hand over the movement technique, claiming that it's a matter of the survival of all beings. The Thunder God, Tianjun, also joins the fray, believing that the technique should belong to his side. However, Ji Ning's master, Bodhi, the ancestral master of Taoism, suddenly appears, stating that the movement technique was his own discovery and he can pass it on to whomever he wishes. He reveals that Buddhism, Taoism, and the human race's royal family have already obtained the technique. but none have mastered it. Bodhi argues that the power of the technique is earth-shattering and, to prevent spies from the infernal world from stealing it, he should exercise caution first. The Thunder God, Tianjun, objects vehemently, believing that he can master it. However, 82 omnipotent immortal grand sages appear in succession, including the human sovereign, the Buddha, and the three purities, the leaders of Taoism, who support Bodhi's view, arguing that they should consider the threat of spies first. The omnipotent sages like Lu Dongbin all agree with Bodhi. But the Thunder God, Tianjun, is restless, believing that he is the best choice to cultivate the technique. He publicly declares his origin from the chaos, his familiarity with the way of lightning, and his confidence in mastering it, demanding that the 5 leaders lift the restrictions. At the assembly of deities including three purities, Bodhi, and others, the Thunder God Tianjun earnestly pleads to learn the divine art of the 9 serpent lightning escape. Three purities counsels him that it concerns the stability of the 3 realms and instructing him carelessly could lead to its theft by the infernal gate. Suiren decides to demonstrate part of the divine art, conveying the effort required to master it. He reveals the segment concerning the training of the 9 serpent lightning dragon, mentioning 3 paths to tame it using chaos spirit liquid, myriad thunder god crystals, and 1,000 rot god fruits. Alternatively, one could attempt it through spiritual communion. The attending deities are astounded by the formidable nature of the art. 3 purities and others attempt spiritual communion but fail. Suiren then reveals that Ji Ning has an exceptional spiritual talent and has already successfully cultivated this divine art. Thunder God Tianjun is unwilling to accept this but acknowledges his insufficient spiritual will, which prevents him from taming the dragon. Bodhi notes that Thunder God Tianan's volatile and fragile psyche obstructs his advancement. 3 purities declares that they will deliberate on a safe method of imparting this divine art. Enraged, Thunder God Tianjun takes out his anger on Ji Ning. Ji Ning remains composed and does not engage with him. In the world prison, Ji Ning exploits his avatar to scour for treasures among true immortals and true gods. He encounters the 7-wind immortal and acquires the ice-fire tempering golden elixir, a technique for enhancing the golden elixir, which requires the chaos essence's 9 yang plasma and icy heart marrow. To his surprise, Ji Ning learns that 9 yang plasma exists within the 3 realms, and icy heart marrow lies in Lunarpool. He recognizes the curious workings of fate. He was led to Lunarpool by the infernal gate god king, and the chaos essences he needs are found there. Ji Ning resolves to claim the icy heart marrow and enhance his abilities, gathering strength to face the coming cataclysm. On the majestic Mount Wubao, the demigod Ji Ning focused on comprehending the 4th chapter of the Wubao swordsmanship. About to enter the mysterious moonlit pool, Ji Ning needed to enhance his swordsmanship in complete isolation from the outside world, perfecting the shadowless style from bright moon swordsmanship. He planned to use his original body's avatar to practice the shadowless style in seclusion at the moonlit pool, while other avatars and his second soul comprehended the other 4 styles in the 3 realms, all in hopes of greatly elevating his realm when they eventually merged. Suddenly, an avatar in Ji Ning's world prison discovered the ice-fire quenching golden core technique. To obtain the materials needed for this technique, Ji Ning traveled to the human world of Great Yu and exchanged 6 innate spirit treasures and 3 sets of pure yang highest grade dharma treasures for 1,000,000 kilograms of 9 yang essence. Learning that the moonlit pool might contain a great amount of ice heart marrow, he prepared to search for it in order to complete the practice of the ice-fire quenching golden core technique. After leaving the ancient human imperial palace, Ji Ning piloted the void ark into the primordial chaos and headed toward the moonlit pool. In an environment completely cut off from the outside world, he would concentrate on cultivating his swordsmanship and golden core technique, accumulating strength for himself in order to eventually meet his destined tribulation. In the vast prison of the world, Ji Ning's 18 avatars gathered, preparing to venture into the enigmatic Moonfall Pond. Ji Ning meticulously selected his treasures, including 729 Extreme Yang Supreme Flying Swords, 12 Extreme Yang Supreme Divine Swords, the innate numinous treasure Ruyi Lingxi Shuttle, and 10,000 caddies of 9 Yang Magma. Among them, the 9 divine swords of the innate numinous treasure would be coveted even by Dao ancestors. But Ji Ning opted against bringing them into the Moonfall Pond to avoid risks. Meanwhile, Ji Ning's second primordial spirit sat cross-legged in front of Mount Wubao in the 3 realms sword immortal sect. controlling a star resembling the star Yin to travel towards the Moonfall Pond. Upon reaching the Moonfall Pond, Ji Ning boarded the Ruyi Lingxi shuttle and entered the waters, only to find himself on a rocky reef after experiencing a spatio-temporal shift. A floating wooden bridge stretched towards the boundless sea, with a full moon hanging high in the sky. Strangely, Ji Ning's heart force and consciousness could not probe the surroundings, and even the full moon seemed unreachable. As the Ruyi Lingxi shuttle progressed along the wooden bridge, Ji Ning realized he had flown millions of miles, yet the bridge remained endless. He sensed the eeriness of the place, and the absence of celestial deities who had entered the Moonfall Pond thousands of years ago filled him with unease. Suddenly, an ugly emerald head emerged from the sea, its gaze fixed on Ji Ning, its eyes glinting with murderous intent. Ji Ning flew rapidly along the floating wooden bridge in his flying shuttle. But he was on high alert, sensing danger lurking nearby. Deep below the water, a jade-green humanoid yaksha with a steel trident in hand moved swiftly towards Ji Ning. Silently lurking ahead of him, the yaksha struck suddenly, and Ji Ning used his candle dragon's eye to discern its identity. It was a member of the yaksha marine race. Ji Ning used his star-snatching hand to apprehend the yaksha, but he realized that it was only a clone and it quickly escaped by transforming into a stream of water. When Ji Ning gave chase, he was immediately besieged by hundreds of other yakshas, who were filled with killing intent and vowed to defeat him. Using his shadowless form, Ji Ning killed two with a single strike, but the yakshas quickly revived themselves. Faced with an overwhelming torrent of attacks, Ji Ning summoned his 3 heads and 6 arms. Even with his sturdy divine body, he was hard-pressed to withstand the relentless assault from so many yakshas. Eventually, the yakshas fused into a single golden yaksha whose aura approached that of a true god. This golden yaksha revealed that it had already killed more than 2,000 gods. Wielding a time-worn steel trident, the golden yaksha moved with astonishing speed. One clash with Ji Ning sent him flying backward. Ji Ning realized that the yaksha's power was approaching that of a true god, and he understood that the previous thousands of gods had likely fallen to its hands. In the ethereal Nethermoon Lake world, Ji Ning encounters a formidable golden yaksha. Despite its immense strength and speed, the yaksha lacks agility. Utilizing his divine 8-9 mysteries body and nimble swordsmanship, Ji Ning manages to fend off the yaksha's attacks. Recognizing the yaksha's weakness in combat technique, Ji Ning employs the 9th level of his myriad swords formation, conjuring a powerful jade sword. With concentrated mental energy, the jade sword's might surges, cleaving the yaksha's body in two. However, the yaksha effortlessly reforms, dissolving into water and quickly manifesting as over 500 verdant yakshas. The verdant yakshas inform Ji Ning that they guard the weakest level of the Nethermoon Lake world and warn him of more formidable guardians ahead. Realizing the peril within the Nethermoon Lake world, Ji Ning continues his journey. Subsequently, Ji Ning stumbles upon an exquisite island adorned with a magnificent palace. Upon entering the palace, he encounters a pale-faced, frenzied young man named Godly Lord Suko. Godly Lord Suko, upon learning of Ji Ning's origin in the 3 realms, becomes emotionally agitated, shedding tears and laughing maniacally. Through communication, Ji Ning reveals his true identity and discovers that Godly Lord Suko's experiences in the Nethermoon Lake world have twisted his mind, rendering him unable to control his murderous impulses. Eventually, Godly Lord Suko regains his composure and acknowledges Ji Ning as his junior. In the palace deep within the Moonbeam Pool, the godly monarch Siake erroneously mistook Ji Ning for a snow demon, but soon realized his mistake and apologized. Siake confided in Ji Ning that the 3 realms were now embroiled in a cataclysm more profound than even the ancient destructive war. Ji Ning informed Siake that the 3 realms were now engaged in a life-or-death battle with the infernal purgatory, and that destiny had revealed that one side would perish. Siake was stunned by this news. He stated that ever since the infernal purgatory had become part of the 3 realms, they had coexisted peacefully, but now they had become sworn enemies. Amidst this looming disaster, Siake naturally sided with Nuwa. Siake led Ji Ning to the back hall, where the walls were covered in epitaphs and writings left by the gods who had been imprisoned there. Most of these texts were techniques created by the gods themselves, but Ji Ning could sense their unyielding determination and immense desire to survive. Siake had long since become indifferent to life and death, and he declared that he had no intention of leaving an epitaph. For even in death, he wished to be free from anxiety. As Ji Ning gazed upon the epitaphs, he was deeply moved by the god's willing and conviction, realizing that he could never abandon hope but must fight with all his might to live. On the snow island of the moonlit lake realm, Ji Ning encounters the sky god Siake, who has been besieged by the snow fiend for many years. Sky god Siake once ventured onto Snow Island and braved the obstructions of the sea tribe's yakshas. However, after encountering the snow fiend, he was hunted down to a remote island and has been trapped there ever since. Initially, the snow fiend was not very powerful, and sky god Siake could evade it with his agile maneuvers. But every millennium, a clone of the snow fiend would appear and grow stronger each time. After 1,000,000 years, the clone had become comparable to the snow fiend itself, making it impossible for sky god Siake to resist and confining him to the island. Sky god Siake reveals that the moonlit lake realm may have been created by an ancient and powerful being, though its purpose remains unknown, while the Buddha Jiumang keeps the secret of this place to himself. The snow fiend claims that in order to escape alive, one must overcome 5 islands. Eager to break free from his predicament, sky god Siake decides to accompany Ji Ning in his quest. He proposes that if Ji Ning can slay the snow fiend's clone with a single strike, he will hide within Ji Ning's magical treasure and follow him to the other islands. If Ji Ning fails to kill the snow fiend, Siake will resign himself to death. After a moment of hesitation, Ji Ning agrees to Suk's request. He approaches the floating wooden bridge and awaits the snow fiend's clone. As Ji Ning steps onto the bridge, numerous snowflakes coalesce into a white-furred ape, the snow fiend's clone. Ji Ning wields his twin swords, ready for battle, while the clone cackles, boasting of having killed nearly 1,000 sky gods. Thus, a fierce struggle ensues, with sky god Siake watching anxiously from the sidelines. On the floating wooden bridge, Ji Ning encountered the powerful true form of the snow demon. The snow demon, with its golden fur, was not as strong as the night demon of the Sea Clan, but was more cunning and unpredictable, able to conceal its aura, change its appearance, and even transform into others. Ji Ning initially used the 9th level of the Grand Thousand Sword Array, but the snow demon easily neutralized it. In desperation, he used the 4th level of his willpower, greatly increasing the power of his jade sword, but it was still shattered by the snow demon's golden cudgel. The snow demon sped closer, its footwork uncanny and unpredictable. Ji Ning fought back with 3 heads, 6 arms, and 6 divine swords, but the difference in power was too great, and he was sent flying by a single blow. Realizing that he could not win in a head-on confrontation, Ji Ning used his 8-9 arcane arts recovery ability, attacking with the divine sword while also using his star-plucking art to enhance its power. However, the black and white streams of energy on the snow demon's cudgel formed a vortex that easily entangled Ji Ning's 6 divine swords. The snow demon then struck with its cudgel, sending Ji Ning flying again, the ice surface cracking. Facing the true form of the snow demon, Ji Ning used his 3 heads, 6 arms, and star-sizing hand, but was still suppressed by his opponent. The true form of the snow demon mastered Taiji energy and had superior combat skills, giving Ji Ning a disadvantage in strength, movement, and close combat techniques. Ji Ning realized that his sword energy was insufficient and decided to use speed to compensate. Ji Ning attacked furiously, using only the 2 moves, Shadowless form and Blooddrop form. His speed became increasingly faster. Although the true form of the snow demon was strong, it still could not completely resist Ji Ning's fast sword. However, Ji Ning's divine energy was gradually being depleted. Just when Ji Ning was in a desperate situation, he utilized his mental energy to suddenly release his sword and grab the snow demon. This unexpected attack caught the snow demon off guard, and Ji Ning grabbed his arm. At the same time, Ji Ning's other clone seized the opportunity to pierce the snow demon's skull. The true form of the snow demon was defeated beyond belief and admitted that he was convinced of his defeat. Although Ji Ning's strength was inferior to his opponent, he relied on strategy and sudden attacks to ultimately achieve victory. Later, Ji Ning observed the monkey stick technique on the stone tablet and suddenly enlightenment the 3rd part of the 5 treasures sword technique. Reaching the 4th level of sword energy sword heart, this laid a more solid foundation for him to continue through the levels. Ji Ning closed his eyes and felt something. An invisible sword shadow hovered around him, which was the manifestation of the 4th level of sword force. The sword force was spiritual and made him happy because it was the quest for the origin of the sword. Ji Ning realized that the sword force originated from the mysterious sword origin. And he could release the 4th level of sword force with every move. The power was equal to 80 of outburst of spiritual power. It made him believe that he would not be inferior to the genius Silver Moon and Red Snow of the same generation if he fought one-on-one. On the volcano island, Ji Ning and deity Lord CK met the 7 ancient dragon gods who had entered the moonlit pool since ancient times and were still alive today. Deity Lord CK introduced the 7 dragon gods, who were the strong men following the human sovereign Suirenshi fighting everywhere, and who had transformed their body qualities with dragon blood, opening the way for human beings to follow. Ji Ning admired these ancestors. Deity Lord CK told the 7 dragon gods about the 3 realms catastrophe. Ji Ning told the details of the catastrophe. Getting the terrible news, the 7 dragon gods were furious and wanted to kill all the deities of the infernal gate. They foresaw the catastrophe's cruelty, and their determination was firmer. Ji Ning leads Godfiend Shukua to the stele at the entrance of the volcano island, which contains the mysteries of Snowfiend Incarnate's cudgel techniques. Ji Ning's laborious journey from the snowy island proves his exceptional skills. However, the 7 dragon deities trapped in the moonlit lake are cautious about Ji Ning's strength, believing his sword force at the 3rd level is inadequate to combat Infernal God. After more than a year of cultivating the 4th chapter of the 5 treasures sword arts and perfecting the Bright Moon sword arts, Ji Ning emerges with significantly improved strength, reaching the 4th level of sword force, upon learning of Infernal God's immense power and his guarding of the volcano island exit. The 7 dragon deities urge Ji Ning against venturing forth. However, Ji Ning is determined to attempt the challenge. Infernal God is a fiendish deity formed from flames, wielding twin halberds with incredible force, near true god status, and his formidable power at the 4th level of the 5 elements force. Compared to Snowfiend Incarnate, Infernal God possesses superior attack power, agility, and a deadly proficiency in wielding both halberds, making him a formidable opponent. The 7 dragon deities have been trapped in the moonlit lake for a chaos cycle, with only 7 billion years remaining in their lifespans. Unwilling to accept defeat, yet lacking the strength to break through, they pin their hopes on external prodigies like Ji Ning. However, although Ji Ning's sword force has reached the 4th level, it is not his primary combat strength, making his ability to overcome Infernal God uncertain. Ji Ning encounters the 7 dragon deities and celestial deity CK, who discourage him from facing Purgatory God, worried that Ji Ning is not strong enough. However, Ji Ning reveals that he has broken through to the 4th level of sword force, astounding those present. To prove his strength, Ji Ning engages in battle with Purgatory God. Although Purgatory God's power is formidable, Ji Ning's 4th level sword force and masterful sword techniques enable him to hold his own. The battle rages for half a month, during which Ji Ning's swordsmanship continues to improve through the crucible of combat. Purgatory God, realizing his chances of victory are slim, concedes defeat and agrees to await Ji Ning on the 3rd island, Myriad Mountains Isle. To reach Myriad Mountains Isle, Ji Ning must first select 3 treasures on this treasure isle. Above the lake, 9 areas appear, each containing extraordinary treasures. To his excitement, Ji Ning discovers the Frost Heart Essence and 9 Flames Essence, which he has long desired. Purgatory God informs Ji Ning that he can only choose the condensed fruit or leaves of the 9 areas, not the fundamental objects. However, Ji Ning insists on acquiring the Frost Heart Essence, causing Purgatory God to frown. Ji Ning arrived at Myriad Mountains Isle but received shocking news: the Ice Heart Marrow, the foundation for conceiving the Ice Heart Pith, was becoming unattainable. Purgatory God explained that along with the increase in deities, the Ice Heart Marrow had diminished, allowing for only one to be harvested. However, Ji Ning learned that a previous deity had obtained 12 Ice Heart Piths, leading him to suspect Purgatory God's involvement. Ji Ning negotiated to take only a small amount of Ice Heart Marrow, finally securing Purgatory God's consent to harvest a 10-feet area, 10 feet deep, along with 1 Ice Heart Pith. To refine his golden core, Ji Ning used the Ice Heart Marrow and the 9 Flames Essence in his portable immortal estate, executing the Ice Fire Tempering Golden Core technique via the Gold Light Array diagram and the Black Light Array diagram. The essence of ice and fire was drawn into the golden core, slowly tempering and transforming the pure yang golden core. Simultaneously, Ji Ning meticulously studied the black stele at Myriad Mountain's Isle's entrance, which depicted Purgatory God's profound halberd techniques. He learned many double halberd techniques, providing him with inspiration to perfect his Bright Moon sword art. Subsequently, Ji Ning set foot on Myriad Mountain's Isle, exploring this curious land of tens of thousands of isolated peaks, anticipating encounters with other deities. In their exploration, the nine discovered a third island called Wan Mountain Island, shaped like a sharp spear thrusting into the sky. On the island, a lively feast was taking place in the wilderness, with nearly 100 gods gathered around a campfire, enjoying delicacies and fine wine. As Ji Ning and the others approached, they heard raucous singing and jovial laughter. They entered the banquet and saw that most gods wore animal skins, appearing casual and carefree, with an endless supply of liquor and meat. Among them was a god named Feu, who was well liked for his hearty personality and insatiable appetite. The withered dragon god, who had previously accompanied the 7 dragon gods, surprisingly introduced Ji Ning to the crowd, praising his valor in fighting from Moonlight Lake to Wan Mountain Island. The gods were all impressed by Ji Ning's strength and came forward to offer him toasts. Through conversation, Ji Ning learned that there were 98 gods present, but only 9 had reached Wan Mountain Island on their own. These 9 possessed different strengths and were powerful enough to face the Purgatory God. Feu had brought a small world treasure with him, where he raised many wild beasts to ensure the gods' dietary needs. As the feast drew to a close, the 9 gods who had arrived alone called Ji Ning aside and revealed a startling secret whenever a new god came to Wan Mountain Island. A terrible calamity would descend from Moonlight Lake, with an army of demons invading Wan Mountain Island. The 10 gods would face the army alone, with death almost inevitable. The gods told Ji Ning the secret to prepare him mentally and to coordinate strategies for facing the enemy. Feu proposed a fight with Ji Ning to assess his strength, in order to devise the best plan when the calamity arrived. On the desolate wasteland, Beipao Jining engages in an intense duel with Feiyushan, the deity clad in bestial hide. Feiyushan wields twin halberds, wielding a halberd technique unlike that of the ancient past, while Jining brandishes dual swords, displaying an enigmatic swordplay. Jining is taken by surprise as Feiyushan's short halberd technique mirrors that he had witnessed in his previous encounter with Purgatory God. During the clash, Feiyushan abruptly alters his halberd technique, rendering it more profound and leaving Jining momentarily overwhelmed. Jining acknowledges that Feiyushan's prolonged training on Wanshan Island has honed his halberd technique to perfection. Consequently, he unleashes his 9th transformation of 8-9 arcane art, utilizing his formidable divine body to withstand Feiyushan's strikes. While countering Jining's attacks, Feiyushan expresses amazement at the force of his 8-9 arcane art. Inquiring about Jining's master, he is astonished to learn it is Bodhi Taoist Patriarch. He comprehends that Jining's divine body rivals that of a pure yang magic artifact, granting him immense power. Midway through the battle, Jining suddenly infuses his swordplay with the 4th layer of soul force, exponentially amplifying its potency. In response, Feiyushan deploys a nascent technique, combining the 4th layer of boundlessness force with the 2nd layer of Taiji force, forging an impenetrable defense. Both adversaries marvel at each other's capabilities. Anticipating the imminent arrival of the demonic horde from Yumingtan, they resolve to confront the impending catastrophe together and estimate the army's arrival within 10 to 15 days. On Wanshan Island, the great battle between Ji Ning and the 9 heavenly deities against the demon army was about to begin. Due to the deliberate arrangement by the creator of Moonfall Lake, the heavenly deities were forbidden from using formations, ensuring that they would be able to temper themselves through the ordeal. Despite his confusion, Ji Ning understood the rules. Before the battle, the heavenly deities discussed their battle strategy, emphasizing the importance of unity and reminding Ji Ning to avoid rushing forward alone, lest he become isolated and vulnerable. Ji Ning took their words to heart. The demon army descended in a mighty swarm, led by the demon lord and including many demon generals whose strength rivaled that of the heavenly deities. The heavenly deities held their ground on a strategic location to withstand the fierce assault of the demon army. Ji Ning wielded his twin swords and employed the moonlight sword art and the heart force, yin-yang, and defensive styles, charging bravely into the fray. Despite the overwhelming number of demons, Ji Ning's 9 yang divine art protected him, allowing him to resist their attacks. The heavenly deities supported each other and fought with all their might to repel the relentless onslaught of the demon army. The battle raged on, with both sides spilling blood. Ji Ning understood that he had to keep slaying the lesser demons to relieve pressure on the heavenly deities and prevent them from becoming isolated and helpless. The heavenly deities fought in close coordination, vowing to defend Wanshan Island to the death and create hope for their survival. During the intense battle on Myriad Mountains Island, as the demon monarch and his 10 crimson demon generals looked on, hordes of their minions laid siege to the sky gods. Their customary strategy was to first let the lesser demons exhaust their divine powers, and then the generals and monarch would step in once the time was right. The sky gods had become attuned to this tactic and seized the brief opening before the demon generals joined the fray to exterminate as many common demons as they could. Among them, newcomer Ji Ning, with his gifted swordsmanship and agility, emerged as a thorn in the demon's side. The demon monarch Aki, witnessing Ji Ning's prowess, dispatched his subordinates, the twin-shield demon general Asan and the 6-armed whip demon general Asi, to duel him. Ji Ning struggled tenaciously against the 2 demon generals until the sky god Zhenbu intervened, grievously wounding Asan, whom Ji Ning promptly finished off. Asi withdrew upon seeing this, prompting Aki to take matters into his own hands. Aq's strength and speed far outstripped Ji Ning's, forcing him steadily backward. However, with the formidable physique granted to him by the 9th metamorphosis of the 8-9 arcane art, Ji Ning escaped unscathed despite the setbacks. Despite Aq's overwhelming power, he couldn't break through Ji Ning's defenses. Elsewhere, the other 9 sky gods were also locked in arduous combat, besieged by demon generals and lesser demons. Their divine powers began to wane, and several sustained severe injuries. In the critical moment when Sky God Zhurongshu was on the verge of depletion, Ji Ning devised a plan. A duplicate of himself materialized beside him, joining the fray with identical divine powers and sword techniques, doubling the force against the demons. The sky god's spirit's sword, and with Ji Ning's assistance, they repelled the demons, temporarily averting further peril. Ji Ning's dual-body tactic astounded Aki, who recognized that he had attained a golden core of the 2nd rank, comparable to a Taoist golden core. At this point, the demon monarch was forced to re-evaluate the sky god's capabilities, and an unprecedented clash was about to unfold. In the fierce battle, 2 Ji Ning appeared in the sky. One of them had 3 heads and 6 arms and was engaged in close combat with the Demon King. The other condensed as many as 729 pure yang supreme flying swords, forming a jade sword suspended in the air. This jade sword exuded a shocking aura that made all the demons and deities present tremble in fear. Ji Ning used the 9th stage of the Grand Myriad Sword Formation, merging it with his own pure Dharma powers, causing the jade sword's might to skyrocket, crossing the threshold of the Tao ancestor. Although the Demon King resisted with all his might, he was still cut in half by the jade sword and fell. The attack of the demon army ended here. The previous deities had all relied on enduring the tribulation to resist the attack, while Ji Ning had ended the tribulation by killing the Demon King. His strength far surpassed Zhu Ming, and he even had the hope of leaving the moon under the lake alive. Before leaving, the Demon King meaningfully told Ji Ning that the 5th island would bring him surprises. Ji Ning decided to go to the 4th island, and along the way, he would face a century-long test of killing demons. If he succeeded, he would be eligible to enter the 4th island and continue his journey to the moon under the lake. As Ji Ning was about to embark on the perilous journey to the icy valley of fiend gods, 9 of his fellow celestials gathered to offer him guidance and counsel. The crucial factor in this battle would be the expenditure of divine power, and Ji Ning was advised to rely primarily on his limitless sword force and to cautiously use divine abilities and the chi-refining stream of techniques that rapidly consumed divine power. The Celestials elaborated on the dreadful nature of the icy valley of fiend gods, where the relentless attacks of countless fiend gods would hinder his progress, potentially preventing him from reaching his destination. However, Lord Zhurongshu revealed that the Fiend God King had hinted that a successful attempt to reach another island would constitute a successful passage. After much deliberation, 5 Celestials Lord Zhurongshu, Lord Yunhan, Lord Wuqi, Lord Tianhe, and Lord Zhenbu unexpectedly decided to abandon the mission and accompany Ji Ning back to the outside world. They had come to believe that their limited power offered no hope of surviving the impending catastrophe and yearned to return to the 3 realms. However, Ji Ning declined Lord Zhenbu's plea. He disclosed a startling secret: a cataclysm was raging outside, with the Universe Gate and Nuwa's faction engaged in a life-and-death struggle that required the Celestials to choose sides. Lord Zhenbu, as a disciple of the Universe Gate, would inevitably join their cause upon returning to the Three Realms, whereas Ji Ning belonged to Nuwa's faction, meaning they would become enemies in the impending conflict. Ji Ning's revelation stunned the assembled Celestials, forcing them into an agonizing dilemma. Ultimately, the Celestials of Nuwa's faction resolved to follow Ji Ning outside the realm, while the 12 Celestials of the Universe Gate remained at Moonwater Lake. Ji Ning's heart was a mix of emotions. He understood the necessity of their separation but was heartbroken to part ways with his former comrades. With a heavy heart, Ji Ning and the Celestials of Nuwa's faction embarked on the floating wooden bridge, setting off on their uncharted journey. Within the Demon Ice Valley, Ji Ning spent 100 years in fierce battles, constantly improving his sword techniques and reaching a speed close to the limits of the Heavenly Tao. With the Demon King's approval, Ji Ning successfully passed the Demon Ice Valley and ventured to the fourth island, Thousand Star Island. On Thousand Star Island, treasures grew abundantly, and Ji Ning acquired 8 of them. However, he discovered that these treasures could not aid him for the time being. He chose to sit on a rock, reflecting on his experiences of killing over the past 100 years. Despite his short cultivation period, Ji Ning possessed exceptional talent. His trials in the Demon Ice Valley deepened his understanding of the 5 treasures sword art and the Bright Moon sword art. Meanwhile, a gray-robed figure appeared on Thousand Star Island, lamenting that only Zhu Ming had successfully escaped the moonlit pool throughout the countless years, expressing a longing for freedom. On the Thousand Stars Island of the Moonwater Lake, Li Chunyi, a gray-robed man, came across a white-robed young man named Ji Ning. Li Chunyi was astonished to learn Ji Ning's identity, a heavenly god who had singly traversed the treacherous Demon Ice Valley to reach this island. Ji Ning was one of only 9 heavenly gods to have arrived on Thousand Stars Island by this perilous path. Li Chunyi updated Ji Ning on the island's situation. Currently, 4 heavenly gods held sway there: the Dream Monarch, the Throat-Sealing Monarch, the Sinful Monarch, and Ji Ning himself. Among them, the Dream Monarch was especially enigmatic, having treacherously killed another heavenly god, Shu Ju. The Throat-Sealing Monarch and the Sinful Monarch deeply resented the Dream Monarch and plotted against him. Ji Ning recognized the Dream Monarch's power and ambition and saw him as a considerable threat. He resolved to eliminate the Dream Monarch. He and the Throat-Sealing Monarch and the Sinful Monarch conspired to take advantage of the Dream Monarch's confident and cautious nature to devise a plan to draw him out of his immortal palace. However, the Dream Monarch was cunning and suspicious, remaining elusive. Ji Ning then immersed himself in training, gradually mastering the 5 treasures sword art, greatly enhancing his swordsmanship. With Li Chunyi's assistance, Ji Ning assembled a secret group of heavenly gods to execute their plan against the Dream Monarch. Ji Ning understood the boundless ambition of the Dream Monarch, who, if he advanced into a Dao ancestor, would greatly aid the Anatta sect. Consequently, he resolved to eliminate the threat at all costs and remove this potential danger. Half a day later, the youth in white Ji Ning was walking alone on a deserted path. Suddenly, a robust man clad in golden armor appeared and introduced himself as the East Peak God. Having learned that Ji Ning had just arrived on Thousand Star Island, the East Peak God was ecstatic and swiftly escorted him to meet the Grand Dream God. The Grand Dream God was overjoyed to hear that Ji Ning had broken through the demon-sealing glacier alone. He was enthusiastic in his welcome towards Ji Ning and warmly chatted with him. The Grand Dream God explained to Ji Ning the animosity between the Pangu Chaos World and the Nether Chaos World on Thousand Star Island, which had started since the ancient war. However, inexplicably, after a long conversation between the Grand Dream God and Ji Ning, the god's face suddenly turned hostile and without warning, he slashed a sharp edge towards Ji Ning's waist. Ji Ning's defensive abilities were astonishing and he remained unscathed. With a backhand, he swiped out a sword beam, directly targeting the Grand Dream God. Killing intent gleamed frigidly in the Grand Dream God's eyes as his suppressed murderous aura erupted. He believed that Ji Ning posed a threat to him and that he had to act quickly to eliminate him. Ji Ning perceived his malicious intent and his own gaze turned icy. A fierce duel seemed imminent. In order to assassinate the sinister and dream gods, Ji Ning infiltrates the Nether Gate's occupied moonlit lake alone. Ji Ning willingly endures a sneak attack from Dream God, using the 8-9 arcane art to protect his body and counterattack, critically injuring Dream God's abdomen. He relentlessly pursues him as the Dream God attempts to escape. Dream God accuses Ji Ning of being an assassin sent by the sinister god. Hearing this, over 20 abyss deities from the Nethergate arrive and surround Ji Ning with 3 7 luminaries deities and the 3-eyed demonic god. Ji Ning unsheathes the pure yang sword and executes the moonlight sword art, slaying Dream God with one strike. He then defeats the 7 luminaries deities and 3-eyed demonic god in succession, pulverizing all of them into fragments. Ji Ning's overwhelming power shocks the Nethergate deities, who attempt to escape but are crushed into dust by Ji Ning's palm, utterly annihilating them. Learning of Dream God's demise, the sinister and throat-slit gods are overjoyed but skeptical of Ji Ning's ability to defeat over 20 deities alone. They personally investigate the scene and discover the collapsed palace and shattered ground, confirming Ji Ning's triumph. Ji Ning sets his sights on the Thousand Star Island's blade path, the final obstacle before reaching the 5th island. The blade path is strewn with blades, swords, and spears, posing a final challenge as Ji Ning attempts to leave Moonlit Lake. At Moonflower Lake, Ji Ning faced the final test to pass through the Myriad Blades corridor. However, the opponents in the corridor were unexpected himself. All these opponents possessed identical bodies, divine abilities, and magic power as Ji Ning, except for their sword techniques. As the opponents' levels increased, so did the sophistication of their sword techniques. Ji Ning's advantage lay in his pure yang golden core and 8-9 mysteries body protection divine abilities. But here, these advantages were stripped away. He had to rely purely on combat techniques to win. However, Ji Ning discovered that his greatest advantage, his lightning-fast sword techniques, could not easily defeat these opponents. Deeper into the Myriad Blades corridor, Ji Ning encountered the 8th Guardian. After a fierce battle, Ji Ning finally defeated him. However, instead of continuing forward, Ji Ning chose to retreat as instructed by the throat-slit god. Ji Ning's departure left over 200 gods anxious, as they pinned their hopes on him to lead them out of Moonflower Lake. Ji Ning continued to cultivate diligently, seeking a breakthrough. He understood that to pass through the Myriad Blades corridor and defeat the final 2 guardians, he had to constantly elevate his sword technique realm. Walking on the Myriad Blades path, Ji Ning encountered the 8th Guardian, a young man in gold attire with a soft gaze in his eyes. The sword technique that the young man in gold attire wielded was called lovesickness, which made Ji Ning sense an extreme sentimentality and threat. In response to the young man in gold attire's challenge, Ji Ning improved his tactics and used his showering blood sword technique to win. The 9th Guardian was more powerful than the 8th Guardian. The formless intention that he released was enough to make one feel desperate. Ji Ning observed the fencing techniques of the 9th Guardian, and one set named Eclipse Sword stirred up his mournful memories. This set of sword techniques generated a strong response and understanding in Ji Ning and caused him to give up fighting the 9th Guardian and instead choose to return to meditate on the sword techniques. Upon his return, the immortals in the Thousand Star Island were thrilled, knowing that Ji Ning had already defeated 8 guardians. They were both pleased and regretful. However, they were still confident in him. Ji Ning was clearly aware of his shortcomings and needed time to meditate on the insights he had gained on the Myriad Blades path, so that he could break through the obstacles of the 9th Guardian and the 10th Guardian and finish the feat of crossing the Myriad Blades path. In the celestial mansion of Starry Thousand Isle, 2 powerful gods, Sinister Lord and Throatholder, gaze upon a distant celestial mansion, eagerly anticipating the return of Ji Ning. Having once braved the path of 10,000 blades together, they reflect on its perils. Ji Ning has already defeated 8 guardians, but the final 2 are mightier still, requiring extensive years of cultivation to surpass. Sinister Lord points out that Ji Ning, unlike them, has yet to fully tap into his potential and may have a chance of passing the path of 10,000 blades in one stroke. This reignites Throatholder's hope. They recognize Ji Ning's extraordinary talent and believe that, with an epiphany, he could potentially ascend to become a true god patriarch. However, they are perplexed as to why Ji Ning has chosen to risk himself in the Moonlight Pool, as he previously had the potential to achieve greatness within the 3 realms. Throatholder laments that Bodhi would not have permitted Ji Ning to take such a risk unless Ji Ning had gained significant insights while cultivating the 18 fiend gods of Mount Dao. Within the Moonlight Pool, Ji Ning draws upon his experiences and grows continuously. With his 5 treasures swordplay nearing completion, Sinister Lord and Throatholder watch with anticipation, hoping that Ji Ning will succeed and lead them out of Starry Thousand Isle. Within the celestial mansion, Ji Ning immerses himself in secluded cultivation, practicing the dark arts swordplay to gain a profound understanding of despair and suffering. On the 9th day, he masters the essence of the dark arts swordplay and discerns its intricacies. He realizes that his Moonwater swordplay must also embrace the essence to advance further. After a year of relentless cultivation, Ji Ning finally perfects his Moonwater swordplay, seamlessly merging it with the essence of the dark arts swordplay. Filled with confidence, he emerges from the celestial mansion, prepared to challenge the path of 10,000 blades once more. After being secluded for a year and 3 months, Bei Ming Kun Ning finally came out of seclusion. His strength had improved tremendously. Hearing the news, all the devas gathered and eagerly followed Kun Ning to wander on the Myriad Blades Road, seeking hope for a breakthrough. Although Kun Ning was confident enough to challenge the 9th Guardian, he was not sure if he could defeat the 10th Guardian. However, he firmly believed that if he did his best, he would definitely be able to create an opportunity for all the devas. Leading the devas, Kun Ning walked forward, under the guidance of the 9th Guardian. He deeply comprehended the profound essence of the clouded swordsmanship. Then, he faced the 10th Guardian's soul-severing swordsmanship. Although he had some insights, his progress was slow. As the two sides fought fiercely, Kun Ning suddenly had an epiphany. He merged the mysteries of the soul-severing swordsmanship with the 8th treasure swordsmanship, breaking through the limit of the 8th treasure swordsmanship and touching sword intent that surpassed the limit of the heavenly Tao. This sword intent spread like ripples, shaking the dark space of the Myriad Blades Road. The 10th Guardian watched Kun Ning's transformation in surprise. Realizing that Kun Ning was no longer his opponent, he smiled and gave way, wishing Kun Ning to continue moving forward. Having comprehended a higher level of swordsmanship, Kun Ning's confidence grew, and he continued to advance toward the end of the Myriad Blades Road. Ji Ning breaks the limits of the 5 treasures sword art and comprehends the true meaning of surpassing the heavenly Tao's limits. The heavenly Tao doesn't merely exist in the 3 realms, but encompasses the boundless chaos, with its formless rules and shackles constraining everything. Ji Ning's sword speed surpasses the speed of light, transcending the heavenly Tao's rules, taking him to a whole new realm. However, this transcendence doesn't mean being free from the heavenly Tao. Only existences like primal chaos immortals and world gods can truly transcend. Ji Ning's current sword force has indeed surpassed the heavenly Tao's limits. But this is only limited to his sword technique's speed. Other aspects are still restrained by the heavenly Tao. Ji Ning's sword techniques are incredibly fast, already at the peak within the 3 realms. However, the dispute over the 3 realms' number 1 sword immortal rages on. The current favorite is Patriarch Sacred Flame, whose sword force is also at the 4th level. But since his sword speed doesn't surpass the heavenly Tao's limits, there is some controversy. Ji Ning firmly believes that if he can reach the 5th level of sword force, he can undoubtedly become the number 1 sword immortal in the 3 realms. But he also knows that the difficulty is extreme, not inferior to reaching the 5th level of the heart force. Underneath the life and death temper at the lunar pool, Ji Ning's sword art advances by leaps and bounds, significantly surpassing his other incarnations. After personally experiencing Ji Ning's sword speed, the 10th Ancestral Guardian is convinced and admits defeat to a sword art that has surpassed the heavenly Tao's limits. Ji Ning continues forward, arriving at Falling Moon Island. Guided by the silver-haired man, he selects 3 treasures. The silver-haired man indicates that the treasures of Skylord Throatslit and Skylord Sin must be returned, while the treasures of Skylord Vast Dream and Skylord Dawnstar go to Ji Ning. In the depths of the dim Nethermoon Lake, Ji Ning witnessed the merciless killings and perceived that the lake ruler paid no heed to the fights between deities, considering it a harsh training and selection. Following an enigmatic instruction, Ji Ning accompanies a silver-haired man to the 5th island, Falling Moon Island. Falling Moon Island exudes an ancient, heart-pounding aura, starkly different from the other islands. Harboring destructive power, Ji Ning surmises that the mighty cultivators who control the lake have a profound purpose for sifting deities. Upon a mountain peak, Ji Ning and the silver-haired man arrive at the Falling Moon Temple, a dilapidated pile of boulders. The silver-haired man commands Ji Ning to release the deities who had followed them. With over 200 deities materializing before the temple, However, the temple emanates an invisible force, instantaneously pinning the deities to the ground. Their resistance rendered futile. Ji Ning is instructed that the deities must touch the golden steel of vows one by one. Each deity takes turns approaching the steel, regaining their senses after merely 10 breaths. Finally, Ji Ning places his hands on the steel, triggering an inviolable oath binding him. He comprehends that this is a necessary measure for safeguarding the secrets of the lake. The silver-haired man directs Ji Ning to enter the temple, stating his imminent departure. Ji Ning steps into the temple, finding it utterly empty. Abruptly, the entire temple is enveloped in a hazy, dark azure radiance. Ji Ning is ensnared by an intangible light, transforming into a cocoon-like entity. Outside the temple, the silver-haired man exhibits a smile, anticipating Ji Ning's emergence as a satisfactory choice for the mighty cultivator. Within the dark blue cocoon, Ji Ning's divine soul emitted a formidable aura. Unknowingly, he was compelled by an invisible force to establish a life-bound oath, decreeing that upon becoming an ancestral god, he must embark on a mission to deliver a message to the distant heavenly palace. Despite his reluctance at being coerced, Ji Ning understood that this was the true purpose of the creator of the moonlit Lakithi world god Baishu. As a torrent of knowledge flooded his mind, Ji Ning fell into a state of disorientation. 3 hours later, he emerged from his reverie, having mastered 2 significant disciplines: the divine and demonic body refining technique, World God of Desolation, and the divine ability, 9 Elements Annihilation. The World God of Desolation outlined a clear path towards becoming a world god, while the 9 Elements Annihilation was a key that unlocked boundless power, enhancing its capabilities by constantly combining basic elemental origin marks into complex divine patterns. Ji Ning realized that these arrangements were the world god Baix's plan for vengeance. The heavenly palace's whereabouts remained unknown, but Ji Ning knew he had ample time to search for it. Though the life-bound oath was invisible, its binding power was absolute. Failure to reach the heavenly palace would result in certain death from its backlash. However, Ji Ning remained undaunted. He had faith in his talent and determination, and he was grateful for the hope and legacy the world god Baishu had bestowed upon him in his moment of despair. As he stepped out of the temple, the silver-haired man informed him that the written language of the moonlit lake was universal throughout the boundless chaos. Ji Ning knew that his destiny was inextricably intertwined with the boundless chaos, and he would continue his relentless exploration of the vast universe until he found the heavenly palace and fulfilled the world god Baix's final wish. After comprehending 2 major dharmas in the moonlit pool, Ji Ning discovers the text aligns with the endless chaos. Realizing the 3 realms are relatively isolated, despite earning a soul oath, he believes Patriarch Subhuti is out of reach, prioritizing the 3 realms' impending catastrophe and his loved ones. At his request, the silver-haired man guides him to a lake, claiming it leads out of the moonlit pool. However, after entering the lake, Ji Ning is unexpectedly transported to the endless chaos. Surrounded by boundless void staircases, he cautiously ascends the staircases, discovering steles inscribed with intricate sword techniques along the way. Ji Ning spends months studying these techniques, broadening his horizons and making significant progress in his swordsmanship, gaining new insights into the sword god realm. Eventually, Ji Ning reaches the jadeite divine palace at the end of the staircases. Overwhelmed by the realization of the vast number of formidable beings in the endless chaos. After ascending the void stairway, Ji Ning arrived at the exquisite jade temple. The temple's interior was sparsely furnished, containing only a straw cushion, a stone platform, and a tattered divine sword. Yet, this seemingly dilapidated weapon exuded a formidable aura, filling Ji Ning with a sense of inexplicable oppression. Suddenly, a ripple emanated from the divine sword, coalescing into a golden-armored female commander. Identifying herself as Sword Spirit, she revealed that this realm was a secluded space created by the god of the northern purgatory realm, and she was the Sword Spirit of the divine sword known as Violet Radiance Pearl. Sword Spirit narrated the tale of the god of the northern purgatory realm. Before his demise, the deity had escaped to the 3 realms and established the moonlit pool, hoping to leverage the celestial powers to avenge his murder at the hands of the Black Flood Serpent. To seek an inheritor, the deity left behind 5 peaks inscribed with the complete 5 treasures swordplay. Ji Ning was astounded to learn that the one who possessed the patriarch of the Koraziding Taoism was not the patriarch himself, but a remnant soul of the god of the northern purgatory realm. The deity had no desire to teach followers and merely prolonged his own death, eventually succumbing to his fate in the boundless chaos. Sword Spirit brought Ji Ning to this realm because he had mastered the 5 treasures swordplay. She desired for Ji Ning to become the inheritor of the god of the northern purgatory realm, to deliver a message to the celestial palace on his behalf, and potentially even enact vengeance. Moved by the deity's story, Ji Ning carried a mix of emotions as he continued to explore this enigmatic secluded space. Deep in the Moon-under Lake, Ji Ning stumbled upon the precious treasure left by the god of the northern rest, the divine sword Purple Light Scepter. Despite the Purple Light Scepter's dilapidated appearance, its power was unparalleled, surpassing even the entire 3 realms and the weapons of the world gods and chaotic immortals. To refine the Purple Light Scepter, the female general in golden armor taught Ji Ning a profound method. The soul-nourishing technique. This technique required 1,000 years to complete. Despite his concern for the impending disaster and his desire to leave Moon-under Lake to join the battle, the general advised Ji Ning that carrying the unrefined Purple Light Scepter would be extremely dangerous. In addition, the female general imparted the other techniques of the god of the northern rest, which grew as tall as a hill. Overjoyed, Ji Ning learned that his other incarnations were fighting the disaster outside. Ultimately, Ji Ning decided to stay in Moon-under Lake and focus on refining the Purple Light Scepter while diligently practicing the techniques of the god of the northern rest in preparation for the impending catastrophe. Within the Jade Green Palace, one of Ji Ning's clones performed the heart quintessence art, instilling invisible mental force into the 8 crystal surfaces of the violet jewel numinous sword, thus initiating the refinement of the numinous sword. The other clone focused on studying the Dharma methods recorded in the palace. However, Ji Ning was somewhat disappointed with the Dharma methods in the bamboo slips as they did not provide significant means to elevate his current strength. At this point, the golden-armored female warrior disclosed the absence of 3 significant items within the bamboo slips. Unnamed sword art, the most powerful sword art conceived from the lifelong insights of the world god of the northern rest world. Its might was earth-shattering. Ji Ning needed to first comprehend the sword arts on the 98 stone stels before being able to learn the unnamed sword art. Welcome token, a token that gave Ji Ning the opportunity to enter the powerful force of the Azure Palace. But Ji Ning needed to reach the Archfiend God or Arch-Immortal realm in order to utilize it. Soul True Self Secret Art, a secret art that could fuse all of Ji Ning's clones into one, greatly increasing his strength. Ji Ning was highly satisfied with the Soul True Self Secret Art as it could rapidly elevate his strength. He commenced practicing it at once. With the passing of time, Ji Ning continuously improved his sword techniques by comprehending the sword arts on the stone stels. And the clone refining the numinous sword also gradually delved deeper into the 8-sided crystal. Meanwhile, the 3 realms catastrophe had arrived, and the flames of war spread far and wide. Ji Ning's cultivation in the secluded space was exceptionally peaceful, remaining unaffected by the external disturbances. However, by the time he emerged from seclusion, the 3 realms had already become an Asura battlefield filled with bloody carnage. In the darkness of the 3 realms, Ji Ning drinks at the lakeside tavern, gazing out at the distant pleasure boats. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the wilderness, a colossal phalanx of black-clad riders charges towards the towering fortress of Tianshun. The guards of Tianshun sound the horn upon spotting the black riders. The fortress inhabitants rally, with the white-bearded lord of the castle, Li Tianshun, and many elders ascending the battlements. Their faces turn ashen as they recognize the identity of the attackers. The riders are the infamous Obsidian Cavalry, an elite force of 3,000 heavy horsemen. Leading the charge is a silver-armored knight wearing a face mask, his icy gaze fixed on Li Tianshun. Li Tianshun, feigning that the Obsidian Cavalry have offended the Tungtian Palace's Tongshao Immortal, attempts to dissuade them. However, 2 elders from the Obsidian Cavalry soar out of their ranks, their formidable auras surpassing even Tongshao Immortal. The elders proclaim the fall of the Tungtian Palace, igniting war. The Obsidian Cavalry breaches Tianshun's gates with overwhelming force and unleashes a massacre. The defenders fight desperately but are decimated. In a thirst for vengeance, the silver-armored knight removes his mask, revealing a scarred face. He accuses Tianshun of a heinous act 39 years ago, claiming he survived among the dead and swore revenge, becoming a disciple of the Obsidian Cavalry's general. To Li Tianshun's horror, He learns that the Obsidian Cavalry's general intends to annihilate the Tongtian Palace. In the face of the Obsidian Cavalry's fury, the fate of Tianchun and the Tongtian Palace hangs in the balance. The general of the mysterious Ice Riders had long harbored hostility towards the Heavenly Extremes Palace, taking his disciples' blood feud as his own. Seizing this opportunity, the general led the mysterious Ice Riders to launch an attack, intending to annihilate the Heavenly Extremes Palace. The white-bearded elder, the lord of the Heavenfall Fortress, commanded his armored soldiers to resist the mysterious Ice Riders' advance, but they were quickly routed. The mysterious Ice Riders, under the command of Blood Revenge, carried out a massacre in the Heavenfall Fortress. 2 elders arrived at the scene, prepared to deal with Blood Revenge, but a mysterious force appeared, immobilizing everyone present, including the elders. A young man in black, Ji Ning, suddenly appeared, effortlessly subduing both the mysterious Ice Riders and the elders. Ji Ning searched the memories of Blood Revenge and the white-bearded elder, learning that Blood Revenge had been wronged by the Heavenfall Fortress, which secretly operated a pillaging force known as the Blackwind Cavern. Unwilling to see the innocent suffer, Ji Ning transported the fortress children and women to his own miniature world. Then, with a wave of his hand, he vanished into thin air. After the mysterious Ice Riders departed, Ji Ning reflected on the growing resentment and hostility in the 3 realms. Recalling his conversation with Bodhi, he decided to temporarily refrain from participating in the realm war, focusing instead on his cultivation to prepare for the impending final battle. Ji Ning traveled throughout the 3 realms, witnessing the chaos and strife incited by the Infernal Gate. Deeply moved by the innocence of children, he resolved to shield them from the turmoil of the world. On a desolate mountain, Ji Ning contemplated the star-heaven Gold Pearl. Gaining a deeper understanding of the ninefold Chaos Imperata, he experienced a profound realization, sensing a subtle transformation occurring within his heart. Ji Ning refines the second layer of the 9 Chaos Prohibitions, and the 3,600 myriad heavenly gold pearls experience a transformation, becoming the 36 godly treasures of heaven. These mirrors can not only discern fate, but also have superb defensive capabilities and can reflect enemy attacks. Upon learning that the Gate of Mysteries is inciting conflict in the 3 realms, which could lead to a catastrophe, Ji Ning feels powerless but continues to travel through the 3 realms, witnessing the Gate of Mysteries' manipulative tactics. As time goes on, the realm war between Nuwa's forces and the Gate of Mysteries intensifies, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. Ji Ning learns that in the 600 years since he entered the lunar underwater pool as a clone, Nuwa's forces have lost over 1,300 true immortals of the heavens, while the Gate of Mysteries has also suffered significant losses. To gain an advantage, the Gate of Mysteries poisons the relatives of true immortals of the heavens across the 3 realms, provoking fury and desperation in Nuwa's forces. Ji Ning realizes that the ultimate battle for fortune is inevitable and could occur within the next century to millennium. Meanwhile, Ji Ning learns of the death of his close friend, true immortal Dong Yan, in the realm war, which fills him with deep sorrow. Ji Ning and immortal Eastian had fought side by side for years in the Crimson Bright realm, forging a deep bond. When immortal Eastian is slain in an ambush by 3 the arch-ranked immortals from the Infernal Gate, Ji Ning is filled with grief. Meanwhile, Ji Ning's master, Patriarch Subhuti, summons his disciples to announce a great realm war to take place in the Jade Emperor realm. The war is unprecedented in scale, with thousands of the arch-ranked immortals expected to perish, eclipsing the total casualties of all previous wars combined. Patriarch Subhuti asks which disciples will volunteer to fight. Silvermoon Thurch responds first, his murderous aura revealing his experience in countless battles. Ji Ning realizes this is the only way to avenge the fallen and stop the Infernal Gate's tyranny. He resolves to join, and Patriarch Subhuti assigns him to command a formation of the arch-ranked immortals, joining his fellow disciples in a war for the 3 realms. As the war horn sounds, Ji Ning and his brethren embark on a perilous yet hopeful journey, shouldering the weight of their mission. Among the Bodhi ancestors' disciples, Silver Moon Celestial God was the most violent in the fight against the infernal fiends. His Tao companion had died in the ancient battle, which broke his heart and drove him almost mad. The return of the infernal fiends resurrected his anger. He began to ruthlessly slaughter the infernal fiends' disciples, not even sparing their celestial immortals. His brutality outraged the infernal fiends, but out of respect for the Bodhi ancestor, they didn't kill him. Instead, they implored the Nuwa alliance to intervene. Eventually, Silver Moon Celestial God was forcibly sent back to Fangkan Mountain by his master, where he suffered from karmic fire. Despite this, Silver Moon Celestial God's anger didn't abate. Learning that a cataclysm was imminent, he was willing to join Ji Ning's group. However, he found that Ji Ning was unwilling to slaughter any longer, so he decided to fight alone. The Bodhi Ancestor and the Yellow Emperor were overjoyed when they heard this, as they had been worried about the shortage of powerful celestial immortals for this realm war. Aside from Ji Ning, all of the Bodhi Ancestor's disciples participated in this war, including Crimson Snow Celestial God, who had fought alongside Taoist Free Lives for many years. As the war neared, 2,800 celestial immortals gathered in the Deerchaser realm, with 9 of the most powerful led by experts such as Golden Crow and Phoenix Feather. The Infernal Fiends also sent their most powerful, Patriarch Fiendhand. Patriarch Fiendhand was notorious for her madness and power in the ancient war. She had single-handedly fought against Empress Nuwa and the leaders of Buddhism and Taoism. Ultimately, she had been badly injured. 2 citadels confronted each other in the air, the war on the verge of eruption. Meanwhile, Ji Ning could only gaze at the distant battlefield with regret and determination. Amidst the ethereal expanse, 2 colossal floating cities faced each other. The Nihility Gate initiated the battle, challenging their adversaries. Despite the provocations, the Nuwa alliance ignored the first 3 calls. It was on the 4th occasion that Emperor Xuanyuan, deeming the battle crucial, ordered his forces to confront them. As the armies converged upon the desolate battleground, the Nihility Gate deployed 3 formidable arrays: Infinite Limitless Formation and 2 Realms Ordeal Dragon Life Death Formation. They also boasted an array of powerful puppets. The Nuwa alliance countered with Heavenly Star Formation, Myriad Immortals Apocalypse Formation, and Pangu Creation Formation, along with the agile and versatile 7 Luminaries Divine Beings. While the Nihility Gate's arrays were less refined than those of the Nuwa alliance, their puppets were a formidable sight. In contrast, the Nuwa alliance lacked puppets of such caliber but commanded an advantage with their 3 lineage-preserving arrays. Nuwa Matriarch, in anticipation of future perils, had left behind these 3 great formations, with the Pangu Creation Formation being the most formidable. Controlled by the Celestial Swordsman, True Immortal Jimin, it unleashed a power comparable to the pinnacle of Taoist patriarchs. With the order given, all 9 arrays roared into action. The Myriad Immortals Apocalypse Formation, led by Senior Brother Jun V, materialized countless celestial warriors and launched a full-scale assault on the Nihility Gate. This grand conflict bore profound significance, determining the fate of both factions. The Nuwa alliance, brimming with confidence in their intricate formations and formidable strength, resolved to give it their all. In the vast and boundless wilderness, a monumental battle unfolds as 2 formidable factions clash. Pangu and the immeasurable Demon King engage in an intense duel, while the Myriad Immortals Extinction Formation and the 2 Realms Tribulation Dragon Birth and Death Formation launch ranged attacks, shaking the entire battlefield. The Nuwa faction, led by Xuanyuan Wangdi, utilizes the 7 Luminaries Divine Generals and puppets to disrupt the battle. The Oblivion Gate faction, commanded by Mozandeozu, launches ferocious attacks, even nearly killing a 7 Luminaries Divine General. Despite the fierce fighting, the Xuanyuan Wangdi faction exhibits impeccable coordination, having preserved all 7 Luminaries Divine Generals after 3 confrontations. In contrast, the Oblivion Gate faction suffers growing losses. Black-robed God King reports the situation to Mozandeozu, expressing concern about the unfavorable consequences of prolonging the war. Mozandeozu calmly responds, proposing the deployment of the All Things Envoy to salvage the situation. Black-robed God King obtains approval from the Lord of all Demons and returns with an All Things Envoy. Mozandeozu emphasizes the need for the most powerful Divine General to lead the envoy, maximizing its potential. Wu Xiaotianxian cautions Black-robed God King, urging him to prevent the Nuwa faction from seizing the All Things Envoy. As Black-robed God King departs, Wu Xiaotianxian expresses his hatred for Ji Ning, hoping Mozandeozu will attend to him if he joins the battle. The demonic Tao Ancestor and the Black-robed Divine King overlooked the battlefield as the army of the No Man's Land sect charged. The Black-robed Divine King confidently proclaimed that they possessed the omnipotent envoy who could break the battle's equilibrium, rivaling the top Tao Ancestors and surpassing the enemy's Pangu Creation Formation. With the omnipotent envoy's emergence, the atmosphere on the field changed drastically. Pangu Ji-min detected the formidable aura of this ape-like creature. Sensing an immense threat, Xuanyuan immediately redeployed his forces, allowing Ji-min to focus on combating the envoy. The omnipotent envoy proved exceptionally powerful, and Pangu Ji-min struggled to keep up. Xuanyuan swiftly adjusted the battle plan, diverting other formations to contain the white-haired red-eyed demon god, easing the pressure on Ji-min. However, the No Man's Land sect retaliated, resulting in the successive loss of 7 Lumens gods. In a pivotal moment, 7 Lumens god Silver Moon distinguished himself with remarkable combat prowess. Nonetheless, the true immortal of the No Man's Land sect's second god-destroying formation intervened, launching black dragons at Silver Moon, a formidable threat. During the attack of Wu Jiumang, 7 Stars Divine Lord Yinyu fought alone against a Violet Radiance puppet, resisting its ferocious attacks like a madman. However, 7 Stars Divine Lord was ultimately no match, and Yinyu's divine body disintegrated. At a critical moment, 7 Stars Divine Lord Yinyu himself appeared in, relying on his powerful divine body in the 9th layer of the 8-9 arcane art, held back 2 puppets, easing the pressure on his side. Seeing this, Patriarch of Fiendish Hands ordered the dispatch of 2 more puppets to encircle Yinyu. Yinyu split his divine body into 3, fleeing in different directions. Zhan Yuan transmitted a message just in time, asking Yinyu to escape as much as possible. Yinyu used his indestructible divine body to block the 4 puppets, buying time for the Nuwa side to retreat. After the Nuwa side retreated, the Wu Jiumang army yelled. Patriarch of Fiendish Hands was furious when he learned that Yinyu had cultivated the 9th layer of the 8-9 arcane art. Black-robed Divine Lord consoled him, saying that although Yinyu's divine body was powerful, the destruction of his avatar had greatly damaged his vital energy, and he would definitely not be able to recover in the short term. The atmosphere within the Nuwa side was oppressive. The 7 Stars Divine Lords had suffered heavy losses, and Yinyu had almost lost his soul. Golden Crow Divine Lord came to express his condolences, praising Yinyu for his great achievements. After learning of this, Ji Ning asked to join the battle, but Bodhi stopped him, pointing out that the key was not the Violet Radiance puppet but the formidable power of the omnipotent envoy. Bodhi and other mighty beings privately discussed strategies to deal with the omnipotent envoy. At this time, the memories transmitted by Ji Ning's avatar began to merge, bringing with them his insights from comprehending the swordsmanship under the moonlit pool and his experiences traveling the 3 realms. Ji Ning's comprehension of swordsmanship in his heart constantly collided and merged, laying the foundation for a future breakthrough. On the perilous planet of Blazing Star, a youth in white stands motionless. His inner world has undergone a transformation, integrating his memories of 600 years spent in the underground lake. Proficient in exceptional swordsmanship, the youth lacked in heart. However, during his 600 years outside, he searched the souls of innumerable prisoners, privy to their darkness, madness, and goodwill. These memories forge his heart, granting him a profound and capacious soul, capable of embracing all. Concurrently, the youth honed his inner fortitude through the comprehension of World God Baishu's interdictions. Fusing his swordsmanship realm and heart realm, he grasped the force of number limits, incorporating it into World God Baishu's swordsmanship. This led to a breakthrough in his swordsmanship, bringing him closer to the 5th level of sword power. Returning to Blazing Star, the youth had an epiphany in the world jail regarding the path of rainwater and the path of thunderbolts. Showcasing his deep foundation, he realized that with a solid foundation, one could swiftly comprehend numerous paths in different worlds. Finally, within the world jail, the youth gathered 18 white-robed youths, displaying the many innate spiritual treasures and wonders he had seized from true gods and true immortals, including a beaming sword that had metamorphosed into a chaotic wonder. These treasures were the fruits of his 600 years of conquest, a testament to his extraordinary abilities. Venturing through the boundless chaos, the discernment of treasures is paramount. Ji Ning, relying on the records of the world god, Northern Rest, recognizes a filthy cauldron at first glance. The 5 elements divine cauldron. This divine cauldron can destroy magical treasures and marvels, extracting their essence to condense the essence of the 5 elements for repairing magical treasures. In order to restore the severely damaged purple light jasper divine sword, Ji Ning urgently requires the essence of the 5 elements. Employing the five elements divine cauldron consumes a vast amount of mana. But Ji Ning does not hesitate to use the pure yang supreme magical treasure to condense the essence of the five elements. Ji Ning leaves the five elements divine cauldron in the world prison, using it to restore the purple light jasper divine sword while dispatching his other incarnations to advance their golden elixirs. He leaves an incarnation in the world prison to recover the golden elixirs or other incarnations in case of emergencies. To rescue Yu Wei, who was captured by the infernal demon sect, Ji Ning ventures to meet the demon god king of the infernal demon sect. He arrives at the sect's stronghold, revealing his identity and requesting an audience with the god king, causing the celestial immortals at the stronghold to panic and rush to inform their superiors. Meanwhile, the black-robed god king and the demon Han Dao ancestor are spectating the battle over the deer-treading world. As the infernal demon sect army clamorously challenges the Nuwa faction to engage, the God King suddenly receives news of Ji Ning's request and a sardonic smile appears on his face. In the North Sea of the Great Sha world, Ji Ning longs to be reunited with his imprisoned senior sister Yu Wei and daughter Ming Yu. He finally manages to escape from the profound immortal pond, obtaining the immortal Tulsi leaf that the infernal purgatory had asked for. However, when Ji Ning meets the black-robed God King, he is confronted with a cold and indifferent truth. The black-robed God King never intended to return Yu Wei's soul, he only wanted to use Ji Ning to infiltrate the three realms. A task that was already completed, rendering Ji Ning expendable. The broken promise shatters Ji Ning's heart. His hopes have been crushed after years of suffering, and despair and agony choke him. Ji Ning collapses into madness, his laughter mingling with tears like a broken doll. Yet within his despair, a flicker of hatred ignites. He finally understands the black-robed God King's true nature as an evil manipulator. Ji Ning solemnly thanks the black-robed God King for shattering his illusions and freeing him from his hesitation. He vows revenge against the infernal purgatory, seeking justice for his senior sister and the suffering he has endured. Amidst the black-robed God King's threats, Ji Ning leaves the Great Sha world, embarking on a perilous quest for vengeance. The unyielding flame of anger burns within him, determined to exact a heavy price from the infernal purgatory. The dark-robed God King had met Ji Ning in the past, mocking him for still being emotional after breaking off his ties. However, he considers Ji Ning to be an insignificant pawn when faced with the calamity, and thus does not pay him much attention. On the battlefield of the Deer Chaser world, the dark-robed God King and the Patriarch of the Fiend Han Dao are observing the confrontation between the armies. The God King informs the Patriarch that he has toyed with Ji Ning but will not hand over the soul of Ji Ning's wife to him. Meanwhile, Ji Ning has returned to the Nuwa camp and freed over 200 celestial immortals from Moon Under Lake. These celestial immortals are powerful, adding to the strength of the camp. Ji Ning personally meets with Emperor Sha and tells him that he has a plan to deal with the myriad demons monarch, a being comparable to top Dao ancestors. Even though Ji Ning is only a celestial immortal, his words attract the attention of the 18 supreme experts present. They decide to give Ji Ning 1 month. If Ji Ning cannot resolve the matter of the myriad demons monarch by then, the army will continue to engage in battle with the Seamless Gate. Ji Ning confidently accepts their request, determined to fulfill his promise within the time limit. After returning from the Moongaze Pool, the celestial god of North Darkness, Ji Ning, acquired a treasure known as the Envoy of Myriad Things, granting him strength rivaling that of an exalted ancestor. He intends to use this treasure to defeat the Envoy of Myriad Things and save the three realms from disaster. Among the three realms, the most powerful figures in Nuwa's camp express concern over Ji Ning's plan. Believing him to be overconfident, they speculate that Ji Ning may have obtained a puppet at the Moongaze Pool comparable to the Envoy of Myriad Things. However, Ancestor Bodhi appears solemn, worried that Ji Ning will be hindered by his emotions and make impulsive decisions. Ji Ning secretly goes into seclusion, merging his true self and second soul into one, resulting in a qualitative leap in his strength. His magic power reaches the level of an exalted ancestor. His divine body surpasses that of a celestial deity, and his soul far exceeds that of ordinary exalted ancestors. With the combined strength of his fusion, Ji Ning commands the army to condense the formidable body of the demon god Rushou. Filled with confidence, he prepares to engage in a life-or-death battle with the Envoy of Myriad Things to rescue the three realms. Bolstered by the Rushou formation, Ji Ning commanded the might of 90. 000 celestial immortals and 8 million scattered immortals. Gaining unprecedented power. Intent on annihilating the Netherworld sect. He prepared for battle. Upon learning of the Nuwa camp's initiative, the Netherworld sect mobilized its forces. Led by the incarnate of all things and 2 immeasurable demons. The armies faced each other. The atmosphere thick with tension. Under the command of the Yellow Emperor, the Nuwa camp charged forward, while Ji Ning fought independently. Using the incredible speed bestowed by his demon body, he surged to the forefront, heading straight for the Netherworld sect forces. The Netherworld sect leaders, the demon Han Dao ancestor and the black-robed divine king, were astounded by Ji Ning's speed but dismissed him as a threat. They intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate Ji Ning and clear the path to overall victory. As the armies drew closer, a fierce clash ensued. Ji Ning engaged in a fierce battle with the 2 immeasurable demons. His swordsmanship and the power of the Rahu formation unleashing formidable force. However, the incarnate of all things was impervious to attacks and, with its immense might and puppet-like qualities, posed a grave threat to the Nuwa camp. The outcome of the war remained uncertain. Could Ji Ning turn the tide and defeat the incarnate of all things? Could the Nuwa camp withstand the onslaught of the Netherworld sect? A life or death battle was about to unfold. As the black-robed god king gazes at the battlefield, his eyes meet those of the approaching demon god Ji Ning. A shudder runs through him as he senses Ji Ning's power. Yet he dismisses him as reckless and headed for his doom. The armies take notice of Ji Ning's daring charge. The Inferno Purgatory forces mocking him while Nuwa's forces worry for his safety. The demonic hand ancestor commands 2 violet light golems and the unfathomable Purgatory formation to intercept him. However, Ji Ning's swordsmanship transcends the limits of the heavenly Tao, each strike enhanced by a mysterious vortex that pierces through defenses. With a single attack, he shatters the unfathomable Purgatory formation, slaying over 180 heavenly deities and true immortals. The black-robed god king and the demonic hand ancestor grow alarmed, realizing the gravity of the situation. The white-haired, red-eyed demon rushes to their aid, but Ji Ning evades him with the ethereal shadowless form and beheads him with a swift strike. The mighty figures of Nuwa's forces, including Bodhi Ancestor, are astounded, praising Ji Ning's swordsmanship as unparalleled in the 3 realms. An assessment shared by the Buddhist ancestor. The black-robed god king, however, is filled with dread, sensing the approaching doom, as the decapitated godfiend with silver hair and crimson eyes flew out. The infinite godfiend formation crumbled, sending hundreds of celestial immortals and heaven immortals scattering in all directions. Ji Ning unleashed myriad heart force, using 6 colossal black holes to devour and annihilate these immortals, leaving none alive. Witnessing this scene, the demonic ancestor on Abyss City turned ashen, while the black-robed god king trembled violently. The 700 and more celestial immortals and heaven immortals Ji Ning had consecutively slain far surpassed the previous great victory of the envoy of all things. Ji Ning's elusive swordplay shadowless stance was unfathomably bizarre and lightning fast, leaving even the formidable infinite godfiend, whose strength approached that of a paramount god king, unable to resist. The black-robed god king was aghast, realizing he could no longer easily defeat Ji Ning. Meanwhile, the immortals and gods of Nuwa's faction surged with excitement. Xuanyuan, Fuxi, the Tathagata, and 4 other mighty figures all smiled with relief, believing Ji Ning possessed the strength to challenge the envoy of all things. The army of the Abyss sect began to retreat, but Ji Ning had already cut deep into their ranks. Despite the superiority of his swordplay, Ji Ning was unable to inflict any damage upon the envoy of all things, created by the Lord of all things of the primordial chaos. At present, the envoy of all things was being controlled by a celestial immortal whose limited power prevented him from unleashing the full might of the envoy. As Ji Ning engaged the emissary of all in an intense battle, the vast army of the Infernal Gate fell upon peril. The Grand Emperor Zhan Yuan and Patriarch Mo Shou each gave their orders for their forces. The former sent Pan Gu Jimin and the Wood Child to pursue with full force, and the latter commanded a full retreat. United, Pan Gu Jimin and the Wood Child tore through the Infernal Gate's forces, weakening its strength considerably. Meanwhile, Lord God in the black robe sought to threaten Ji Ning, demanding that he allow the emissary of all to strike him, so that he might exit the battle. Ji Ning, however, saw through the emissary of all's weakness, and through his skill, he suppressed him and eventually struck him down with the Heavencrack form. With his absolute dominance, Ji Ning bound the emissary of all with the innate spiritual rope and sealed him within his green gourd. This astonishing act brought an instant hush over the battlefield as both immortals and devils stood in stunned silence. The Infernal Gate's most valuable emissary of all had been captured by the infernal deity Ji Ning, turning the tide of battle completely. Ji Ning's valor and wisdom became renowned. On the summit of Solitary Mountain in the Savage Fiend realm, the Savage Fiend Master accidentally noticed the war in the land of deer chasing. He was surprised to find that Ji Ning, a minor figure he had once ignored, had won a key battle and seized the envoy of all things. Anxious, Master Wu Shao sought instructions on reclaiming the envoy, but the Savage Fiend Master calmly analyzed the situation. He pointed out that doing so would lead to swift retaliation from the Nuwa camp, rendering the venture inviable. At this moment, the Heart Demon suddenly appeared and advised the Savage Fiend Master to seize all opportunities for triumph. The Master agreed with this perspective but lamented the presence of talents like Bei Ming in the Nuwa camp, attributing it to destiny. On the battlefield, Ji Ning had captured the envoy of all things, forcing Patriarch Magic Hand to order a retreat. Unwilling to accept defeat, Black-robed Monarch threatened Ji Ning with the soul of Yu Wei, his Dao companion, to save his senior sister. Ji Ning endured the anguish of watching Yu Wei killed by the monarch, plunging him into boundless pain and resentment. Bodhi Ancestor and other powerhouses from the Nuwa camp pitied Ji Ning but were helpless against the cruelty of war. Black-robed Monarch reveled in their misfortune, believing that Ji Ning's pain and hatred would taint his Dao heart. However, Ji Ning erupted in grief, casting the nine-horned lightning serpent evasion technique and launching a frenzied counterattack. The army of the Boundless Gate fled, and Patriarch Magic Hand also commanded a general retreat in an attempt to escape. The Underworld Gate was utterly defeated. The Patriarch of the Demon Hand ordered a full retreat, and all the grand formations, including the Infinite Fiend God, the Underworld's Infinite Formation, and the two realms Doom Dragon Birth and Death Formation, collapsed. Countless celestial deities and true immortals fled frantically with heavenly immortals and loose immortals, causing utter chaos. The Nuwa faction seized the opportunity, and the seven luminary deities and the myriad immortal extinction formation pursued relentlessly, slaughtering the Underworld Gate's army. The demon god Ji Ning transformed into a black lightning serpent, his divine sword surging to millions of meters long, sweeping across the battlefield and crushing all resistance. Countless celestial deities and true immortals of the Underworld Gate were slaughtered, and the Patriarch of the Demon Hand and the black-robed Divine King watched this crushing defeat with grief and rage. Ji Ning's power surpassed their understanding, and they realized that he posed a great threat. After an intense battle, the battlefield fell silent. The Underworld Gate's army completely wiped out. Inside the Underworld City, the Patriarch of the Demon Hand and the black-robed Divine King were consumed by pain, while the mighty figures of the Nuwa faction rejoiced. The mighty figures speculated that Ji Ning's strength might be related to his experiences in the Moonlight Pool. They were unable to enter the Moonlight Pool, but Ji Ning and Zhu Ming had managed to gain extraordinary benefits from it. Following the Underworld Gate's defeat, the Yellow Emperor Zhan Yuan ordered the withdrawal of his troops, while the Patriarch of the Demon Hand decided to leave the Deerhorn world with the remnants of the Underworld Gate's army. Thus, the great battle came to an end, and Ji Ning had stunned the Underworld Gate with his extraordinary power, while igniting the Nuwa faction's hope for victory. A protracted war was prematurely terminated due to Ji Ning's intervention, who disrupted the Abyss Gate's plan with his abrupt appearance and formidable power, leading to their defeat. Invited to the celebration banquet at the Palace of the Deer World, Ji Ning withdrew early due to the melancholy in his heart. Drinking alone in the pavilion, his thoughts wandered, and he resolved to surpass the world level and attain a greater realm in order to strive to save his senior sister's true spirit. Ji Ning's senior brother, Silver Moon, visited and sensed his loneliness, but believed he could control his emotions. They drank and talked, expressing their indignation at the Abyss Gate's brutal atrocities. Within the Myriad Demon realm, the Lord of Myriad Demons and the Lord of Inner Demons met to discuss the failure of the war. The Lord of Inner Demons asserted that Ji Ning was the greatest obstacle to the Abyss Gate and proposed that the true God Dao Ancestor intervene to eliminate him. After careful deliberation, the Lord of Myriad Demons agreed to this proposal, despite violating the unspoken rule of the two factions, and decided to target and eliminate Ji Ning. The Lord of Inner Demons believed that the Abyss Gate was prepared regardless of the Nuwa faction's response. If successful, they could continue the battle of destiny. If they failed, it would provoke the true God Tao ancestor to initiate an all-out war. Ultimately, the Lord of Myriad Demons assented to the Lord of Inner Demons' plan, deciding to sacrifice Ji Ning in exchange for a victory in the Battle of Destiny. After the crushing defeat of the Infernal Gate in the Great Battle of Heavenly Pivot, the Demon Lord summoned the Myriadwood Ancestor, the Hand Demon Patriarch, and the Black-Robed Divinity Lord. The Heart Demon appeared and proposed to assassinate Ji Ning directly to alter the outcome of the conflict of karmic luck. The Demon Lord agreed, recognizing Ji Ning as a grave threat to the Nuwa Alliance, whose mastery over the Myriad Treasures Envoy and the Luo Hu formation had nullified the Infernal Gate's advantage. To eliminate Ji Ning, the Infernal Gate devised a three-pronged plan, assigning the Myriadwood Ancestor to contain the three sovereigns, supported by the Darklight and Shadowless Patriarchs, targeting Ji Ning's residence in the Yellow Emperor's palace. They planned to lure him out and pin down the Nuwa Alliance's powerhouses with the Myriadwood Ancestor while others attempted the assassination. Recovering the Myriad Treasures Envoy was a secondary objective. The Infernal Gate prepared meticulously, aiming to eliminate Ji Ning before the final battle erupted and reverse the tide of war. Meanwhile, Ji Ning remained secluded in the palace, unaware of the deadly intent lurking in the shadows. After Ji Ning comprehended the Tao Ancestor's Dharma door, he began to refine the captured Universal Envoy. The Universal Envoy was a formidable puppet controlled by the Bloodwave Celestial God. At first, Ji Ning's Dharma power was resisted by the Bloodwave Celestial God, but Ji Ning's Dharma power was extremely powerful and broke through the Bloodwave Celestial God's obstruction, gradually infiltrating the Universal Envoy. The Bloodwave Celestial God was shocked, but Ji Ning had already sealed the Paradise Dharma treasure, blocking the Bloodwave Celestial God from contacting the outside world. Seeing that the refining was about to be completed, the Bloodwave Celestial God rushed out of the Universal Envoy and tried to inform others, but was discovered by Ji Ning. Due to the isolation of the Paradise Dharma treasure, the Bloodwave Celestial God could not contact the outside world, and his avatar collapsed without being able to get support. In the end, Ji Ning spent nearly half an hour successfully refining the Universal Envoy. He entered the Universal Envoy and found that its core was 5 chaos crystals that could release astonishing power. Ji Ning was impressed by the Universal Envoy's power. Even Rahu could not compete with it. At this time, the Fiend Gods came to visit Ji Ning to express their gratitude and admiration. Ji Ning understood their hopes and was determined to fight against the infernal sacred land and the Divine King with all his strength. Standing in front of the railing, Ji Ning looked out at the endless stars, his heart filled with the determination to kill the Divine King. In the vast Myriad Demons realm, the Lord of Myriad Demons summoned over a dozen top experts to prepare for a possible final battle. The first wave of Infinite Abyss Gates operations have been launched, with the Darklight Swordmaster taking action to assassinate Ji Ning and reclaim the emissary of the universe. In the Boundless Deer world, Ji Ning and Silvermoon Celestial enjoy a peaceful evening under the stars. However, Ji Ning's heart suddenly pounds, a great sense of danger approaching. The Darklight Swordmaster's Darklight Sword is as swift as lightning, instantly piercing through Ji Ning's body, overpowering his divine body and soul. Inside the Imperial Palace, Bodhi Ancestor and Emperor Xuanyuan sense Ji Ning's death and are enraged. Lord Wanmu intervenes, using his violet radiance to restrain Bodhi and Xuanyuan. The Darklight Swordmaster's assassination succeeds, securing the return of the emissary of the universe to the Infinite Abyss Gate and signaling the beginning of the final battle. Furious that the Void Gate dared to attack his palace, the Yellow Emperor summoned the Sword of Xuanyuan, its power reaching its zenith as its light tore through the violet beams that were binding him. However, the waves of violet light continued relentlessly. With an air of calm, the Lord of the Wanmu Tree declared that the Yellow Emperor's individual power was insufficient. Taoist Bodhi intervened, his giant black cloud hand crushing the violet light and bearing down on the Lord of the Wanmu Tree. The Wanmu Tree Lord summoned his protective violet light to resist, acknowledging Bodhi's great power and the possibility that he could penetrate his protective divine light. Wielding his wooden ruler, the Wanmu Tree Lord met Bodhi's hand, causing the heavens and earth to shake. Bodhi summoned Swiren, Tathagata, and the 3 Pure Ones to assist. On Mount Fankin, Gideon and the Woodcutter received Bodhi's message and immediately set out for the grand world of Shulu upon learning of Jinning's peril. On Mount Wagwo, the Stone Monkey Sun Wukong, clad in golden armor and wielding his staff, also heeded Bodhi's call and rushed to the rescue. Bodhi rallied his Mount Fankin disciples, while Jinning's second soul emerged, controlling the envoy of all things and employing the blood drop stance of moonlight sword arts against the Darklight Sword Lord. Jinning's overwhelming suppression of the Darklight Sword Lord filled the latter with astonishment, prompting him to call for shadowless aid. Ning, a cultivator wearing a black Taoist robe, controls the universal envoy, suppressing the Darklight Swordmaster with his astounding strength. Hidden in the shadows, the shadowless ancestor attempts to assassinate Ning. Having cultivated the secret technique, shadowless demonic scripture, he can separate into 6 clones, each possessing his original strength and making it hard to identify his true form. Ning engages in a fierce close-quarters battle with the shadowless ancestor, who wields his whip-like clones relentlessly, forcing Ning onto the defensive. The Darklight Swordmaster takes advantage of the situation to attack from behind, putting Ning in a perilous position. As Ning finds himself in grave danger, Zhurongshu arrives just in time, using the power of the immortal flame to confront the Wanmu Master. Meanwhile, the powerful cultivators supporting Nuwa, including Tathagata and the 3 Pure Ones, appear and join forces against the Wanmu Master. The Wanmu Master is formidable, calmly facing the multiple opponents. The Bodhi ancestor is filled with anxiety since Shenongshi and Fuxi from the void are unable to reinforce them promptly. In desperation, the Demon Hand ancestor makes a move to seize Ning. However, the Buddha Tathagata intervenes, their palms clashing against each other. A deafening roar rings out as a monkey figure wielding a staff descends from the heavens, striking the Demon Hand ancestor with a devastating force. Ning's situation is perilous, but the timely intervention of Zhurongshu, Tathagata, and the others gives him a moment to catch his breath. The addition of the monkey figure also poses a threat to the Demon Hand ancestor. The battle is on the verge of escalating, with the 3 realms facing an impending, earth-shattering confrontation. Amidst the battle between Buddha Tathagata and Patriarch Demonic Hand, Sun Wukong suddenly intervened, using his golden cudgel to repel Patriarch Demonic Hand's palm. The Patriarch was astonished by Sun Wukong's might, realizing that the Nuwa camp had been concealing its strength. Meanwhile, Sovereign Darklight Sword and Patriarch Shadowless were dispatched to intercept Sun Wukong. Facing Patriarch Demonic Hand's assault, Ji Ning employed his defensive technique, Unyielding Heart, but it was swiftly countered by the Patriarch's intricate leaf-plucking and flower-crushing moves. Patriarch Demonic Hand struck Ji Ning with a palm, knocking him down and binding him with a primordial spiritual treasure rope. As Patriarch Demonic Hand reveled in his apparent victory, Monk Ji Dian emerged, attempting to rescue Ji Ning. However, the Patriarch mercilessly repelled Ji Dian. At that moment, a ragged woodsman emerged from a spatial vortex, wielding an axe that severed Patriarch Demonic Hand's arm. The woodsman's sudden attack astounded the great beings present, for the axe's power rivaled that of Hu Yi's divine arrows. Patriarch Demonic Hand retracted his treasure, glaring at the woodsman and recognizing his identity. The woodsman admitted to being Hu Yi, declaring it was time for negotiations with the Infernal Gate. At this point, the Nuwa camp's great beings arrived, while the Infernal Gate's leadership also took the field. The atmosphere grew tense, as the threat of an all-out war loomed. On Mount Fankin, the mysterious eldest disciple Woodcutter turns out to be Hu Yi, the legendary figure of ancient myths who once killed the Golden Crow Demon King. The appearance of Sun Wukong and Reverend Ji Dian shocks Ji Ning and reveals Hu Yi's past. Back then, Hu Yi confronted the immortal Osmanthus on the moon over the matter of change, but failed to completely cut it down. Since then, he has often chopped trees on Mount Fankin, which is speculated to be a metaphor for his obsession with the Osmanthus. In the battle against Patriarch Demon Hand, Ji Ning's treasure, the messenger of the myriad things, is unexpectedly destroyed, greatly shocking Hu Yi and the others. With his leader-level strength, Patriarch Demon Hand easily cracks the structure of the messenger of the myriad things, causing its core to crack and rendering it unusable. The Nuwa camp and the No Gap Gate commence negotiations, but Ji Ning learns that the No Gap Gate demands that he withdraw from the struggle for luck. After some discussion, both sides eventually reach an agreement. The Nuwa camp agrees that Ji Ning will withdraw from the struggle for luck, but the No Gap Gate must also withdraw all 9 of its messengers of the myriad things. Hu Yi and Bodhi Ancestor state that the No Gap Gate's sudden move shows that they are prepared, but the Nuwa camp still holds the upper hand. If the no-gap gate does not back down, they will not hesitate to go to war. Although Ji Ning is unable to participate in the struggle for luck, he obtains an advantage for the Nuwa camp and makes a great contribution to defeating the no-gap gate. At this moment, he looks towards the distance, secretly resolving to become even stronger in future battles to secure the final victory for the Nuwa camp. In the cosmic tribulation, the emissary of 10,000 things from the Purgatory Gate suffered heavy casualties. To prevent Ji Ning from enhancing his power with the emissary, Purgatory Gate made a difficult decision to have Wind Fiend abandon the emissary and withdraw from the tribulation. Hu Yi, the unassuming holder of the Hu Yi divine bow, was impressed when he encountered Ji Ning. Hu Yi believed that the outcome of the tribulation would ultimately not be affected as much as the strength of the powerhouses in the decisive battle. Ji Ning agreed with Hu Yi's perspective and decided to concentrate on cultivating to prepare for the critical battle. However, Purgatory Gate was not entirely convinced about giving up on the emissary. Master Wanmu pointed out that although Ji Ning's true body was destroyed, his second soul controlling the Luo Hu formation still had the potential to unleash formidable power. Demon Han Dao Ancestor questioned whether Ji Ning could reach the leader tier, claiming that he could not compete with the supreme powerhouses. The Lord of Myriad Demons calmly analyzed the situation, concluding that Ji Ning's threat had significantly diminished after the destruction of his true body. He opined that it would be difficult for Ji Ning to reach the leader tier by relying solely on qi refining cultivation, especially given the limited time remaining. Master Wanmu concurred, stating that Ji Ning's short cultivation time had placed him at a clear disadvantage. Despite downplaying Ji Ning's threat, the Purgatory Gate cautiously sought an alliance with First Ancestor Yuan and his faction to strengthen their position. However, First Ancestor Yuan's ulterior motives were revealed when he demanded Purgatory Gate's 3 secret treasures: 7 Hearts, Swirling River, and Shadowless, leaving the gate's leadership in a dilemma. Meanwhile, Ji Ning, who had been forgotten by the Purgatory Gate, secretly entered the world prison. He resolved to dedicate himself to cultivation in the coming years to enhance his strength in preparation for the inevitable battle. Standing alone in the depths of the canyon, Ji Ning's soul enveloped the icy stars, scanning the surroundings for any anomaly. With the trick imparted by the world god Rushou, Ji Ning could easily detect stalkers. But this time, he found no traces. Ji Ning realized that his outburst of strength had not caught the attention of the Infernal Gate. They no longer saw him as a threat. It filled him with a tinge of disappointment, making him understand that even if he were not involved in the battle for destiny, he still could not rival the mighty. Within the world prison, Ji Ning's avatar was refining countless magic treasures, collecting the essence of the 5 elements to repair the Violet Glory Divine Sword. However, the repair was slow, and a more substantial amount of the essence of the 5 elements was needed to restore the sword to its former glory. Ji Ning realized that he had exhausted all the magic treasures in the world prison, leaving only a handful for his use. Even then, he could not gather enough essence of the 5 elements to repair the Starsphere Golden Bead. So the plan to upgrade it had to be put aside. To recover his strength, Ji Ning used the secret technique of Dao Wu 18 demons and gods, merging the 17 avatars with his main body and then absorbing the chaos spiritual liquid in the icy heart marrow to rapidly elevate his golden core. After a month, his strength was fully restored. Ji Ning's heart was stirred with murderous intent towards the Divine King. He could not forget the tragic death of his senior sister Yu Wei. He swore to seek revenge. Although his current strength was not enough, he believed that one day he would fulfill it. Ending his cultivation, Ji Ning came to a plain where a Jade Divine Hall was located. Ji Ning believed that in his encounters with Darkbright Swordmaster, Shadowless Dao Ancestor, and Devil Han Dao Ancestor, he had gained insights that could help him break through to the 5th level of sword force. Ji Ning entered the Divine Hall, sat down cross-legged, and immersed his mind in meditation, carefully recalling the details of his battles with the 3 Dao ancestors, extracting insights from them to lay the foundation for his advancement in Sword Dao. In the Jadeite Divine Hall, Ji Ning comprehended the martial arts of the Darklight Swordmaster and the Demonic Hand Patriarch. And while he greatly benefited, he was still unable to break through the 5th level of sword force. Thus, he studied sword arts using the Steel of Sword techniques and the star gold pellet left behind by the North Star World God, but still made no progress. After some contemplation, Ji Ning decided to refine his sword art through life and death combat. He found a skinny, Horn True God Criminal and engaged in close combat with him. Although Ji Ning was only a half-step True God, with his sword arts that surpassed the limits of the heavenly way, he pressured the criminal greatly. Through intense combat, Ji Ning's sword arts continuously improved, and in the end, with a single sword strike, he cut the criminal in two. After this battle, Ji Ning not only gained insight into the profound mysteries of the North Star World God's sword arts, he also achieved a qualitative leap in his own sword arts. Ji Ning continued to seek out true God criminals to engage in combat, and each battle greatly benefited him. Through actual combat and the refinement of life and death, Ji Ning's sword arts improved rapidly, and he finally stepped into the 5th level of sword force. Ji Ning returned to the Jadeite Divine Hall and asked for the criminal's submission, which was granted. Through combat and subduing criminal true gods, Ji Ning efficiently increased his strength and gained a firm foothold in the world jail. Ji Ning infiltrates the hells of worlds and engages in battles against imprisoned celestial immortals from the 9 chaos universe. Through soul searching, he acquires their treasures and divine pills, prolonging their lifespans. Initially, Ji Ning faces difficulties in gleaning knowledge from the immortals' memories, but he perseveres and continues to fight and comprehend. In his encounter with the 5th immortal, Immortal Fish Tuyue, Ji Ning faces a dangerous crisis as the opponent's strength surpasses expectations, nearly costing him his life. Henceforth, Ji Ning becomes more cautious, relying on his 6 arms 3 heads and 9 horn lightning serpent evasion technique to outmaneuver the immortals. He treats these battles as opportunities to hone his sword arts, steadily improving his skills. After engaging with a certain immortal, Ji Ning delves into its memories and stumbles upon information regarding the Chaos Treasure, the sky-surveying Taihao Tower. This treasure is exactly what Ji Ning needs, and he is overjoyed, understanding that the possessor of the sky-surveying Taihao Tower resides within the hells of worlds. Ji Ning accelerates his search. He firmly believes that as long as there is a shred of hope, he must seize every opportunity and leave nothing to chance in preparation for the approaching calamity. Ji Ning was in dire need of time to upgrade his abilities. He discovered a chaotic treasure called the Heavenly Secrets 2 Eminent Pagoda, which had the ability to alter the flow of time. This meant that time moved 10 times faster inside the pagoda than outside. However, this treasure was in the possession of a powerful true god, True God Shi Yu, who was armed with 3 chaotic treasures and possessed strength comparable to that of the leaders of the 3 realms. Ji Ning could not defeat him outright, but he could not exhaust his power either, as Shi Yu could draw power from the chaos. Determined to overcome this obstacle, Ji Ning resolved to upgrade his sword power. He believed that reaching the 5th level would give him a fighting chance against Shi Yu. Meanwhile, in the 3 realms, a realm war was underway between Nuwa's faction and the Wuji sect. The Black-robed God King and the Azure Nether Taoist grew concerned that prodigies like Ji Ning and Hu Yi could sway the outcome of the conflict over fortune. Upon learning that Hu Yi was skilled in axe archery, they surmised that his archery skills were likely formidable as well, necessitating the intervention of Elder Uncle Huan Mu or the Demon Lord. 5 years later, Ji Ning emerged from his training in the world prison, having achieved the 5th level of sword power. His sword energy manifested as a 7-colored sword glow that enveloped him, emanating an AWE-inspiring aura and making him akin to a fearsome divine sword. During his spiritual enlightenment, Ji Ning's insights into the essence of the sword crystallized into a mystical sword seed embodying the sword's origin. Transcending the 5th level of sword mastery, the sword sovereign realm, Ji Ning's eyes now emit an unsettling sharpness. He recognizes that his path as a sword immortal is both arduous and lengthy, and he has merely taken the first step. To solidify his realm, Ji Ning studies the sword techniques left behind by the Northwest World God, incorporating them into his Bright Moon sword art. After 3 grueling months, his Bright Moon sword art attains greater subtlety, particularly the shadowless form, which shimmers with an iridescent sword light, making it ethereal and almost impossible to pin down. Seeking to hone his swordsmanship, Ji Ning engages in a duel with the tall and slender elder, True God Jiumang. Despite Julius' 9th level of nether force, Ji Ning's Bright Moon sword art, wielded with its iridescent light concealed, proves impenetrable. As the duel progresses, Ji Ning familiarizes himself with the Elder's Claw techniques and eventually unleashes the formidable power of the Sword Sovereign Realm, defeating Jiumang with a single masterful stroke. Facing the mighty Jiumang, Ji Ning's combination of Sword Sovereign Realm and refined fivefold sword art grants him victory in close combat. This battle reveals that his swordsmanship has reached unprecedented heights, surpassing even that of the former Three Realms' foremost swordsman, Lord Evershine. Ji Ning remains firm in his belief that the path of the Sword Immortal holds infinite possibilities. And through continued refinement, he will evolve into a formidable master of the sword. Ji Ning improves in the battle against the fish-swallowing fiend god. But he still desires to become more powerful. He ventures to the world prison, seeking the imprisoned fiend god Rhymefreeze to seize his chaotic treasure, the gaze of the heavens. Fiend god Rhymefreeze, though imprisoned, is still ambitious. He reveals to Ji Ning that he has cultivated the powers of limitlessness and Taiji. If he can reach the 6th level, he can break free from his prison. However, he has been confined for almost 5 chaos cycles, with little prospect of progress. Ji Ning directly states his intentions. But Fiend God Rhymefreeze refuses to surrender the gaze of the heavens. They engage in a fierce battle, with Fiend God Rhymefreeze unleashing formidable divine abilities and Taiji attacks. Ji Ning counters with his peerless swordsmanship. But his weaker divine body and divine abilities gradually put him at a disadvantage. In a critical moment, Ji Ning summons his 36 Swords of Heaven, launching ranged attacks. Fiend God Rhymefreeze acknowledges Ji Ning's extraordinary swordsmanship under such fierce pressure, but also points out his limitations in physical and divine abilities. As the battle rages on, Ji Ning gradually comprehends his own strengths and weaknesses, adjusting his strategy. Whether he can seize the gaze of the heavens remains to be seen. After the Tao Ancestor had infused his celestial powers, each of the 36 divine swords wielded astonishing power. Ji Ning pointed from afar, and the 36 divine swords transformed into streams of light that flew towards True God Qiongtu. However, True God Qiongtu's defenses were impregnable. His 3 heads and 6 arms wielded 6 short staffs, forming a colossal Taiji diagram that perfectly neutralized the divine sword strikes. Ji Ning discerned that his ranged attacks would also struggle to injure True God Qiongtu, causing his heart to grow heavy with worry. True God Qiongtu boasted that he had once engaged in combat with the ancestral gods and ancestral immortals, and his Taiji power and supreme power had perfectly coalesced, rendering him invincible. True God Qiongtu believed that he could escape unscathed from even the clutches of the ancestral gods and ancestral immortals. Ji Ning comprehended that while his strength approached the level of the apex, he still fell short of the ancestral gods. He was in urgent need of elevating his power, and he could either strive to break through to the true God realm or focus on mending the violet jewel sword. After careful consideration, Ji Ning resolved to concentrate on repairing the violet jewel sword. Having ascended to the 5th level of sword force, he could obtain sufficient treasures through large-scale sweeps of the true gods and true immortals in the world prisons to restore the violet jewel sword surface. Once the violet jewel sword was mended, its might would vastly overshadow that of ordinary celestial treasures, granting Ji Ning a comprehensive boost in power. Thus, Ji Ning embarked on a campaign against the true gods and true immortals in the world prisons. Striving to expedite the restoration of the violet jewel sword, the true god Ji Ning continues to sweep through world jail, both to hone his strength and gather treasures needed to repair his violet jewel sword. During one encounter, he faces a violet-eyed woman who launches a fierce attack with an unusual Dharma treasure. Ji Ning remains unhurried and easily deflects her attacks with his superior sword technique, eventually subduing her. After 12 months of sweeping, Ji Ning has captured 192 true gods and true immortals and collected numerous treasures. He decides to pause his sweep for the moment and attempt to repair the violet jewel sword. In the midst of his cultivation, Ji Ning comprehends the 3rd layer of the chaos restriction on the All-Heaven Star's Pearl, granting him formidable killing power. Simultaneously, he senses an unfathomable murderous intent stemming from his inner hatred for the boundless sect. At this juncture, Ji Ning's divine body experiences an intense craving. He realizes that it is time for him to step into the true God realm. Thus, he utilizes the void world divine ability and locates a glimmer of enlightenment, satisfying his divine body's hunger and formally entering the true God realm. Upon regaining consciousness, Ji Ning was drawn to the beautiful blood lotuses floating around him. Despite their eerie aura, their beauty was undeniable. In a trance, Ji Ning seemed to envision a woman smiling amidst the flowers. He uttered the word senior sister and collected the lotuses into his possession. Ji Ning sat down, cross-legged, and began cultivating in the withered world divine method. His heartbeat and blood flow gradually ceased, his body resembling withered wood. However, his senses became more acute, perceiving faint pangs of hunger within his divine body. Following his breakthrough method, Ji Ning transformed all the divine energy in his body into small swords, using Sword Tao as the core. This process was crucial since each breakthrough into a higher realm required a Tao as the core. With Sword Tao as the core, Ji Ning's divine energy became more refined, reaching the true God realm. This breakthrough triggered intense fluctuations in the chaotic energies of the world prison, preventing the other prisoners from absorbing any divine energy. The prisoners speculated that someone had broken through, possibly even to the ancestral God realm. Ji Ning's breakthrough signified his elevation to the level of a demigod ancestor, placing him among the leaders of the three realms. Ji Ning recognized the transformative change in his abilities and resolved to alter the course of the three realms' conflicts. His gaze turned towards the infernal gate and the divine king, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. In the past, his limited strength left him tolerating their actions. But now, with newfound power, he was ready for vengeance. Ji Ning landed beside the five elements god cauldron, his hand gripping the ancient stone pedestal and the bloody divine sword, purple lightning divine spear. Ji Ning had gathered a huge amount of innate spiritual treasures, almost spending them all. For the sake of repairing this damaged divine sword, Ji Ning tossed these innate spiritual treasures into the five elements god cauldron, causing the five elements' powers to erupt and destroy the magic treasures, extracting their essence. After a tremendous amount of expenditure, the five elements god cauldron had gathered a massive amount of five elements essence. Ji Ning took out a strange chaotic treasure, shaped like a giant hammer, which could release endless lightning. However, because the five elements god cauldron's power was limited, it was unable to extract five elements essence from it. At this moment, Ji Ning recalled a precious treasure, the envoy of all things. The envoy of all things contained an abundance of five elements essence. Ji Ning did not hesitate to throw it into the god cauldron. The five elements god cauldron easily broke it down, releasing an enormous amount of five elements essence, far exceeding the innate spiritual treasures. This five elements essence flooded into the purple lightning divine spear, as the cracks on the surface of the divine sword gradually disappeared. However, its inner repairs were extremely difficult. Ji Ning discovered that while the most precious source was intact, the superficial repairs were very easy, but the repairs on the inside were hundreds of times more difficult. In the end, the massive amount of five elements essence was exhausted, and the inside of the purple divine spear was still not fully repaired. Ji Ning gripped the divine sword and felt its inconceivable might. Even if he could only unleash a portion of its power, it was enough to propel him into the ranks of the top most powerful beings in the three realms. Ji Ning put away the divine sword, preparing to deal with true god sticks. The other chaotic treasure in his hands, the North Sea sword, had also been promoted to a chaotic treasure. Ji Ning transformed into a flash of lightning, disappearing into the horizon, ready to bring forth the divine might of this sword in the calamity. In the vast valley, the silver-haired man, True God Qiongtu, was looking at the flowers with a gloomy face, speculating on the culprit causing the surge of chaotic energy. He suspected that it was caused by the breakthrough of Ning, the guardian of the alien race, who possessed treasures and should not be underestimated. Suddenly, a black electric snake streaked across the sky and landed in the valley. Ning, the young man in white, came with a restrained aura, but it made True God Qiongtu's expression change slightly. The last time they fought, True God Qiongtu did not go all out, but now Ning's strength had greatly increased, forcing him to take it seriously. Ning wielded the beaming sword and used the bright moon swordsmanship. The sword energy was fierce, and it covered the sky. True God Qiongtu wielded a pair of staffs and used the power of Taiji to resist. But he retreated step by step. Ning's swordsmanship surpassed the limits of the heavenly Tao, with incredible speed and unpredictability. True God Qiongtu used his 6 arms to defend against Ning's 3 major sword techniques: Shadowless style, Heaven-shattering style, and Blood drop style. However, Ning's faster speed and stronger power made it impossible for him to resist. True God Qiongtu had no choice but to admit defeat and gave Ning 3 chaotic treasures, asking for freedom in the future. Ning readily agreed. This battle made Ning deeply aware of the power of the ancestral gods and ancestral immortals, and also gave him a new understanding of his own strength. He realized that even though he was in the 5th level of sword strength and had surpassed the limits of the heavenly Tao, he still needed to be cautious when facing ancestral gods and ancestral immortals with higher realms. Ji Ning conquers the god Akujin in the world prison and obtains the primordial wonder, the Skygazer Vast Heaven Pagoda. With its ability to manipulate time and space, Ji Ning accelerates time to 50 times normal speed for the purpose of cultivating. The Skygazer Vast Heaven Pagoda's maximum time acceleration is 1,000-fold, but Ji Ning keeps it at 100-fold to avoid excessive consumption. Ji Ning decides to return to the 3 realms to continue his comprehension of the Tao and departs from the world prison. En route to the 3 realms, Ji Ning is surprised when Patriarch Subhuti guides him to a mysterious island. The island contains terrifying formations that make Ji Ning's heart pound. Also on the island are his second soul avatar, his daughter Bright Moon, Uncle White, and Little Ching. Ji Ning descends to the island and, upon taking a look around, he can't help but marvel at the numerous innate supreme grotto heavens and powerful magical treasures. At that moment, Patriarch Subhuti's voice rings out, inviting him to come inside. After Ji Ning advanced to the semi-ancestral god realm, he discovered that numerous treasures of powerful beings and defensive arrays had appeared in the slanted moon world, as well as the descendants of mighty beings. The Taoist temple of Patriarch Bodhi had also relocated to this place. Ji Ning realized that the slanted moon world had become a sanctuary. Patriarch Bodhi revealed that the 3 Pure Ones believed that, with the approaching Destiny War, the final battle between the Netherworld Alliance and Nuwa's faction was inevitable. However, the primordial chaos race of the ancient ruins were becoming increasingly active, threatening the rear of both factions. Half a year ago, the 3 Pure Ones suggested that the threat posed by the ancient ruins should be dealt with first. However, the Netherworld Alliance refused to take action and instead allied with the ancient ruins, setting up an array in it that was controlled by the Taoist master of the Huan Wood. Upon investigation, Patriarch Bodhi and many mighty beings discovered that the alliance between the ancient ruins and the Netherworld Alliance had taken shape, with the intention of profiting from the battle between the 2 factions. Nuwa's faction dispatched mighty beings into the ancient ruins, intending to eliminate all the primordial chaos race and remove this concern. Ji Ning expresses concern about whether all the alien races in the ancient ruin can be exterminated. Puti explains that the 19 Tao ancestors led by Fuxi and Rulai have formed 4 squads, each attacking one world simultaneously to counter traps and perils. Puti acknowledges Ji Ning's swordsmanship has reached the 5th stage, surpassing the limits of heavenly Tao and approaching the level of an ancestor. Ji Ning's daughter, Mingyue, has been worried about her father and is devastated upon hearing news of his avatar and puppet's damages. Through Puti Tao ancestors' words, Mingyue gains a deeper understanding of her father's experiences. Touched by his daughter's care, Ji Ning reunites with Mingyue, accompanied by Chu Yi, despite Mingyue's pleas for her father to cease his conflicts with the Seamless Gate. Ji Ning expresses his inability to retreat. He assures Mingyue his second soul will remain to accompany her while his prime soul ventures out to fight. Ji Ning believes that in the face of the approaching calamity, someone must take the initiative to bear the responsibility, even at the cost of their life. With Puti's assistance, Ji Ning enters the ancient ruin via a spatial vortex, joining the teams hunting alien races. Amidst the desolate ruins of an ancient battlefield, a young man in white robes, Ji Ning, emerges from a spatial vortex. He carries the decree to seek the Taoist patriarchs to Buddhist leader, Tathagata Buddha, and the Emperor of Mankind. Fuxiho are believed to be in the Netherworld. The chaotic spacetime of the Netherworld presents challenges to Ji Ning's investigation. He discovers evidence of recent clashes, leading him to believe that Tathagata and his companions once engaged with the formidable Netherworld sovereign, the ruler of this ancient domain. Tathagata's divine powers manifested as a gigantic basin, yet the Netherworld sovereign remained elusive. Ji Ning presses on, encountering and effortlessly vanquishing 3 alien beings. Meanwhile, within a dark golden dome-shaped fortress in the depths of the Netherworld, an alien overlord with an emerald tail keeps a watchful eye. He frowns upon learning that Ji Ning, the heavenly sword immortal of the 3 realms, has entered the Netherworld. This alien overlord had previously plotted to seize the chaotic world, but was thwarted by the birth of a world god in Nuwa's faction. Recognizing the inherent dangers of Ji Ning's chaotic world, he resolves to forge an alliance with the Interstis Gate and engage with the 3 realms. As the alien overlord confers with the netherworld sovereign, news arrives that Ji Ning has been detected. The overlord's unease grows at the influx of Three Realms patriarchs. But he remains steadfast in his plans. In the depths of the remote chaos, the alien expert, the great demon god of piercing cultivation, receives intelligence from the Emperor of Serenity, claiming that the genius of the Three Realms, Ji Ning, possesses the strength of the true god Dao ancestor. Curious, the great demon god of piercing cultivation retrieves the battle footage witnessed by the tribesmen of the Emperor of Serenity. Through the projection, the great demon god of piercing cultivation witnesses firsthand Ji Ning's execution of the nine-angled lightning serpent escaping technique, striking down 3 heavenly deities with lightning speed. To his astonishment, Ji Ning effortlessly wields swordsmanship while executing the escaping technique, his swordplay surpassing the limits of the heavenly Dao. His subordinate, Saber, postulates that Ji Ning's swordsmanship has reached the 5th layer of sword force. This fills the great demon god of piercing cultivation with trepidation, as the only servant he has ever acknowledged as a master is Saber, whose judgment has always been accurate. After much deliberation, the great demon god of piercing cultivation comes to believe that Saber's assessment is likely true. Ji Ning's accomplishments in less than 1,000 years of cultivation are nothing short of monstrous. Even if Saber's speculation is not entirely correct, Ji Ning's growth in such a short period is comparable to that of a true god Dao ancestor. Intrigued, the great demon god of piercing cultivation summons the boundless sect puppet, the celestial immortal Wu Shao, and playfully teases him about his past as the spirit of the 10,000 divine cauldrons treasure. Despite being a servant to the boundless sect, celestial immortal Wu Shao remains unfazed by the great demon god of piercing cultivation's jabs, stating that he would not hesitate to betray his master, the Lord of Myriad Demons, if the great demon god of piercing cultivation were to defeat him. However, the great demon god of piercing cultivation harbors a deep respect for the Lord of Myriad Demons' prowess. He knows that the Lord of Myriad Demons was once able to escape a world god, implying an unfathomable level of comprehension of the Tao. As a result, the great demon god of piercing cultivation chooses to remain cautious, awaiting the boundless sect's response. Upon learning that Ji Ning did not perish, the alien camp in the primordial ruins was shaken. The envoy of myriad things Wu Shao was ordered by his lord to ask the great devil god to execute Ji Ning and was promised a reward of 20 chaos crystals. To confirm Ji Ning's strength, the alien experts ordered the Shadow Monarch to send out over 300 Tenjin powerhouses to lure him to the dangerous Shadow Forest. The 8-armed fiend god formation that fought Ji Ning head-on consisted of 199 Tenjin, with a strength comparable to a top true god. In the battle against the 8-armed fiend god formation, Ji Ning displayed astonishing sword prowess, effortlessly annihilating the formidable force. His sword prowess attracted the attention of the Infernal Gate, which learned that Ji Ning's swordsmanship had reached the 5th level. Upon receiving news that the 8-armed fiend god formation had been wiped out, the Shadow Monarch immediately recalled a clone of his clansman who was still executing a mission, attempting to learn about the details of his fight with Ji Ning. However, due to the rapid and overwhelming extermination, the 8-armed fiend god formation was unable to transmit any combat footage, leaving behind an enigma. Upon learning of his clansman Fuyu's demise while guiding Ji Ning, the desolate emperor was enraged and realized the need for a revised strategy. Studying a map, he noted that the 3 realms had split into 4 teams, with Kuafu being formidable and nearing the ancestral god level. Fuxi and Tathagata's teams were also highly dangerous, while relatively low-key. Yu Ding Taoist possessed extraordinary divine abilities. The desolate emperor's 8-armed battle demon formation was easily annihilated by Ji Ning, prompting him to descend his spiritual essence into the body of a 9-headed insect beast in order to verify his opponent's strength. These beasts were comparable to true gods, allowing the desolate emperor to observe Ji Ning's true power through their senses. Meanwhile, Ji Ning rested in a marsh when he detected the rapid approach of the 9-headed insect beasts. Wielding his netherworld sword, he braced himself. His keen soul sense detected the formidable threat posed by these powerful creatures. Guided by Emperor Yuji, Ji Ning arrives on an island, intending to meet other squads from Nuwa's camp. However, he encounters 9 insect beasts sent by Emperor Yuji, all at the Dao Ancestor realm, who intend to kill Ji Ning with brute force. Ji Ning uses the Bright Moon Sword technique, killing the rock giant with a single strike. The remaining 8 insect beasts panic and flee. Ji Ning then uses the peacock's tail technique bequeathed by the late god of the Northwest world. Named Sword Unsheathed. The technique is astoundingly stunning and consists of countless 7-colored sword beams transforming into 1,001 tail feathers with astonishing damage. Within a span of breaths, all 8 insect beasts are slain. Emperor Yuji observes the battle in secret and is deeply shocked by Ji Ning's sword technique. He realizes that Ji Ning's strength far exceeds his expectations and that the peacock's tail technique alone qualifies Ji Ning as the #1 swordsman in the 3 realms. Meanwhile, the powerful figures of the interminable door also keep a close eye on Ji Ning's battle and are equally captivated by the beauty and power of the peacock's tail technique. An alien powerhouse even remarks, Ji Ning truly deserves the title of the 3 realms' first swordsman. Informed by Emperor Yuji's report that Ji Ning will soon join forces with Kuofa's squad, the alien powerhouse decides to temporarily abandon his plan to lure Ji Ning into the Dream Shadow Forest. In the ruins of the ancient mystery, an undercurrent surges. A powerful alien and the Wujian sect plot to eliminate the Dao ancestors of the 3 realms by utilizing the environment of the ruins. Meanwhile, in the 3 realms, the Lord of Myriad Demons leads a group of Dao ancestors, including the black-robed Divine King, in planning a strategy. Wu Shao, the Celestial Immortal, reports startling news to the Lord of Myriad Demons Ji Ning, the North Sea Sword Immortal, a genius comparable to the ancestor of the Fuju, has single-handedly repelled 9 formidable insect beasts. The Lord of Myriad Demons is shocked and realizes that Ji Ning has become the 3 realms' primary adversary. Meanwhile, in the shadowy world, 6 deities and demons, including Kuofu and Xingtian, wreak havoc on the ancient ruins formations. North Sea Sword Immortal Ji Ning suddenly appears and is warmly welcomed by the deities and demons. However, due to their differing cultivation systems, Ji Ning is unable to integrate with their formations. Kuofu instructs Ji Ning to proceed with caution, and Ji Ning politely declines to join the formations, opting to act independently. The 7 deities and demons continue deeper into the ruins, facing unknown perils, as Kuofu and the other 6 true gods cleared obstacles along the way. Ji Ning joined the team fighting in the ancient ruins. Initially, the tasks were easy, and Ji Ning didn't need to take action. However, as they ventured deeper into the desolate world, they encountered a cunning ambush by the aliens. Under the protection of Kuofu and others, Ji Ning remained safe, but as they entered the even more dangerous Thousand Mountain world, the situation reversed. Unbeknownst to them, they had been lured into the notorious danger zone the Rumbling Mountain. Dao Ancestor Windmill discovered that they were trapped in a formation laid by the Wanmu Lord, and brute force was ineffective. While they were unable to break out of the formation, the rumbling sound grew increasingly loud, and the crisis loomed. Upon hearing the news, the 3 sovereigns of the human race, the leaders of Buddhism and Taoism, and others gathered in the Hall of Myriad Races, and there were growing concerns that Ji Ning was becoming a liability. However, Dao Ancestor Bodhi mysteriously stated that Ji Ning would not become a burden. Meanwhile, Buddha Tathagata and others were rushing to their rescue. Kuofu and others within Rumbling Mountain stood by, waiting for Buddha's arrival. At this moment, the rumbling sound was deafening, and they realized that danger was imminent and a life-or-death test was about to come. In the world of Thousand Mountains, an intense battle is about to unfold. Great demon god Sishu has plotted to lure a team led by Kuofu into the Sound Mountain. Buddha Tathagata leads 3 other Buddhas to mountain to the rescue. Inside the Sound Mountain, Kuofu and 6 other true gods team up to set up a formation to resist the danger, while Ji Ning faces it alone. Suddenly, the sound grows louder, and the surroundings transform into a thick jungle. Ji Ning and his group fall into an illusion, unable to tell what is real. The 6 true gods are shocked and realize they are being attacked by an unknown entity. True God Lu Wu is the first to be attacked and is injured by the entity. Facing the untraceable entity, Ji Ning struggles. He uses the Eye of Candle Dragon to observe, and uses his heart to probe, but he cannot see through the illusion. At this moment, Ji Ning's heart senses a fluctuation, and an invisible entity is stabbing at Ancestor Shi Huang. Ji Ning intercepts it and engages in a fierce battle with this unknown entity. At the same time, Buddha Tathagata arrives at the Sound Mountain, but is blocked by the formation set up by Huan Mu. Great demon god Sishu observes the scene with a sneer, waiting for Ji Ning and the others to be defeated. Deep inside the Sound Mountain, danger lurks. And whether Ji Ning and his group can break through the illusion and find the exit with their own strength becomes the key to this intense battle. As the combined forces of gods and demons fought against the ethereal assault from the Howling Mountain, Ji Ning fell into contemplation. With his keen perception, he noticed that each appearance of the strange object was accompanied by a slight spatial fluctuation, concealed by the surrounding rippling forest illusions. Determined to find the trajectory of the object, Ji Ning calmed his mind, filtering out the chaotic fluctuations and focusing on the spatial ripples. Finally, as the third wave of attacks descended, he caught a faint trace. Meanwhile, in the Three Realms, within the Temple of 10,000 Races, Gongong anxiously relayed the dire situation at the Howling Mountain to the Buddha of the present. The Buddha was engrossed in breaking an array and was unable to go to their aid. The Buddha of the present manifested 3 Dharma bodies, unleashing a fearsome Buddha light and a devastating palm force that shattered mountains and demolished the array. The great demon god Sishu witnessed the Buddha's might and surmised that Kuafu and the others would likely not escape this ordeal. Within the Howling Mountain, Lu Wu and Taoist Winfan were badly wounded and depleted of divine energy. Just when all hope seemed lost, Ji Ning opened his eyes, their brilliance illuminating the surroundings. He had found the trajectory of the strange object. Within the treacherous Thundercrash Mountain, Kuafu leads the 6 true gods in a bloody battle. In a critical moment, Lu Wu and Feng Ji, the true gods, volunteer to leave the Grotto Heaven Dharma treasure and use their powers to neutralize the invisible attacks. Despite facing imminent danger of death, suddenly, Ji Ning, who was observing the battle, dashes out of the formation and thrusts out his sword, entangling a strange object resembling a bull's horn, the dim enigma boulder stone. With his ample experience in traversing the chaos, Ji Ning recognizes this valuable refining material and deduces that the Thundercrash Mountain is the perilous dim enigma realm. Confident in his ability to navigate the illusions of Thundercrash Mountain, Ji Ning uses his attacks on the strange objects to determine their locations. He guides the 6 true gods, avoiding the attacks and absorption powers of the objects. Moments later, the path ahead suddenly widens, revealing in the distance the 3 Dharma bodies of the Tathagata Buddha. Destroying mountains. Through Gongshu's explanation, the Tathagata learns that it is Ji Ning who has led the group out of Thundercrash Mountain. To his astonishment, Gongshu relays this news back to the 3 realms, bringing solace and hope to the mighty beings of Nuwa's camp. The danger of Thundercrash Mountain is temporarily lifted, and Ji Ning's status as a leader of formidable strength is solidified. In the Hall of 10,000 Races in the 3 realms, Gongshu recounts their plight while trapped on Mount Dirge. Biming, an extraordinary being, uncovers Mount Dirge's secrets and intervenes to help them escape safely. Thunderbolt Soon, the Thunder God, expresses disbelief as Mount Dirge's assault is formidable, one that even Emperor Shi could not withstand. However, Gongshu affirms Biming's swordsmanship has reached the 5th pinnacle, surpassing the limits of the heavenly Tao, making him the number 1 swordsman in the 3 realms. Buddha Tathagata confirms Gongshu's claims, causing a stir in the hall. Taoist Bodhi expresses delight, having anticipated Biming's progress, while the 3 purities Taoists acknowledge Biming's achievements. Hu Yi notes that the final battle has gained another great general. Thunderbolt Soon, with mixed feelings, has to acknowledge Ji Ning's prowess. Despite having belittled him in the past, he congratulates Bodhi and points out that Nuwa's camp has acquired a formidable ally. Meanwhile, on another star, Bodhi's incarnation meets with Old Man Yuan. Bodhi reflects on his refusal to accept Yuan as a disciple, while Yuan candidly admits his aspirations lie in exploring the boundless chaos, becoming a world god or chaos immortal, and that the 3 realms strife holds no interest for him. Bodhi accuses Yuan of selfishness and claims he should aid his old comrades against the Dark Assembly. However, Yuan asserts his own path to enlightenment is paramount and intends to seek benefits from the Dark Assembly. Before the final battle, he will leave the 3 realms for the boundless chaos, unconcerned with the fate of Nuwa's camp or the Dark Assembly. Bodhi's heart aches, noting how Yuan has changed since their earlier encounter, prioritizing his own path over all else. Within the fortress of the Primordial Ruin, Fiend God Primarch Sishu flew into a rage, upon learning that Ji Ning had broken the defense of the Kaizan realm. He realized that he had underestimated this group of natives. Fiend God Primarch Sishu had originally intended to personally lay an ambush, but out of confidence in his own abilities and contempt for the natives, He missed the opportunity. Meanwhile, Ji Ning and his party had joined forces with the Buddha Tathagata, who cautioned them that the primordial ruin was not as simple as they had thought. After 19 long years of cautious exploration, they had conquered 90% of the primordial ruin. Determined to eliminate this threat, Fiend God Primarch Sishu personally led the 6 Golden Guards and Saber Venerable to the Golden River world, intending to use the latter's formations to kill both Fuxi and Tathagata in one fell swoop. Immortal Dark Cloud cautioned Fiend God Primarch Sishu that the two leaders were formidable and that a rash attack might end in failure. However, Fiend God Primarch Sishu was confident, believing that his opponents were caught off guard and that his own immense power, combined with the formations of the Golden River world, would ensure his success. As the fortress sped away, Fiend God Primarch Sishu and the 6 Golden Guards maintained a calm demeanor, while Immortal Dark Cloud seethed with excitement, eagerly anticipating the moment he would witness the downfall of Fuxi and Tathagata. In the desolate world of River of Gold, the Heartless Gate hopes that the demon god-slaying fiend will strike, taking out the Fuxi clan and Tathagata. Meanwhile, Ji Ning and 6 other true God Dao ancestors relax in a scenic location including the speedy Kua Fu and the adept swordmaster Ji Ning. Suddenly, Goddess Gongong brings word that the Buddha Tathagata's forces are in danger. Though strong, Tathagata is caught in a complex formation that will take time to unravel. Hearing this, the Fuxi clan rushes to his aid, seeking to break the formation. However, the situation shifts. The formation changes, trapping the Fuxi clan's forces as well, as 3 unknown figures in gold armor appear, blocking Fuxi's assault. Hordes of alien forces and Dao ancestors descend, besieging both Tathagata and Fuxi. Informed of this, Ji Ning and Taoist Yu Ding's forces immediately rush to the rescue, while the 3 Pure Ones of the Nuwa faction dispatch Hui and Sui Ren with 36 true God Dao ancestors to reinforce. As the situation grows more desperate, the Great Hall of Myriad Races anxiously awaits reinforcements and the demon god-slaying fiend's actions. In the Hall of Myriad Races, the gods are filled with unease. 3 golden armored beings from another race are able to hold off the powerful army led by the human emperor. Fuxi, the Bodhi Patriarch, is astounded, wondering where such formidable enemies have come from. The Tathagata Buddha responds calmly, revealing that his great son Tathagata Dharmabody has been injured by a one-armed golden armored man and that the true form of the Bosha Buddha has been killed. The atmosphere in the hall is heavy with dread. The Tathagata, aware of his own weakness, decides to face the other race alone, relying on his invincible golden body to stall for time. The 3 Pure Ones urge him to be cautious and emphasize the need for Hu Yi and Suiren to arrive as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the ancient world, the Buddha Tathagata remains steadfast in his golden body, fending off the enemy's relentless attacks. The demon god of the incisor and the one-armed golden armored man join forces to strike. But the Tathagata's protective divine abilities are formidable, making him difficult to harm. 4 royal sovereigns and 12 true gods from the other race intercept the army led by the Taoist master Yuding. Upon receiving news of this, Jining decides to bypass the 4 royal sovereigns and head straight for Fuxi. Jining speculates that the 2 leaders in the ancient ruins may be powerful beings from the endless chaos. Faced with the threat of the other race, the gods of the 3 realms realize that they must use the divine sword to confront this crisis. In an intense battle, the monstrously hideous Scarred Papiled Emperor and the valiant and handsome Fuxia Emperor, along with 8 true gods and patriarchs, confront the sword immortal Ji Ning. However, Ji Ning's iridescent sword beams prove devastating, instantly shattering their protective array. The 8 patriarchs panic and attempt to flee, but Ji Ning pierces the array with his divine ability dripping blood style and vanquishes them all with his bright moon sword art, a fusion of various sword techniques, annihilating their true spirits. Witnessing this, the other 8 true gods and patriarchs are gripped by terror and flee in disarray. Ji Ning unleashes his ultimate technique. Sword opens the screen, resembling a blossoming iridescent bud, slaying 6 patriarchs instantly and grievously wounding Emperor Yusei. Eventually, Yusei too falls to Ji Ning, resulting in the demise of all 16 true gods and patriarchs. Patriarchs like Taoist Yu Ding are left utterly astounded, unable to believe their eyes. Ji Ning has ascended to the legendary overlord level, possessing the unparalleled might to rival ancestral gods, leaving the powerhouses of the 3 realms in awe and trembling. In a turbulent 3 realms, An ordinary-looking youth in white robes, North Star sword, immortal Ji Ning astonishes the world. Ascending to the apex of the three realms, great Taoist powers like Jade Cauldron Taoist witness this legend and submit to Ji Ning's leadership. Amidst the chaos, the Buddha Tathagata faces peril. Besieged by Thornmender, great demon god and swordmaster. Upon hearing the news, Ji Ning leads his forces and those of Jade Cauldron Taoist to the rescue. Guided by Fuxi, Ji Ning identifies the foreign race hindering them as the Watercliff clan, who possess immortal bodies. Swiftly, Ji Ning commands his comrades like Kuafu to engage the Watercliff clan while he and Jade Cauldron Taoist breach the formation. Seizing the opportunity, Fuxi mobilizes his full power to break the formation, aiming to save Tathagata. Thornmender, great demon god, is alarmed to learn of Ji Ning's attainment of ancestral godhood. He realizes that his scheme is compromised, as Ji Ning's presence has upset the balance. Within the formation, Ji Ning and Jade Cauldron Taoist fight fiercely against the Watercliff clan. As Fuxi succeeds in breaking the formation, Thornmender, great demon god, arrives, escalating the battle to new heights. In the melee to besiege the Buddha Tathagata, Ji Ning reveals the weaknesses of the three alien Shuya tribe members. They can be countered by fire. Fuxi releases the eternal fire, causing the three Shuya members to panic and flee. Ji Ning's move exposes the Shuya tribe's weakness and demonstrates his exceptional insight. Meanwhile, the myriad races hall in the three realms is abuzz. Dao ancestor Gongshu and Kai Jingza witness Ji Ning effortlessly slaying 16 true gods and Dao ancestors, including the four great imperial reverends, confirming that Ji Ning has reached a leadership level. Buddha Tathagata also verifies this, declaring Ji Ning to be a supreme power in the three realms. Ji Ning's breakthrough shocks the three realms. He emerges as a leader in the Tao of the Sword, becoming the first sword immortal in the history of the three realms to reach this level. This marks a shift in the balance of power at the pinnacle of the three realms and instills a new awe in beings towards the potential of the Tao of the Sword. In the myriad demons realm, the Black-robed God King was enraged upon learning that Ji Ning's strength had reached the apex level. He believed that Ji Ning's cultivation speed was too fast and that he should be eliminated as soon as possible. The Lord of Myriad Demons calmly analyzed the situation and learned that true gods and Tao ancestors such as Hui and Suiren were rushing to the Golden River world. Realizing that they would not be able to provide timely assistance, he pinned his hopes on the Grand Demon God Si Shu to single-handedly assassinate Ji Ning and the Buddha Tathagata. Outside the Golden River world, Ji Ning and Fuxi worked together to decipher the formation and rescue Tathagata. Ji Ning relentlessly used the blood drop form of the Bright Moon sword art, tearing apart the formation and creating a rift. Fuxi seized the opportunity to break the Grand Formation. When the Grand Demon God Si Shu discovered that the formation had been broken, he sent a one-armed golden-armored man with a saber to intercept Ji Ning. Ji Ning was faced with the choice of continuing to tear apart the formation or defending against the saber attack from the golden-armored man. He chose to continue tearing apart the formation, allowing the golden-armored man's saber to slice through his flesh but failed to break through his skin. Kuafu, Gongshu, and Taoist Yu Ding cried out in alarm. But Ji Ning calmly looked at the golden-armored man, his eyes filled with determination. In the fierce confrontation, the one-armed, golden-armored leader of the alien race struck Ning with his blade. However, it only left a white mark on Ning's chest without causing any substantial damage. The one-armed, golden-armored man was astonished, because he knew that his blade was sharp enough to cleave through a supreme innate treasure. Ning remained composed because he had been cultivating in the true God realm for nearly 2 decades and had mastered the powerful Godfiend flow technique and the golden body divine ability, rendering his divine body comparable to a supreme innate treasure and to the golden body of the Buddha Tathagata. The Lord of the Northern Silence World, as Ning's master, had imparted the upper and middle parts of the golden body divine ability to Ning, enabling his divine body to attain the strength of a supreme chaotic treasure. The one-armed, golden-armored man's binding technique with his rope was also neutralized by Ning using his extraordinary sword technique. Fuxi transmitted a message to Ning, informing him that the formation would soon be broken. Ning forcefully tore open the formation while resisting the one-armed, golden-armored man's attack. During the battle, the one-armed, golden-armored man discovered that Ning's body-protecting divine ability and his sword technique were exceptionally formidable, making it difficult to confront him. At the same time, the formidable leader of the alien race, the great demonic god of thorns, also encountered trouble. He was unable to bind Tathagata and discovered that Ning's divine body strength far surpassed that of an ordinary true god, reaching the level of a supreme innate treasure. The great demonic god of thorns had no choice but to try to exhaust Ning's divine power to capture him. During the battle for the Three Realms, the primordial demon god of assassination coveted the heart of the Three Realms. After Nuwa left behind her legacy, the beaming sword immortal Ji Ning emerged as his formidable opponent. The primordial demon god of assassination had 6 powerful servants under his command, with the red-bearded elder responsible for holding off Ji Ning. Ji Ning led his forces to break the formation and rush to the aid of Buddha Tathagata, who was being besieged by alien races. The primordial demon god of assassination and the Blade Master engaged Fuxi and Ji Ning in separate battles. Ji Ning realized that the primordial demon god of assassination's tail's speed exceeded the limits of the heavenly Tao, but his arms were limited in strength. During the battle, Ji Ning suddenly used his divine sword of purple radiance, repelling the primordial demon god of assassination in one strike. Both sides were evenly matched, shocking the powerful beings present. However, the primordial demon god of assassination suddenly unleashed a formation with 6 stone pillars that trapped Ji Ning within. Fuxi recognized the formation's mystical qualities and understood that he could not break it. The primordial demon god of assassination planned to kill Buddha Tathagata first and then deal with Fuxi. Ji Ning realized that he was trapped in the formation, but his mind power, consciousness, and physical senses were unable to probe his surroundings. Amidst the murky chaos, demigod Ji Ning breaks through the deadly endless path formation with his crimson sword. The formation, often used by mighty beings in the endless chaos to stall their enemies or escape, warps space to seemingly stretch miles into billions. Despairing, Ji Ning charges through the formation, only to find the Buddha Tathagata in peril outside. Despite the valiant efforts of Fuxi and others, they are unable to overcome the monstrous one-armed Blade Lord. Great demon god Puncture leads his golden-armored servants to maintain the formation, countering the annihilating Floodfire formation. While pursuing Tathagata, Tathagata's divine powers dwindle as he sacrifices 2 of his incarnations. Yet he remains unable to evade Puncture's relentless pursuit. Just as Puncture prepares to finish Tathagata, an explosion shatters the formation. Ji Ning, wielding his crimson sword, bursts through. Puncture's expression darkens as he charges at Tathagata with fury. Tathagata, overjoyed, unleashes a cataclysmic force that engulfs Puncture. A fierce battle erupts, with Ji Ning's arrival turning the tide in a desperate situation. Amidst the colossal war, Buddha Tathagata incarnated himself into a true deity, employing his exceptional techniques that surpassed those of the evil great demon god. Desolate Zither. Despite the intense assault, Desolate Zither, although unharmed, staggered under the force. At this moment, Ji Ning transformed into a black serpent of lightning, striking ferociously and piercing Desolate Zither's tail, forcing him to retreat. Buddha Tathagata seized the opportunity to escape, and Ji Ning retrieved him. Although filled with reluctance, Desolate Zither was compelled to withdraw. The formidable Endless Path formation, though damaged, could be repaired with far less effort than recreating it. Desolate Zither, accompanied by the golden-armored monocular man and his servants, ascended a dark golden fortress, declaring that the vastness of the ancient ruins would provide ample opportunities for ambush. Within the fortress, Desolate Zither analyzed Ji Ning's swift breach of the formation, deducing that he had previously encountered records related to the Endless Path. He surmised that Ji Ning had acquired this information from the primordial Otherverse, enabling him to unravel the formation with ease. Desolate Zither also recognized the immense drain on his secret technique and opted to postpone any further action. Meanwhile, Ji Ning and his allies convened to strategize their defense against the Otherverses. Fuxi lamented his own inadequate strength, while Buddha Tathagata expressed admiration for Ji Ning's valor. Fuxi enlightened Ji Ning about the hierarchy of the top ancestral gods, highlighting that his possession of the Bloodwave God sword bestowed upon him the potential to rival their might. Fuxi further affirmed that there were only a precious few throughout the 3 realms whose strength could indisputably surpass Ji Ning's. After Nuwa left and Zinmo merged into the Tao of Heaven, Fuxi lost his memory and reincarnated. He could only regain his memory by comprehending the Tao of life. Fuxi and Tathagata realized that Ji Ning's strength was comparable to that of the ancestral gods, making him the top powerhouse in the 3 realms. second only to the demon lord of the myriad demons gate. Ji Ning and the other true gods and Tao ancestors continued to fight in the ancient ruins, carefully breaking through traps and formations. Although the great demon god Si Shu and the myriad demons gate set up traps, they could not stop Ji Ning and the others. They relentlessly destroyed the soil where the alien races lived, weakening the foundation of the myriad demons gate. 39 years after the start of the war, the ancient ruins were completely destroyed. Ji Ning, Hu Yi, and Fuxi led the true gods and Tao ancestors to force the alien races into a desperate situation. The great demon god Si Shu realized that the myriad demons gate was their true battlefield, and the decisive battle was approaching. Fuxi brought Ji Ning back to the myriad race's palace, preparing to reveal the secrets of Nuwa's camp to him. With his increased strength, Ji Ning was now qualified to know these secrets, which could help him break through further. Thus, the battle in the ancient ruins ended, and a direct confrontation in the three realms was imminent. In front of the Hall of All Clans, some great beings, including the three pure ones and the deity Shenong, warmly welcomed the return of Ji Ning, Fuxi, Hu Yi, and others, expressing their gratitude for their contributions to the battle at the ruins of the ancient era. In the Grand Hall, the three pure ones briefed on the course of the battle. Despite some unexpected incidents, the losses were within acceptable limits. Ji Ning had broken through to become a true god ancestral immortal, but he had yet to hold a celebratory banquet. After that, Bodhi and Fuxi took Ji Ning to the fairyland of Nuwa, a secluded and beautiful cave world. Bodhi revealed that the Nuwa of the past had created the fairyland before leaving the three realms, and had there inscribed on jade slips all the formidable magic abilities and arcane secrets of the Nuwa faction, including the abilities of the chaotic otherfolk. Most importantly, Nuwa had left behind the introspection of the self-contained ancestral god scroll means of cultivation that led to the level of an ancestral god. Bodhi said that this technique was only available to the most talented and loyal true gods, and that it would greatly benefit Ji Ning's cultivation. Ji Ning examined the introspection of the self-contained ancestral god scroll carefully and discovered that its principles were completely different from those of the world god of desolation. They used the unreal to influence the real. The two cultivation manuals, spiritual reflection of the inward-looking primordial god scripture and world devoid of spirits, have their respective strengths and weaknesses. World devoid of spirits is well established and proven, and its success rate is relatively high, while spiritual reflection of the inward-looking primordial god scripture has more profound principles. But it was created by Lady Nuwa when she had only just become a god of the universe. However, Ji Ning believes that Lady Nuwa has astonishing potential and that she may have reached a higher realm in the boundless chaos. In the three realms, aside from the Lord of the myriad demons, there is still one living primordial god, the water primordial god Gongong. Gongong has not shown himself because he feels guilty about the death of Zhurong, but Puti believes that he will appear in the final battle. Additionally, the only known individual to have cultivated into a primordial god using the spiritual reflection of the inward-looking primordial god scripture is Suiren, who possesses immense power and has mastered the 9-serpent lightning evasion technique. He will pose a significant threat to the infernal gate in the final battle. However, powerful beings often conceal their abilities, so it is likely that there are hidden primordial gods or powerful Taoist true gods on both their side in the infernal gates. Puti warns Ji Ning to be cautious, as the Lord of the myriad demons has spent countless years in the boundless chaos, and his power is difficult to predict, and that a new leader may have emerged within the infernal gate. Furthermore, Puti has decided not to participate in the final battle but will instead take their remaining allies and flee the three realms. Confident in his superiority over the Lord of the myriad demons in terms of manipulating time and space, Kui Fujun, the spirit of the Book of Life and Death created by Lady Nuwa, also arrived at the Nuwa immortal realm. He revealed that he had bestowed the Nuwa painting upon Ji Ning when he was reincarnated on Earth, hoping that he could create miracles. Earth and other minor realms are hidden in different time dimensions, so they will remain unaffected even if the three realms are thrown into chaos. Kui Fujun consoles Ji Ning by informing him that his former parents are safe and content in the happy realm. Fu Zhan, the sovereign of the underworld, informs Ji Ning that his parents in his previous life have lived a full life and passed away peacefully, their souls now residing in Elysian worlds. These Elysian worlds are unaffected by the impending collapse of the 6 paths of reincarnation. and souls will continue to reincarnate into them even after death. However, Ji Ning was brought to the underworld due to his selection for immortal cultivation. Fu Zhan inquires if Ji Ning obtained a star chart from the ancient battlefield. The star chart contains information about the teleportation arrays and the distribution of the chaotic worlds in the endless chaos. After some searching, Ji Ning discovers a star chart that includes 3 teleportation arrays and 721 chaotic worlds. Fu Zhan guides Ji Ning to an elegant wooden house, where he presents the grand star chart compiled and drawn by the underworld officials. This chart is a compilation of star charts obtained from various alien races, and it records 21 teleportation arrays and over 86,000 chaotic worlds. Despite the comprehensiveness of the grand star chart, Fuxi emphasizes that venturing beyond the 3 realms and into other chaotic worlds is extremely perilous. The 3 realms are surrounded by unknown dangers, and all invading alien races have entered through a vortex space. The journey through the vortex space is incredibly treacherous, but it is the only path that leads to the 3 realms. Ji Ning meticulously studies the grand star chart, noting the safe routes. Fuxi adds that the only exit from the 3 realms is also through the vortex space. If they can pass through it, they can successfully reach other chaotic worlds. At the center of the star chart is a large brilliant light, which Fuxi identifies as the Great Mo Eternal World. Jining accidentally learns of the vast, boundless chaos world beyond the 3 realms, at the heart of which lies the mighty Eternal Realm. The Great Mo Eternal Realm occupied by Great Mo Institute and the Tian Kang Eternal Realm occupied by Tian Kang Palace are of comparable strength. Jining speculates that there may be powerful figures in these 2 forces who know about Tian Kang Palace. So he decides to venture into the Great Mo Eternal Realm to search for news. Kui Fu Zhan reveals to Jining the brutal competition in the chaos world, where the strong occupy territories, leading to constant conflicts between different forces. In contrast, the 3 realms are like a paradise, but this has also made them a target for the Seamless Gate to fight over. Jining realizes that while his side has strong forces, the Seamless Gate must have confidence in their abilities to proactively provoke a great war. To ensure victory in the battle between the factions, Jining decides to gain enlightenment of a heavenly Tao before the final battle, while also wandering the 3 realms to comprehend the mysteries of water. While fishing on the riverbank, Jining witnesses a ferry boat almost capsize due to strong waves, experiencing the fragility of life and the power of water. At that moment, Old Man Yuan appears in a wooden boat and invites Jining aboard for a chat. Jining gladly accepts and shares his thoughts on enlightenment with Old Man Yuan. Old Man Yuan is astonished by Jining's understanding but does not express his allegiance to either side, leaving Jining with some lingering doubts. Following the battle at the Primordial ruins, the strife for fortune surged through the 3 realms. Ji Ning met with Elder God Yuan, but discovered that the latter was still unwilling to join the Nuwa camp. Leaving Ji Ning baffled, Elder God Yuan confessed that his Tao lied in the vast chaos world, and that the 3 realms were but a trifle in his eyes. Ji Ning could not fathom Elder God Yuan's indifference, arguing that protecting one's homeland was the essence of cultivation. Elder God Yuan, however, declared that the path of immortality required the forsaking of all, including familial bonds. With their paths diverging, they parted ways. However, as Elder God Yuan bade farewell to Ji Ning, he suddenly attacked with his formidable 5th layer of heart force, attempting to seize Ji Ning's soul. Ji Ning resisted with the Heart Force Soul Lock technique, creating a tremendous commotion. Elder God Yuan was alarmed and fled in panic. With the assistance of the Myriad Fiend Realm, Elder God Yuan and the Myriad Fiend Lord escaped. Ji Ning was deeply disappointed, deeming Elder God Yuan to be selfish. He realized that dealing with Elder God Yuan would be a challenge unlike any other. Yet he remained resolute in his belief to maintain the peace of the 3 realms. Over the vast river flow, Ji Ning hovered in the air with immense sorrow and anger, reeling from his mentor Yuan Lao's betrayal. Yuan Lao, having joined the Netherworld sect, ambushed Ji Ning with his Tier 5 heart force. Seizing the opportunity of Ji Ning's weakened mental state, Ji Ning's masters, Bodhidharma, the 3 Pure Ones, and Primordial Beginning, rushed to his aid. Upon learning of Yuan Lao's treachery, they were enraged, branding him as their adversary. Recognizing his formidable power and insatiable ambition, they urged all celestial beings to remain vigilant. Meanwhile, unprecedented realm wars erupted across the 3 realms. heralding the approach of the final battle. Amidst the spreading conflict, Gautama Buddha, from Mount Ling in the west, sensed the impending crisis. Bound by his solemn vow to depart the three realms upon becoming an ancestral god, he had to reconsider his plans in the face of the looming catastrophe. Unbeknownst to the three realms, Gautama Buddha discreetly advanced to the ancestral god realm, cultivating in secrecy within the chaos. Concealing his aura upon returning to his temple, he kept his newfound status hidden. With the silent addition of an ancestral god, the three realms grew tenser, its atmosphere growing heavy with the imminent final confrontation. A bamboo hut nestled amidst a tranquil mountain village serves as the abode of the enigmatic Ji Ning. A youth clad in white, with an air of mystery, he shuns both fame and fortune, content with earning his sustenance through fishing, unbeknownst to a matchmaker who scorned his rejection of a prospective bride. The humble bamboo dwelling she spurned is the abode of the mightiest deities and demons in the boundless realms. Ji Ning's current pursuit lies in the mundane existence of a mortal, seeking enlightenment from the profound mysteries embedded within the water element. One fateful day, he realizes that the divine technique star-plucking hand has matured, prompting him to create a doppelganger to tend to his earthly affairs while his true form embarks on a journey to a desolate star for the cultivation of the sixth transformation. Mirroring the destiny of Taoist Sanshou, Ji Ning finds himself devoid of astral goldstone and must resort to refining his hands using the quintessence of the five elements. After an arduous 17,000 years of contemplation, he finally unravels the secrets of the sixth transformation of the star-plucking hand, rendering his hands comparable to primordial wonders. The unleashed divine power of the technique reverberates through billions of leagues of void. Despite his newfound prowess, Ji Ning recognizes that spiritual enlightenment holds greater significance. Maintaining a doppelganger within the hall of myriad races, he remains acutely aware of the impending conflict that threatens the realms. While pursuing the path of enlightenment, he delves into the study of swordsmanship, mastering 96 of the sword steel inscriptions. Only 2 more remain before he can attain mastery of the nameless swordsmanship. Ji Ning, clad in black Taoist robes, studies the 98 sword art stone tablets passed down from the world god of Northrest, which aim to guide him in understanding the nameless sword art. As Ji Ning contemplates them, his comprehension of swordsmanship deepens, eventually clearing all doubts about the 98 tablets, laying a foundation for him to cultivate the nameless sword art, carved within the jadeite divine palace or the 7 forms of the nameless sword art. Ji Ning's current goal is the first form, mind sword form. Instead of fixed sword techniques, the form incorporates one's state of mind into the sword, unleashing boundless power. By alternating between practicing the sword and cultivating enlightenment, Ji Ning prepares for the imminent final showdown. Meanwhile, the Myriad Fiend realm is also plotting in secret. The Lord of Myriad Fiends has a hidden trump card, an army of insect beasts ready to unleash during the contest of fortune. Unbeknownst to them, the long-lost fiend ancestor Bloodbeak has returned, his strength having reached the level of a leader, becoming a significant asset to the Myriad Fiend realm. Amidst chaos, the Lord of 10,000 Demons, armed with a life-saving technique, embarks on an adventure with his disciple, Bloodcrow. They discover an ancient world created by a powerful being, and Bloodcrow decides to settle there. Years later, the Lord of 10,000 Demons learns that the Nuwa faction has left the 3 realms and returns with his companions. After billions of years of cultivation, Bloodcrow has cultivated insects and beasts within the Chaos Grotto to a formidable level. The Infernal Gate discovers the existence of the Vortex Space Channel and prepares to gather all its forces for a final showdown. The Nuwa faction also prepares for battle, with the Northern Abyss Sword Immortal, Ji Ning, becoming a key asset. The inevitable clash between the 2 factions approaches, threatening to engulf numerous great worlds. Ji Ning comprehends the principle that water can both support and capsize a boat and meditates in a small village, his powerful aura astounding the villagers. As the decisive battle draws near, the 3 realms fall into turmoil. The great powers of all factions gather in the Myriad Races Hall, preparing for the final life or death struggle. A great catastrophe looms, and Ji Ning, deeply concerned for the safety of the 3 realms, resolves to confront the upcoming storm with all his might. On a desolate star, Ji Ning in white sat in meditation, contemplating the chaos heavenly Tao. He absorbed the power of chaos, using the water elemental heavenly Tao as his core, continuously refining his pure yang golden core and magical power. Meanwhile, Ji Ning in black robes also arrived from the Crescent Moon world, making a breakthrough on a deserted island. His true self-avatar, in the world prison, was similarly absorbing the power of chaos. Ji Ning's comprehension of the water elemental heavenly Tao resonated with the heavenly Tao, and was sensed by other great powers in the three realms. The Nuwa camp was overjoyed, while the myriad demons realm was worried. After Ji Ning in black robes advanced to second step Ancestral Immortal, he felt that his magical power was abundant, but lacked a suitable weapon. He decided to go to the world prison to find the three-blade sword ancestor and seize his set of 3 Chaos Immortal swords. In the world prison, Ji Ning in white and Ji Ning in black robes encountered the fierce savage dog Ancestral God, but avoided a clash. Their target was the powerful three-blade sword ancestor. Faced with the threats of the three-blade sword ancestor, Ji Ning was cautious. This would be his first confrontation with an Ancestral Immortal, but he had to seize the Chaos Immortal sword for the upcoming final battle. In the heart of the wilderness, white-robed Ji Ning and black-robed Ji Ning stand side by side, facing a black-haired elder wielding 3 divine swords. Killing intent permeates the air. A great battle on the verge of erupting. Black-robed Ji Ning deploys the 36 heavenly layers, transforming into 36 ice lotuses that hover around the black-haired elder, releasing icy streams to bind him. White-robed Ji Ning, in his 3-headed, 6-armed form, wields 6 divine swords, unleashing the heaven-crushing style of moonlight swordsmanship upon the black-haired elder. The black-haired elder combines his 3 absolute divine swords into a triangular formation, its might rivaling the violet jade divine sword. The heavenly ice lotuses and 3 absolute divine swords clash violently. A relentless exchange of blows ensues. White-robed Ji Ning, with his protective divine ability and superior swordsmanship, gradually gains the upper hand, forcing the black-haired elder into a defensive position. Left with no choice, the black-haired elder agrees to surrender the 3 absolute divine swords and swears a soul oath to follow Ji Ning. Ji Ning refines the oath stone, securing the allegiance of the black-haired elder. However, he does not linger but continues his exploration of this enigmatic world, seeking further clues to prepare for the impending cataclysm. Ji Ning fortuitously subdues an old man with black hair, who turns out to be an ancestral immortal imprisoned in a world prison in the primordial chaos. Learning that the old man possesses the powerful 3 absolutes divine sword and black cloud chain, Ji Ning asks for them. The old man with black hair explains that to obtain heaven-defying treasures like the ancestral god formation or world fortress, one needs exceptionally high cultivation or incredible fortune. Ancestral gods and ancestral immortals like them, who reside in the 9 universe countries, usually have difficulty obtaining these treasures. Though disappointed, Ji Ning still intends to requisition the old man's primordial wonders. The old man reluctantly hands over the 3 absolutes divine sword and black cloud chain. Ji Ning immediately refines the 2 treasures, marveling at the 3 absolutes divine sword's 6-fold prohibition, which puts it beyond the realm of primordial spirit treasures. Ji Ning then spends over an hour refining the black cloud chain's double prohibition, greatly boosting its defensive capabilities. Considering the extreme difficulty of refining the 3rd prohibition, Ji Ning decides to focus on refining his purple light pearl divine sword. The purple light pearl divine sword surpasses primordial spirit treasures, containing a source, and wields immense power. Ji Ning sighs that even the most precious primordial spirit liquid cannot compare to treasures like the purple light pearl divine sword. During that year, when the divine lord of the northern dark escaped the pursuit of the 9-blood heavenly exterminators, the divine sword violet cloud cauldron wherein he hid sustained severe damage, leaving only its sword essence intact. Ji Ning came to possess the violet cloud cauldron and commenced the purging of its restrictions, gradually unlocking the divine sword's might. Concurrently, the flames of the final rivalry of destiny were about to ignite. The factions of Nuwa and the Netherworld Gate gathered all the celestial and demonic legions of the 3 realms, confronting each other in the boundless void. Ji Ning witnessed this grandiose spectacle, seeing his former teachers, allies, and enemies, and could not help but feel a surge of emotions. The Yellow Emperor was appointed to command the legions of Nuwa's faction, declaring war on the Netherworld Gate, with a single command from both sides. A deafening kill reverberated through the heavens, as billions of celestials and demons charged into battle, sending tremors throughout the 3 realms. Ji Ning found himself in the midst of the conflict, his eyes fixed on the shifting tides of the battlefield, determined to do his utmost amidst the catastrophe, to influence the outcome and protect the three realms. A earth-shaking battle has erupted between celestial and demonic forces. Their armies clash like raging floods, while potent sorcery eclipses the sky and shatters the void. Emperor Xuanyuan Huangdi leads the Nuwa camp, with the likes of Buddha, Tathagata, and the three pure ones observing intently, wary of a surprise attack from the Infernal Gate. As the battle intensifies, Infernal Gate finds itself at a growing disadvantage. The three pure ones anticipate a final struggle, urging Suiren and Ji Ning to remain on high alert. Suiren believes that victory demands a heavy toll in blood, though casualties may be unavoidable. Ji Ning quietly observes the battle, noticing his seemingly insignificant and unkempt senior brother has broken through to pure young true immortal. He laments the tragic fate of geniuses who become pawns on the battlefield. The conflict rages for half an hour, claiming countless lives on both sides, until both armies temporarily withdraw. Over 18 days of fighting, both sides desperately search for weaknesses, resulting in relatively few casualties. However, on the 19th day, Infernal Gate and Nuwa's camp unleash their cultivated spirit beasts, tipping the scales in bloody fashion. The slaughter escalates, with more heavenly and demonic beings perishing than in all previous battles combined. The treacherous Chongqing, a former rebel who had just broken through to the Taoist ancestor level, is swiftly besieged and slain. The war reaches its peak, leaving Nuwa and Infernal Gate decimated. The sheer number of casualties represents the countless lives of celestial and demonic beings lost. Ji Ning mourns the loss of his trusted friend, the Buddhist prodigy Dongji Bodhisattva, reflecting on the capriciousness of fate. Despite exceptional talent, those lacking sufficient time to grow cannot escape the clutches of fate in the face of such a cataclysmic conflict. Their existence reduced to ephemeral ripples soon forgotten in the annals of history. Amidst the raging war, the heavenly venerables and immortals command their vast armies of immortals and demons, forming grand formations. The fall of a formation signals the gruesome slaughter of countless immortals and demons. The conflict between Nuwa's camp and the Infernal Gate for control of fortune intensifies, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. However, the Infernal Gate decisively abandons its puppets, sacrificing them to avoid the annihilation their inevitable formation's collapse would bring. As the puppets are depleted, Nuwa's camp gains the upper hand. Undeterred, the Infernal Gate resolves to gamble everything in a final showdown. The Gate's exalted beings weigh their options and conclude that the battle for fortune cannot be won and that they must fight for their survival. On the day of the decisive battle, the Infernal Gate forces gather, and the Lord of 10,000 Demons leads the demon gods in a surprise attack. Nuwa's camp is caught off guard, prompting the sages of the three purities to roar in fury as the exalted beings unleash their pent-up killing intent. Ji Ning and Sui Ren stand at the forefront of Nuwa's camp, countering the Lord of 10,000 Demons' assault. Ji Ning employs the six-armed Dharma, utilizing the limitless celestial annihilation to force the Lord of 10,000 Demons to defend while simultaneously aiding his allies. However, the Lord of 10,000 Demons deploys a peculiar black needle that blocks Ji Ning's attack. Thus begins an unprecedented decisive battle as exalted beings from both camps enter the fray, commanding the three realms' envoys and leading countless immortals and demons in the formation of devastating arrays. The war's brutality escalates, threatening the very existence of all beings in the three realms. On the chaotic battlefield, the showdown between the Nuwa camp and the Gate of Nothingness reached boiling point. The mighty figures in the Nuwa camp gathered and unleashed three grand defense formations. The three pure ones led 600 pure young immortals, unleashing their immense cultivation as a majestic formation called Nuwa's Mending Heaven Formation. Buddha Tathagata, accompanied by 800 deities, gathered into a colossal divine body named Pangu's Creation Formation. Fuxi and Shenong also cast out Nuwa's Mending Heaven Formation and Pangu's Creation Formation, respectively. These three defense formations possessed immeasurable might, attracting celestial and earthly power on par with a first-grade ancestral immortal. The fearsome immortal execution sword formation of the three pure ones and Tathagata's peerless palm technique struck terror into the hearts of the Gate of Nothingness. In response, the Gate of Nothingness formed two grand formations, Boundless Demonic God Formation and Great Annihilation Formation. While they were weaker than the Nuwa camp's formations, their sheer number fortified the Gate of Nothingness. However, When the cultists of the Gate of Nothingness witnessed the power of the Nuwa camp's 3 defense formations, they were seized with dread. They understood their formations were far inferior, and their destiny fell short of the Nuwa camp. Simultaneously, the great demon lord, thorn-wielding, and the blade master were astounded by the Nuwa camp's formations. Their initially nonchalant expressions hardened as they acknowledged the grim outlook of the battle. They cautiously decided to observe and prepare for a timely retreat if the Gate of Nothingness faltered. In the face of such formidable foes, the leader of the Gate of Nothingness, 10,000 demons, personally confronted the mightiest of the Nuwa camp, leaving the other formidable ones to deal with the remaining formations. Although the Gate of Nothingness boasted 9 universal messengers, they realized their capacity to withstand the Nuwa camp's assault ultimately depended on the 10,000 demons' actions. The Mending Sky formation of the Nuwa camp launched a fierce offensive, led by the Sanqing Dao lords, with the 4 exterminating swords condensing into a divine sword, slashing through the void towards the camp of the Netherworld sect. Huan Mu Master, the deeply hidden ancestral god of the Netherworld sect, wielded a wooden ruler to resist the divine sword and engaged in an intense battle. Fuxi commanded the water and fire extinguishes the world formation, releasing infinite water and fire, trapping the great formation of the Netherworld sect and the messenger of all things. Forming a dangerous Taiji symbol, Shenong transformed into Pangu and charged into the battle with an axe. While ancestral gods and immortals such as Suiren, Gongong, and Hui also revealed their true forms, demonstrating their formidable strength. Ji Ning, wielding his divine sword, cast the 36 heavenly snow lotuses, freezing his opponents around him and showcasing the formidable combat power of a first-rank ancestral immortal. Buddha Jiumang also entered the fray to assist in the battle, his imposing aura not inferior to that of the other ancestral gods. The Nuwa camp's momentum was like a rainbow, with ancestral gods and immortals charging forward together, crushing the Netherworld sect. The 5 ancestral gods and immortals, Gongong, Hui, Ji Ning, Jiumang, and Suiren, led the vanguard, while the Sanqing Dao lords, Tathagata, Fuxi, and Shenong commanded the supporting formations, causing a state of panic within the Netherworld sect. The leaders of the Infernal Gate have grim faces. They had not expected the Nuwa camp to grow so much stronger, and they are under great pressure. Old Man Yuan, Puncture Cultivator Great Fiend God, and others decide to join the battle and assist the Infernal Gate. Puncture Cultivator Great Fiend God fights against Hui. Venerable Buddha Mingju against Swordmaster. Taoist Ancestor Mazu blocks Shenong. Bloodbeak Fiend Ancestor and Demonic Hand Taoist Ancestor team up against Tathagata. The Lord of 10,000 Fiends splits into 2, each confronting Ji Ning and Suiren. Master Wanmu battles the 3 Purities Taoist, who deploys the sword formation of Immortal Execution. Master Wanmu has a hard time resisting. Tathagata the Buddha leads the Pangu creation formation, confronting Bloodbeak Fiend Ancestor and Demonic Hand Taoist Ancestor. Suiren wields his wooden staff, causing great commotion. The Lord of 10,000 Fiends splits his divine body into 2. His movement elusive as he maneuvers around Suiren, facing the 2 divine bodies of the Lord of 10,000 Fiends. Ji Ning is confident. He summons the Blackrobe Ji Ning, and they attack Mazu Taoist Ancestor and Demonic Hand Taoist Ancestor, respectively. Fierce battles rage in various parts of the battlefield, and life and death hang in the balance. In the catastrophe of the Nihility Gate, the myriad devilish kings tried to intercept Ji Ning's second divine soul. But Ji Ning's 3 released primal chaos swords prevented the myriad devilish kings from breaking through. In contrast, Ji Ning's avatar wielded the 3 Ultimacy's sword formation, with power comparable to the 3 Pure One's Immortal Execution sword formation. Hindered by Rulai, the Blood Swan Fiend and the Demon Hand Taoist tried to escape, but the 3 Ultimacy's sword formation pursued the Demon Hand Taoist. Although the Demon Hand Taoist fought desperately, he was unable to escape death. After the fall of the Demon Hand Taoist, the Nihility Gate's morale fell, and their formations were consecutively broken, leading to a sharp reversal of the situation. Just as the Nihility Gate was falling into crisis, a faint fluctuation shook the 3 realms. The myriad devilish kings sensed the anomaly and realized that the source behind this catastrophe was likely manifesting. The Nuwa camp continued to pursue the Nihility Gate with overwhelming force. Amidst the cataclysmic battle between the 3 realms and the endless void, a thunderous roar reverberated as the heavens quaked and a colossal golden rift emerged. From the rift surged a torrent that materialized into a tall, black-robed figure. It was the Lord of Heart Demons. His immense aura striking terror into the hearts of all present. With a single palm, he neutralized Ji Ning's 3 absolute sword formation and shattered Buddha Tathagata's Pangu heaven opening formation. Claiming countless divine lives, the Lord of Demonic Myriad demanded to know why the Lord of Heart Demons had instigated this calamity. To which the latter confessed without hesitation. He intended to trigger a decisive battle between the Azure Emperor and Nuwa from the second primal chaos realm. Intending to disrupt the heavenly order and break free from the 3 realms' shackles. Faced with the Lord of Heart Demons' overwhelming power, the mighty beings of Nuwa's camp were shaken. They realized that defeating him required their combined efforts. Suiren designated Ji Ning, Buddha Jiumang, and other notables to stand against him. The Lord of Heart Demons, however, boasted arrogantly that he would exterminate everyone on Nuwa's side and plunge the 3 realms into eternal despair. Amidst the cataclysm of the Great 3 Realms War, the Lord of Heart Demons uncovers a chilling conspiracy, the heavenly Tao of the 3 realms. In a bid to cull the population and avert a catastrophic collapse, has been manipulating the conflict between the Nuwa Alliance and the Infernal Gate, feeding the way of Heart Demons to weaken the burden on the 3 realms. Having long fathomed this insidious scheme, the Lord of Heart Demons plotted in the shadows for millennia. Biding his time, he orchestrated the Infernal Gate's instigation of strife and the assassination of Nuwa Alliance members, bolstering the way of Heart Demons. As the way of Heart Demons reached its zenith, consuming the heavenly Tao's attention, the Lord of Heart Demons seized the opportunity to break free from the shackles of the 3 realms. Attaining liberty, unsated, the Lord of Heart Demons turned his sights upon the Nuwa Alliance. Intent on eradicating all who stood in his path, wielding power rivaling that of a supreme-grade innate numinous treasure, he faced formidable opposition from Ji Ning, Zhu Ming, and Suiren, who stood as unyielding guardians of the Nuwa Alliance. Confronted with the Lord of Heart Demons' malevolent machinations and overwhelming strength, both the Nuwa Alliance and the Infernal Gate were plunged into trepidation and despair. They realized that this cataclysmic conflict transcended mere factional strife, it was a ruthless culling by the heavenly Tao itself. A fierce battle erupts between the Nuwa camp and the Wujian sect. But the demon-killing Great Devil and the Saber Sovereign among the aliens withdraw unexpectedly. Observing the battle in the shadows, facing the onslaught of the Lord of Heart Devils, Ji Ning, Buddha Jiumang, and Suirenshi join forces. However, the Lord of Heart Devils demonstrates the formidable strength of a peak ancestral god, manifesting 6 surging rivers that suppress the 3 almost to the point of suffocation. At this critical moment, Hu Yi appears, bow in hand and arrow nocked, aiming at the Lord of Heart Devils. His arrow appears ordinary, but it bears a heart-pounding aura. The energy of heaven and earth frantically converges, forming a rainbow light thousands of meters long that carries the seemingly inconspicuous arrow. The Lord of Heart Devils laughs maniacally, splitting 4 rivers off to besiege Suirenshi. He is confident that even facing Hu Yi's arrow, he will not evade it. The rainbow light reaches the Lord of Heart Devils. The arrow may seem feeble, but it contains a despairing power. Under the tremendous pressure, the Lord of Heart Devils chooses to confront it, condensing all his divine power to resist. As the arrow is released, the entire battlefield falls into an eerie silence. All the immortals and demons present feel an invisible pressure. Hu Yi's archery is even more terrifying than when he shot the Golden Crow Demon Emperor. Even the Lord of 10,000 Demons cannot help but focus on it. An earth-shattering duel is about to unfold, deciding the fate of the 3 realms. Facing the arrows shot by Hu Yi, the Fiend King of Heavenly Heart prudently transformed himself into flowing water drops, only to be unexpectedly pierced through by the arrows. Shocked, he discovered that the arrows contained a mysterious power that was eroding his divine body. The Nuwa camp was overjoyed, while the mighty ones from the Netherworld Gate were terrified. One-armed Saber Sovereign explained that it was the God-extinguishing secret technique used by cultivators of the Heart Force, which would constantly drain the enemy's divine power. Hu Yi fired 9 God-extinguishing arrows frantically, and the Fiend King of Heavenly Heart found himself with nowhere to run in despair. He split into hundreds of clones, but the arrows still chased relentlessly. He attempted to resist directly, but the divine power contained in the arrows instantly eroded his divine body. He tore through the void to escape, but the arrows followed in hot pursuit. The Fiend King of Heavenly Heart finally realized that he was doomed and maniacally transformed himself into 6 torrential rivers. Launching an attack on the Nuwa camp, Ji Ning and the other mighty ones defended valiantly. But the Fiend King of Heavenly Heart's final madness overwhelmed them. Suiren was in critical danger. Enveloped by 2 rivers, his aura fading. During an intense battle against the Hells, the 3 pure Taoists suddenly unleashed the Zushan sword formation, intending to rescue Suiren, who was in danger. However, a torrential river blocked the 3 pure Taoists' path, and Ji Ning and Buddha Jiumang were also unable to break through the obstruction. Meanwhile, the Lord of Heart Demons transformed into 6 rivers, 2 of which entangled Shenong while the other 4 sped toward the Nuwa camp. Facing the Lord of Heart Demons' attack, Suiren burned his divine body, transforming into 8 flames to resist the river's erosion. With the help of Hu Yi's arrows, Shenong was spared. However, Suiren eventually exhausted his divine body and died a valiant death. As the Lord of Heart Demons' rivers weakened, the Hell's camp began to retreat. The Lord of 10,000 Demons proposed a ceasefire, but it was rejected by the Nuwa camp. After a fierce battle, the Hells suffered heavy losses. Ultimately, the Lord of Heart Demons was shot by Hu Yi, and the Hells were utterly defeated. The Nuwa camp had lost Suiren, but they had also achieved their ultimate victory, protecting the 3 realms. Suiren's sacrifice ignited an eternal flame, inheriting the valor and sacrificial spirit of the human heroes. Although the mighty figures of the Nuwa camp were grieved, their faith was strengthened. They would continue to guard the 3 realms, preventing a recurrence of the tragedy. At the end of the great battle, the 2 major factions faced each other from afar. The celestial leaders, including Sanqing Taoist and Tathagata Buddha, deliberated whether to continue the war or force the Nether Gate to leave the 3 realms. Although Tathagata acknowledged that it was impossible to kill myriad fiends, given his extraordinary speed and the potential risk of retaliation, the Nuwa faction unanimously agreed to force the Nether Gate to retreat. However, Ji Ning insisted on handing over the Black-Robed God King to avenge his senior sister's murder. Sanqing Taoist, representing the Nuwa faction, set a condition: hand over the Black-Robed God King or face continued warfare. The Lord of Myriad Fiends, under duress, surrendered the Black-Robed God King. Ji Ning personally captured the Black-Robed God King, vowing to subject him to endless torment in purgatory. The Nether Gate was forced to leave the 3 realms, leaving the gods and immortals resentful but powerless to resist. Originator was among them, witnessing everything with a sense of disappointment and a hint of liberation. Abruptly, Originator issued a secret command, a ripple spreading across the scene. However, his intentions remained unclear as the chapter concludes. In a fierce battle in the void, Fuxi casts the water and fire annihilation formation, ruthlessly slaughtering celestial beings and immortals from Nuwa's forces. When Ji Ning witnesses this, he uses myriad snow lotus to resist. But over 30,000 celestial beings and immortals still perish, including Ji Ning's close friend. Immediately after, the ancestral god Gongong assassinates Shenong, and a large-scale rebellion breaks out among the mighty beings of Nuwa's forces, causing severe losses. Ji Ning and other powerful beings attempt to stop this, but the traitors retreat rapidly. At this moment, the Source Elder appears, leading many treacherous powerful beings, including Gongong and Fuxi, their strength rivaling either of the 2 factions. The Source Elder releases the traitors from the Void Gate and Nuwa's faction, using the power of his whisk to slaughter nearly 30,000 celestial beings and immortals from the Void Gate. The immense losses and atrocious killings brought on by this rebellion leave both factions heartbroken and furious. Faced with the powerful rebel forces of the Source Elder, they realize that an even greater crisis is about to descend. Amidst an unprecedented crisis, Source Elder emerges, claiming to be the master of figures like Gongong, sending shockwaves. Great beings from Nuwa and Samsara Gate are astounded, speculating that Source Elder has taken control of these titans, inducing them to betray. Source Elder confesses to being a practitioner of spirit control, adept at soul manipulation. He had attempted to infiltrate the 3 Pure Ones and Buddha Tathagata but failed. Source Elder reveals that he once seized the body of the Source Elder of Pangu's Chaos World and has lurked in the shadows, seeking to acquire the heart of the world and Bodhi's spacetime gateway. He admits his presence during the ancient Devastation War, employing a strategy of patient waiting. Ji Ning is relieved to learn that his master has not passed on the spacetime gateway to others, preventing Hongshui from becoming Source Elder's target. Source Elder turns to the fiendish executioner Great Demon, asking for his assistance in finding a Black Lotus, claiming it to be the Mind Spirit General of one of the 9 divine generals under Black Lotus Supreme Emperor. Shocked by Source Elder's implications, fiendish executioner Great Demon and Sabermaster flee immediately. In the vast expanse of cosmic void, a fierce battle rages on. Demon Master Piersky leaves behind an effigy to witness the conflict. Elder Origin, one of the 9 divine generals, leads a group of powerful cultivators to deploy the formidable Black Lotus formation. Its might capable of withstanding the combined assault of Qi Ning, the 3 Pure Ones, and the Lord of 10,000 Demons. As desperation sets in, Bodhi emerges and proposes a daring plan. He wields a death-snatching flower, painstakingly cultivated by Shenong, believing that if he can approach Elder Origin within 10 yards, he has a high chance of delivering a lethal blow or severe injury. However, the Black Lotus formation locks down space-time, preventing Bodhi's approach. He enlists the aid of Qi Ning, the 3 Pure Ones, and others to breach the formation, creating an opportunity to get close to Elder Origin. Meanwhile, powerful cultivators from the Infernal Palace and Nuwa's camp anxiously debate their next move. Feeling helpless in the face of the crushing Black Lotus formation, Bodhi's plan becomes their last hope. Qi Ning, the 3 Pure Ones, and the Lord of 10,000 Demons resolve to give their all. Shattering the formation to create an opening for Bodhi, they launch a relentless assault, attempting to shake the Black Lotus formation, while Bodhi stands ready, biding his time to deliver the death-snatching flower into Elder Origin's mouth. Seeking a fatal strike, within the Black Lotus formation, the enemy forces led by Old Man Yuan approach the interminable gate. Faced with enemy prowess, the leaders of the 3 realms Buddha Tathagata, the 3 Pure Ones, Sun Wukong lead the godly immortals to form the Pangu creation formation and the Nuwa mending heaven formation. Fiercely resisting, however, facing Old Man Yuan's mighty strength, the 3 realms camp gradually falls behind. At this moment, the seriously injured Hu Yi steps forward, preparing to use his ultimate arrow to break through the formation. In order to cover Hu Yi, Bodhi's incarnation appears, displaying divine abilities to create a 7-colored divine flower. Hu Yi draws his bow and notches an arrow, imbuing it with his own life force. The bowstring twangs and the arrow flies, the power of chaos surging through it, one unstoppable arrow piercing through the void. The Black Lotus formation cracks in response and shatters. Old Man Yuan takes action to resist, but is grievously injured and stumbles several steps back. Just at this time, the divine flower offered up by Bodhi's incarnation blooms, drawing out the true spirit of Change Fairy from Old Man Yuan's side. Hu Yi's true spirit manifests, meeting with Change Fairy, and does not blame her for her betrayal. The obsessions of both vanish, and Hu Yi's true spirit dissipates. Seeing this, Old Man Yuan flies into a rage and moves to kill Change Fairy. At this time, Bodhi's white-haired incarnation appears, offering up a dazzling and vibrant flower. The mighty ones of the 3 realms gaze upon this blossoming flower. It is the hope for which they have fought and sacrificed countless times. As Primordial Taoist looked on in despair, Origin Human Ancestor withstood his lethal strike, astonishing all beings in the 3 realms. However, Origin Human Ancestor's life force was unstable, and he appeared frail. The Sanqing Taoists, Buddha Tathagata, and other powerful beings joined forces to attack, seeking to exploit Origin Human Ancestor's vulnerability. Origin Human Ancestor cast the secret technique Black Lotus Protection to fend off their attacks. He transformed his divine body into 6 arms, unleashing exquisite finger and palm techniques to slay Ji Ning and his companions. Huan Mu's master was the first to fall, choosing to self-destruct and severely injure Origin Human Ancestor. Subsequently, the Sanqing Taoists and 600 pure Yang true immortals also self-destructed, causing immense damage. Though wounded, Origin Human Ancestor remained unyielding, continuing his relentless assault on Ji Ning. Ji Ning's second soul was on the brink of destruction under Origin Human Ancestor's attacks. Accepting his imminent demise, just then, a blinding sun erupted into view. It was the spectacle of Ji Ning's primary incarnation self-destructing. From afar, Supreme Demon God Thorns watched the catastrophic battle in the 3 realms as sovereign of hallowed wood. 3 primordial Taoists, and Ji Ning in black robes perished one after another, making him question the possible demise of a heart force cultivator. In wrath, former Origin attacked Buddha Tathagata, who led the celestial beings to sacrifice themselves and self-destruct, heavily injuring former Origin. Bodhitathagata self-destructed in the same way, exhausting former Origin's divine power. Lord of all demons chose to flee with the celestial beings and devils about to perish within passive hells. While ancestral Taoist Puti prepared to evacuate the three realms along with the experts of Nuwa's faction. Just as former Origin was about to kill Ji Ning's true form, Ji Ning unexpectedly refrained from self-destructing and instead sensed a glimmer of spirituality within his divine body. He circulated the Desolate World God technique, causing the Chaos Maelstrom to appear and engulf former Origin. Hope rekindled in the hearts of the despairing beings of the three realms. And ancestral Taoist Puti exclaimed, "The three realms shall not be destroyed." Under the watchful eyes of the Lord of Myriad Demons, Nuwa's camp, and the great demon god, a chaotic vortex suddenly formed. A formidable aura from the palm of Elder Yuanqi swelled rapidly, causing terror. Elder Yuanqi was astounded to see Ji Ning breaking through, a mere millennium into his cultivation. Incredulous at what he was witnessing, Elder Yuanqi recognized that Ji Ning's breakthrough threatened his own life, so he exhausted every means to suppress it. But in vain. Once Ji Ning transcended to the ancestral god realm, his power skyrocketed, and with a swing of his 6 arms, he repelled Elder Yuanqi's attempts. Chaos force surged into Ji Ning's body, continuously transforming his divine body and augmenting his strength. Elder Yuanqi was panic-stricken, realizing that the power Ji Ning exhibited surpassed the scope of an ancestral god. Reaching the threshold of the half-step world god, comprehending that he could not suppress Ji Ning, he fled in disarray. However, Ji Ning, his divine force still in transformation, pursued the fleeing Elder Yuanqi like a black bolt of lightning, closing the distance with ease. Elder Yuanqi invoked his protective Black Lotus, attempting to obstruct Ji Ning. But Ji Ning employed the divine ability star-plucking hand and heaven collapse style, his 6 palm shadows resembling mighty axes as they cleaved at the Black Lotus. After deafening thunderous booms, the Black Lotus quaked violently, its petals shattering. Elder Yuanqi was shocked, recognizing that Ji Ning's strength had reached the world god threshold. Ji Ning let out a furious roar, retracting his 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding the divine sword Purple Light Pearl in his grasp, his gaze filled with killing intent. With his half-step world god physique, superb swordsmanship, divine abilities, and divine sword, Ji Ning's power was unprecedented, capable of rivaling a world god. Amidst an intense confrontation, the white-clad Ji Ning transformed into a giant, wielding the Taoist divine weapon, Purple Light Chong. With a single strike, he shattered the Black Lotus that protected Elder Yuan. The formidable power of this Taoist divine weapon propelled Ji Ning's strength to the threshold of a demigod. Recognizing his dire situation, Elder Yuan unleashed his last-ditch effort, controlling 6 palms to fend off Ji Ning's assault. However, Ji Ning had an epiphany, comprehending the first form of the nameless sword technique, heart sword style. This allowed him to control the surrounding void, revealing the weaknesses in Elder Yuan's palms. Bolstered by the heart sword style, Ji Ning's sword light pierced through Elder Yuan's palms and impaled his forehead. Elder Yuan's Mind Lock Soul technique was countered by Ji Ning's Soul and Mind Lock Soul secret technique. Under the might of the Purple Light Chong, Elder Yuan's true spirit was reduced to ashes. The demise of Elder Yuan marked the end of the final battle between the 3 realms and the Chaos faction. With the 3 realms emerging victorious, the Lord of the Myriad Demons, Taoist ancestor Bodhi, Buddha Maitreya, and other mighty beings rejoiced in tears, while the divine avatar of demon god Zhurongshu lamented the triumph of the 3 realms in disbelief. Wielding his divine sword, Ji Ning vanquished a sworn enemy, Old Man Yuan, one of the heart generals under the alien god Black Lotus God Emperor. Old Man Yuan had been lurking in the 3 realms since ancient times. The disguised demon saint, Si Shu, revealed that Old Man Yuan's true self was still alive in the distant Great Desolate Domain. By faking his death and having his servant erase all traces of his soul, Old Man Yuan intended to deceive the powerful beings of the 3 realms and avoid retribution. However, Si Shu's revelation ignited Ji Ning's fury. Ji Ning understood that Old Man Yuan's true form, the Heart General, had feigned death out of fear of his strength. Determined to avenge himself, Ji Ning decided to journey to the Great Desolate Domain. The Myriad Demon Lord of the Endless Gate also petitioned to re-enter the 3 realms and fight alongside Ji Ning. with his divine sword drawn and his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Ji Ning embarked on a new quest, seeking the Heart General to exact retribution for the fallen heroes of the Three Realms. After the war, the leaders of Nuwa's side were still hesitant about Wu Jianmin's request for staying in the Three Realms. After a long discussion, Jining put forward a solution that required Wu Jianmin to swear an oath. The great masters of the two sides gathered at Yuan Lao's body and signed the Three Realms Oath, resolving their differences. In order to comfort the deceased spirits, the Taoist saint of sacred fire cast a spell to cremate the bodies of the fallen masters, including Lord Wanmu and Zhu Ming. Puti and the Lord of Demons lamented that the deceased would live forever, inspiring the creatures in the Three Realms. The war had severely damaged the Three Realms. Masters like Jining reshaped the heavenly court, the underworld, and the six realms of reincarnation. At the same time, they formulated strict rules for cultivation, lowering the cultivation threshold to avoid future conflicts. 300 years later, the Three Realms had been restored to peace. Jining entrusted his true self to his second primordial spirit to protect the Three Realms, and personally went to the Great Mo domain in the depths of chaos to find the Heart God. Mingyue lived a carefree life in the Three Realms, and Jining was relieved. With this, the catastrophe ended, and the Three Realms opened a new chapter. In the midst of chaos, Ji Ning established an immortal mansion. He told his daughter Mingyue about it and explained his reasons before going into seclusion. His pledge required him to leave the Three Realms once he attained godhood. Meanwhile, Chuyu and Uncle White, who accompanied Ji Ning, learned that he had other unfinished business. Ji Ning confirmed this, stating that his second primordial spirit would remain in the immortal mansion of chaos to guard the Three Realms while his true form ventured out to explore. Patriarch Subhuti learned of Ji Ning's plan and reminded him that Nuwa, the supreme expert of the Three Realms, had also left and had still not returned. He cautioned Ji Ning to be cautious and asked him to inform him immediately if he encountered Nuwa. Ji Ning boarded the lofty rogue Cavernwood, a supreme treasure of chaos, and embarked on his journey to leave the Three Realms and explore the chaos alone. He traversed the dangerous vortex space and entered the tubular passage that led to the Grand Sha domain. Despite Ji Ning's extraordinary swordsmanship, he still faced the risk of becoming lost in the vortex passage. Relying on his exceptional unloading technique, he safely navigated the vortex passage and continued onward, hoping to reach the Grand Sha domain and fulfill his mission. Ji Ning navigated the whirlpool space in the immortal piercing shuttle, avoiding perilous spatial rifts. After 6 days of perilous travel, he successfully arrived at the grand desolate territory of chaos, aiming to reach the closest spacetime transfer array to the Three Realms. Ji Ning successively passed through 9 chaotic worlds, a journey that took 1 year and 9 months. Finally, Ji Ning reached Dragon Earth Star, the core star of the spacetime transfer array. He descended upon the star, sensing fluctuations from powerful individuals nearby, and located the minor spacetime transfer array. Upon inquiring about the waiting time for transfer to 7 Aqua Star, he learned that it would require an 8-year wait or an option to activate the transfer array himself, at a cost of 120 bottles of Chaos Spirit Liquid. Ji Ning chose to wait and began seclusion on Dragon Earth Star. In the 8-year hiatus, Ji Ning aimed to track down the Lord of Heart, one of the 9 divine generals under Ancestral God of Black Lotus. To deal with the Lord of Heart, Ji Ning needed to venture to 7 Aqua Star, where many overlords gathered, including the Ancestral God of Black Lotus. During his secluded wait, Ji Ning chose an isolated mountain peak as his residence, erecting a celestial dwelling around it, intended for cultivation and preparation. Within the prying celestial luminary tower, Ji Ning immerses himself in practicing his star-grabbing technique, refining the 7th stage, integrating the desolate methods of the withered world divinity and the divine ability of annihilation of 9 elements. He aspires to create an even more profound star-grabbing divine ability. However, refining the 7th stage presents formidable challenges, necessitating a breakthrough in divine power expulsion techniques and achieving the level of divine weaponry for his palms. Armed with his ancestral god physique and the strengths of annihilation of 9 elements, Ji Ning remains confident in his abilities. After solitary cultivation for 160 years, Ji Ning finally attains a moment of enlightenment and sets out for 7 Aqua Star. The substantial advantages of the spacetime teleportation array leave him marveling, contemplating his next move. Ji Ning considers seeking the patronage of either Lord of the Misty Rock or Emperor Dong Fu to increase his chances of eliminating the soul deity. Lord of the Misty Rock commands 96 chaotic universes, while Emperor Dong Fu commands 61. Following careful deliberation, Ji Ning decides to first explore Misty Rock. Piloting his divine wood skiff, he arrives at Misty Rock and is directed to the Cloud Street. A man clad in green armor informs Ji Ning of the marvelous treasures, divine abilities, and cultivation methods available on Cloud Street. Intrigued, Ji Ning learns of the renowned celestial star sword cannon created by Lord of the Misty Rock. Ji Ning arrived at Mist Rock Star and inquired about the price of the heaven-reaching sword diagram. Upon learning that it required 10 chaos source liquids, he decided to purchase a star map instead to familiarize himself with the area. From the map, he ascertained the number of chaos worlds controlled by the Star Lord of Mist Rock and decided to pledge allegiance to him for the time being. He then went to the Recruitment Island, where he learned from the Grey Robe Island Lord, Fuxi, that ancestral gods could join the Mist Rock army without going through any selection, but that their status would depend on their military achievements and strength. After learning that puppets of 3 different strength levels were used to evaluate an individual's strength, Ji Ning made the surprising request to have a world-level expert appraise him. This request caught Fuxi off guard because it was rare for someone to ask for a world-level expert assessment right after joining the army. Ji Ning expressed confidence in his abilities, and Fuxi granted his request. Ji Ning's objective was to make a splash upon arrival, letting the world-level existences of Mist Rock be aware of his strength, which would help him establish his footing on Mist Rock and gain support from within the Mist Rock army. After defeating the puppets on Friarwood Island, Ji Ning asked a world-level expert to verify his strength. The Grey-Robed Elder advised him against it, fearing that arrogance might displease the world-level expert. But Ji Ning was confident in his abilities and insisted on being verified. The Elder agreed and led Ji Ning to Mistfei City. In the Mistfei army, ranks progressed from low to high as Silverfin, Goldfin, and General. Ji Ning was bestowed a set of Silverfin divine armor, making him an ordinary ancestral god. The Grey-Robed Elder mentioned that the 5 Mistfei generals were all beyond the level of ordinary peak ancestral gods, stronger than the 9 generals under the command of the Black Lotus God Emperor. Ji Ning entered the barracks and met the Goldfin captain, Li Hao, and other Silverfin soldiers. They welcomed Ji Ning enthusiastically and invited him to share their sumptuous feast. Ji Ning realized that although these soldiers had lived a long time, none of them had any hope of reaching the world level and so indulged themselves in pleasures and delicacies. In the lavish building, they feasted on delicacies while Ji Ning savored the flavors of the Mistfei planet. Captain Li Hao introduced Ji Ning and mentioned that he would likely be assigned to his 16th squad. Just then, news arrived that their enemy, the Black Serpent, was about to invade. Captain Li Hao expressed helplessness, saying that even under the threat of invasion, they could not resist their indulgences. Ji Ning came to appreciate that although these soldiers had no hope of breaking through to the world level, they still enjoyed life and found their own joys in the tantalizing aroma of stewed dragon's flesh. A banquet was hosted where ancestral immortals gathered in merriment. A sudden thunderous roar broke the table's conviviality into silence. General Li Hao of the Golden Scale Army took his leave, signaling his comrades to return their precious stewed dragon's flesh to enjoy slowly later. News spread that Li Hao had challenged He Wen to a duel. He Wen, due to his arrogance and recklessness, had caused over 20 of his soldiers to perish, demoting him to general of the Silver Scale Army. Li Hao's previous insults to He Wen had ignited their conflict, leading to the arranged contest. On the battleground, He Wen, clad in silver scales and wielding 8 hammers in his forearms, displayed formidable power. Li Hao, wielding 2 maces, fought with 6 arms but was outmatched by the relentless barrage. He was impaled through the chest and had his head crushed. Li Hao's comrades were enraged, but He Wen defended his actions by citing the rules of the duel, claiming no foul play. The rotund White Wei Ancestral Immortal challenged He Wen, wagering his 9-star Azure Hook. White Wei's strength was undeniable, but he began to lose ground against He Wen's unconventional footwork and swordsmanship. As He Wen prepared to humiliate White Wei, a young Silver Scale soldier intervened, rescuing White Wei. The youth challenged He Wen, who belittled him due to his Silver Scale status. However, the youth's audacious wager left He Wen hesitant to accept. On the training ground of the Mist Rock Army, Blackground Ancestor God harbored resentment after being mocked by Lihao Ancestor God. He challenged an unfamiliar silver-scaled soldier, Ji Ning. Ji Ning confidently accepted the challenge, with the stakes being 300 bottles of chaotic spiritual nectar. Blackground Ancestor God initially wielded a heavy hammer for attack, but Ji Ning, with his strength that had reached the half-step World God realm, used his star-plucking hand divine ability to overwhelm him and smash Blackground Ancestor God to the ground. Unwilling to accept defeat, Blackground Ancestor God switched to using a narrow sword, attempting to compensate for his lack of strength with flexibility and agility. However, Ji Ning's nimble footwork and powerful divine sense made it difficult for Blackground Ancestor God to approach him and land an attack. Ji Ning seized an opportunity to execute his divine ability Celestial Dance, piercing through Blackground Ancestor God's defenses with sharp sword chi and suppressing him completely. The spectating Ancestor Gods and immortal Celestials were astounded. They had never witnessed a silver-scaled soldier with such formidable strength, capable of defeating even a peak Ancestor God like Blackground. In the end, Ji Ning's superior skill won him the bet, claiming 300 bottles of chaotic spiritual nectar. This challenge not only brought Ji Ning great fortune but also served as a harsh lesson for the arrogant Blackground Ancestor God. It also earned him the admiration of his fellow soldiers in the Mist Rock Army. During a trial at the military camp on Mistern Star, Ji Ning dueled with the Black Wraith Ancestor God, who was renowned for his strength. However, Ji Ning did not opt for a head-on collision. Instead, he employed the heavenly collapse form of the Bright Moon Sword Art, his palm strikes crushing his opponent with great speed and force. Unable to evade, the Black Wraith Ancestor God reluctantly defended himself, ultimately succumbing to the 6 consecutive strikes of the colossal palm projections. Witnessing the battle from afar, the island lord of Conch Shell and Palace Chao, the eldest disciple of Immortal Palace of Concealed Mysteries, recognized the exceptional prowess of Ji Ning. Immortal Palace of Concealed Mysteries dispatched Palace Chao to invite Ji Ning to the palace. Accompanied by the island lord and Palace Chao, Ji Ning entered the Immortal Palace of Concealed Mysteries. The palace boasted an ethereal atmosphere, with exquisite decor, beautiful maidens, and rare spirit beasts. Palace Chao disclosed that Immortal Palace of Concealed Mysteries was intrigued by Ji Ning's exploits. Upon arriving at the main hall, Ji Ning encountered the Black Mist World God, one of Mr. Star's 9 world-level powerhouses. Ji Ning, learning that the World God had also come to extend an invitation, pondered his options. Entering the grand main hall, Ji Ning was amazed to find the sound of music clearly audible within the hall. Enchanting damsels and musicians weaving an intoxicating atmosphere. High above the hall, 2 majestic figures sat, exuding a heavy aura akin to the world of chaos. One was the Chaos Immortal, Shu Yu Immortal, while the other was the World God, Black Fog World God. Greeted by Gong Chao Zhu Immortal, Ji Ning respectfully saluted the 2 world-level powerhouses. Shu Yu Immortal inquired about Ji Ning's confidence, informing him that his reputation had reached the 9 world-level beings of Mistrock Star. Suddenly, Scarlet Shadow, a red-clad youth beside Black Fog World God, volunteered to test Ji Ning's strength. With the permission of the 2 powerhouses, Ji Ning and Scarlet Shadow clashed within the restriction. Although Ji Ning displayed superb swordsmanship, Scarlet Shadow made up for his inferior strength with his divine ability. However, Ji Ning suddenly unleashed the might of the star-sizing hand, his sword light growing heavy and fierce, shattering Scarlet Shadow's ethereal sword technique. Scarlet Shadow's defeat surprised Shu Yu Immortal, Black Fog World God, on the other hand, greatly praised Ji Ning's swordsmanship, discerning that he had been hiding his true strength, which was profound and extraordinary. Intrigued by Ji Ning's swordsmanship, Black Fog World God proposed a personal duel to further explore its depths. Shu Yu Immortal consented to Black Fog World God's request, anticipating the upcoming confrontation of swordsmanship from different worlds. Within the Grand Hall, the Azure Mirage Immortal and the Dark Mist World God were simultaneously captivated by a figure. Foggy Rock Starlord, clad in a robe adorned with stars, descended, causing the hall's occupants to gasp. Foggy Rock Starlord announced his arrival to gauge the strength of the newly inducted member. Biming, the Dark Mist World God conjured an avatar, but Biming, wielding the sword Origin, effortlessly evaded its attacks. The Dark Mist World God was astounded by Biming's comprehension of the sword Dao. Recognizing his mastery as nearing perfection, Foggy Rock Starlord elucidated that Baiming's command of the sword had reached a level that Kendo masters only dreamt of. The Dark Mist World God engaged Baiming in battle, suppressing his own power. Baiming, under pressure, unleashed his nameless swordsmanship, its potency increasing with each strike. Foggy Rock Starlord marveled at Baiming's insight, perceiving that his mastery of swordsmanship enabled him to rival even a world god like the Dark Mist World God. As time progressed, Baiming's skills grew exponentially during his clash with the Dark Mist World God. The hall's occupants were awed by Baiming's exceptional talent and comprehension, and Foggy Rock Starlord resolved to personally mentor him, nurturing him into an unrivaled master of the Sword Dao. In a battle with the swordsmanship expert, World God of Black Mist, Ji Ning deeply felt his inadequacy in swordsmanship. The World God of Black Mist's swordsmanship had formed a complete system, creating a powerful sword world which easily suppressed Ji Ning's World of Heart sword. During the clash, Ji Ning realized that his sword speed, unpredictability, and attack power were all lacking. Under the guidance of World God of Black Mist, he began to comprehend the second style of the nameless sword art, Sword of Slaughter. Ji Ning was extremely perceptive, constantly improving his swordsmanship and increasing its power. The World God of Black Mist had clearly restrained his power, but even so, his sword world was enough to easily destroy a chaotic world. Although Ji Ning made rapid progress, he still felt weak against the sword world. Misty Rock Star Master and Ascetic Void Spirit, who were watching the battle, were impressed by Ji Ning's natural talent, speculating that he had not been cultivating for long. The Crimson-Robed Youth and other disciples were amazed by Ji Ning's swordsmanship. Realizing that he was as good as the 5 generals, Patriarch Daybreak thought that Ji Ning's swordsmanship defense was amazing and had no flaws. Even the other 5 generals would find it difficult to win against his persistent attacks. If Ji Ning had another divine sword of the Tao, his strength would be even more formidable. The World God of Black Mist took the initiative to stop the fight, indicating that Ji Ning could come and spar with him at any time. Ji Ning was deeply grateful, realizing that he had benefited greatly. The Misty Rock Star Master, appreciating Ji Ning's strength, exceptionally appointed him as the 6th general of Misty Rock Army, but made his requirements relatively relaxed. Ji Ning made a life-bound vow, but requested to leave the Great Mo domain to find the Skybreak Palace, which made the 3 world-level beings puzzled and curious. In the Grand Audience Hall, the Black Mist World God and the Ethereal Immortal were clueless about the Tianyuan Palace mentioned by Ji Ning. The Star Lord of Mistrock had also never heard of it, speculating that the Tianyuan Palace might be too remote or might have already been destroyed. Ji Ning was anxious about it, but the Star Lord of Mistrock promised to ask other world-level godfiends and friends to see if they had any leads. The Star Lord of Mistrock altered Ji Ning's life-bound oath, lightening the restrictions. Ji Ning officially became a member of Mistrock and expressed his willingness to fight for Mistrock abroad. He inquired about the number of cultivators who possessed the Black Lotus secret art, cultivated the power of the heart, and had the strength of at least a peak ancestral god. He learned that there was only one, the Heart Fiend Commander among the 9 Fiend Commanders under the command of the Black Lotus Godfiend. Knowing that Ji Ning held a grudge against the Heart Fiend Commander, the Star Lord of Mistrock arranged for him to go to the Winding Wind Chaos World, which bordered the Black Lotus Godfiend's territory. As a patrol lord, he would represent Mistrock and oversee the local area, leading all the local cultivators on their side. In this way, Ji Ning could both fulfill his duty and carry out his revenge. The Star Lord of Mistrock reminded Ji Ning not to underestimate the Black Lotus Godfiend's forces and gave him a patrol mandate, granting him the highest authority in the Winding Wind Chaos World. Ji Ning left the Grand Audience Hall with Patriarch Fuxi and went to the Star-Lord's palace to collect treasures and cultivation methods in preparation for his journey to the Winding Wind Chaos World. Patriarch Fuxi mentioned that as the Star-Lord's patrol lord, Ji Ning would have a high status in the Winding Wind Chaos World. In the main palace of planet Mistrock, sculptures stand tall, each representing a deceased god of the world who once cast the divine ability Mistrock's destruction against their enemies and ultimately transformed into Mistrock statues. As the 6th general, Ji Ning is selecting ultimate techniques in the inherited treasure vault of the planet Mistrock lineage. The 12 unshared, secret technique jade symbols are the most dazzling, 3 of which are extraordinary sword techniques. However, Ji Ning believes they are inferior to his own cultivation of the nameless sword technique. The Mistrock's destruction divine ability is divided into 3 stages. and Ji Ning is deeply amazed, particularly with the first stage that can rival the sixth revolution of his single hand-plucking stars. Despite understanding the fatal weakness of this divine ability, Ji Ning still chooses it, both for cultivation and to use as a reference to create subsequent revolutions for the single hand-plucking stars. After obtaining the first chapter of Mistrock's destruction, Ji Ning bids farewell to the Lord of Island Fujie and proceeds to the primal wind chaotic world to execute the order of the Star Lord and engage in battle against the Dark Lotus God Emperor. The Lord of Island Fujie instructs Ji Ning to take care, and Ji Ning nods in agreement before departing through the void, into the boundless and chaotic world of flowing wind. A large ship propelled itself, carrying 3 formidable cultivators. They sought to explore the famed ancient ruins within the flowing wind ruins. To gain passage, they presented the chaotic spirit liquid to the guardian primordial immortals of Mistrock Star. Blackhorn and Bloodsea. Blackhorn and Bloodsea accepted the chaotic spirit liquid and cautioned the trio about the ongoing conflict between Mistrock Star and the Black Lotus Empire, urging them to refrain from intervening. The cultivators consented and departed with their ship. The flowing wind chaotic world was not naturally formed but created by an ancient, powerful figure. This figure's cultivation abode, the flowing wind ruins, had become a popular destination for treasure-seeking cultivators. At this moment, a golden armored figure resembling a demon god, the gourmand ancestor god, appeared. He commanded the 321 primordial immortals and ancestor gods stationed in the flowing wind chaotic world. Upon learning that a new patrolman was arriving, they grew apprehensive. The patrolman's cloak tore through the sky, revealing Ji Ning. He held the patrolman token, verifying his identity. Blackhorn, Bloodsea, and the gourmand ancestor god bowed respectfully. Ji Ning learned that the primary responsibility for managing the flowing wind chaotic world fell upon Blackhorn and Bloodsea. He chose to join the Mistrock army and be stationed at the East Ning mountain range. Before departing, Ji Ning requested information about the flowing wind ruins from Blackhorn and Bloodsea. He planned to join the Mistrock army in their resistance against the Black Lotus Empire and seize the opportunity to explore the enigmatic ruins. As Blackhorn and Bloodsea left, Ji Ning settled into the East Ning mountain range, which would serve as his temporary abode for the years to come. In the wind-sweeping chaos world, Ji Ning lands on an inconspicuous desolate planet and places the world prison deep underground as his reliance for resurrection after his death. After some travels, Ji Ning arrives in the East Ning mountain range of the wind-sweeping chaos world and settles in the Sunrise Courtyard. 3 golden armored captains of the Mistrock army come to pay their respects to Ji Ning, the rough and steady food mountain ancestral god, the charming and warlike flying spirit fairy, and the silent and taciturn abyssal tier ancestral god. They brief Ji Ning on the battles between the wind-sweeping chaos world and the Black Lotus chaos world, with both sides frequently carrying out small-scale ambushes to sharpen ancestral gods and ancestral immortals. Over a century later, an outsider, the golden-clad man Tian, an ancestral god, leads hundreds of followers and brings an ancestral god formation, preparing to explore the wind-sweeping ruins. Upon learning this, Ji Ning decides to also go to the ruins to investigate. And before setting off, he learns from the Black Robe ancestral immortal that the wind-sweeping ruins were left by an ancient mighty figure and are very dangerous, to the extent that even world-level experts have fallen within. Ji Ning, with his clone, fears no danger and decides to venture deep into the ruins in search of opportunities. He realizes that although he has the clone as a backup while traveling in the chaos, he still needs to be vigilant, for there exist terrifying secret techniques that can destroy both the main body and the clone simultaneously. 3 days later, Ji Ning reached the Sufeng ruins. He looked down at the vast, misty terrain and could tell that it was an enormous primal world veiled in mist. As he descended into the mist, he found himself transported to the midst of a swampy marsh. The marshes were home to numerous insectoid beasts, some of which were true gods while others were mighty beings who approached the power of world gods. Ji Ning encountered a monstrous lizard and utterly destroyed it with his bright moon sword art. As he continued to explore the marshes, he stumbled upon a large ship whereupon numerous treasures of the primal chaos variety were displayed. Concealing his aura, Ji Ning spectated a titanic struggle between a twin-headed serpent and a monstrous, scale-covered beast, each of whom wielded power on the cusp of the world god realm. The serpent was victorious, its wounds quickly healing as it devoured the flesh of its vanquished foe. Just then, A figure clad in white descended from above, piercing the serpent's skull with a single sword thrust. Ji Ning recognized him. It was the illustrious Patriarch Tianan, a tremendously powerful patriarch with a vast following. Patriarch Tianan demanded that Ji Ning surrender his treasures, threatening to kill him otherwise. Within an ancient relic in the chaotic world of Sufeng, Jining was besieged by Tianan Patriarch and his subordinate patriarchs. Jining escaped using the 9-angled electric serpent evasion technique, but 2 celestial treasures controlled by 2 ancestral immortals pursued him at extreme speed. Exceeding the limits of the heavenly Tao, Jining used his heart sword heaven and earth and star-plucking hand divine abilities to strike and repel 6 long spears in one blow. Patriarch Tianan was shocked by Jining's combat power, but he still sent hundreds of patriarchs to siege him. Facing such powerful enemies, Jining chose to continue his escape. Along the way, he discovered the fire fairy Suyuji, but she didn't intervene. Jining then found the corpses of other cultivators and obtained a treasure. A year later, Jining traveled within the ancient relic and sensed several powerful fluctuations in the distance. Upon approaching, he discovered 5 patriarchs and ancestral immortals fighting over 2 divine weapons of the Tao. Jining learned that one of the ancestral immortals was the infernal sword god, whose strength was comparable to his own. The fiend sword god relentlessly pursued the 4 ancestors, but they escaped in different directions. Suddenly, a white-clothed sword god named Ji Ning appeared, and his exquisite swordsmanship shocked the fiend sword god. Ji Ning's swift and formidable sword strikes forced the fiend sword god into a desperate situation. Recognizing Ji Ning's strength, the fiend sword god was forced to reveal his Tao artifact, the purple thunder hammer. They engaged in an intense battle, and Ji Ning's formidable powers managed to offset the hammer's potency. Out of desperation, the fiend sword god suggested dividing the artifact, but Ji Ning refused. During the fierce battle, a grey whirlwind abruptly appeared and engulfed Ji Ning and the fiend sword god, making them vanish. Witnessing the event, the 4 ancestors realized they had likely stumbled upon a perilous restriction within ancient ruins. After waiting anxiously for more than 3 days, they could only depart dejectedly, leaving behind the as yet undiscovered Tao artifact. In the face of a fierce confrontation, Ji Ning and Jail Sword God ventured into a dangerous area within the suffusing wind grotto abode. A grey whirlwind emerged from nowhere, carrying with it an aura of destruction that enveloped them and sent them plummeting downwards. Ji Ning utilized his star-plucking hand divine ability to seize hold of a stone pillar, attempting to stabilize his form. However, the power of the whirlwind was too overwhelming, shattering the pillar into pieces. Ji Ning swiftly extended his 6 arms into the fissure of a rock face, barely resisting the relentless force. Jail Sword God was unable to grasp onto anything, and his body was twisted and torn apart by the wind, ultimately reducing him to dust. Ji Ning witnessed Jail Sword God's demise firsthand. Filled with a sense of regret, unable to ascend, Ji Ning succumbed to the descending wind. During his fall, he collected several weapons, all of which were chaos wonders. As they continued downwards, Ji Ning discovered a cave carved into the rock face, sheltered from the whirlwind's fury. It offered a rare moment of tranquility. By extending his arms, Ji Ning drew near to the cave and entered it. The interior was pitch black, and Ji Ning retracted his divine ability, settling down for a moment of respite. Within a meticulously carved cavern, Ji Ning discovers an enigmatic sight. The cave walls are etched with fish scale patterns and written symbols. The patterns seem to have formed instantaneously, while the script is attributed to the late exalted Waterwind. Waterwind documents his epiphany about tracing wind, converging currents in the cave ruins, leaving behind his insights. The pictograms depict over 10 fish in varying poses and 97 water lines. As Ji Ning contemplates the scene, a sensation of the way permeates his being. A vast river appears before his eyes, with a giant fish 100 fathom long cleaving through the water. Unstoppable, he then notices 100 such rivers, each with a large fish, all converging and amassing into an overwhelming force. Convergence of 100 currents. Alas, when the way diverges, it brings about death. A sigh reverberates through the air as the illusion dissipates. Ji Ning realizes this is Waterwind's contemplation on tracing wind, converging currents. Ji Ning is moved by the poignant emotion within the vision, yet simultaneously drawn to the profundity of convergence of 100 currents. Sitting cross-legged, he immerses himself in contemplation. 6 years later, Ji Ning has an epiphany. Comprehending the final layer of the 9 Revolutions Chaos Seal. The divine seal glyphs form an azure flower that imprints itself on his forehead. Ji Ning concludes that both the cultivator who created the cave ruins and Waterwind likely achieved the unified realm of the 9 Revolutions Chaos Seal. After comprehending the 9th level of the Chaos Prohibition, a blue flower appeared in Ji Ning's sea of consciousness, granting him a new ability. The blue flower space can devour divine power, magic power and willpower, transforming them into a mysterious mist power. This mist power cannot leave the body, but when attached to the divine body, it greatly increases Ji Ning's strength and speed. He can easily break through the limits of Heaven's Way with just his divine body, rivaling the strength of a world god without the aid of any divine weapons or spells. Ji Ning was shocked by the power of the blue flower space, realizing that it was an astonishing divine ability far beyond his imagination. He speculated that the blue flower space may have been created by an ancient almighty being in the chaos, possessing the astonishing effect of changing his own fundamental strength. Ji Ning experimented further and found that while the mist power cannot leave the body, it can enhance the various aspects of the divine body, such as attack power, defense, speed, and reaction speed. This brought his divine body to a whole new level, even surpassing the realm of a half-step world god. Ji Ning suspected that the creator of the blue flower space Dharma Door might be a peerless monster like Ancestral God Ancestor Immortal. Because this Dharma Door can slay enemies beyond their level, break the limits of Heaven's Way and greatly enhance one's own strength. He realized that the blue flower space would become a great power for him to fight in the chaos, bringing him unprecedented strength. Ning Qi had a breakthrough in a rock cave within the Endless Cave. He had integrated the 9 chaos prohibitions and comprehended the azure flower imprint. The azure flower imprint can condense the force of mist to form crystalline water droplets, which greatly enhance combat abilities if attached to the divine body. Both the main body and avatar of Kiss condensed the azure flower imprint, and the azure flower space of his main body had become stronger and could accommodate more water droplets. Qi pondered the use of the azure flower imprint in the cave, and he guessed that the 100 Rivers Unite Dao map left by Water Wind Taoist would help him to improve his realm. Later, he decided to explore the lower levels of the Endless Cave, where more treasures and dangers might be hidden. Qi climbed down with his 6 arms and descended into the depths of the cave. As he went deeper, the counterpressure became increasingly strong, but with the assistance of the mist from the azure flower, Qi was still able to climb with ease. Along the way, he collected several chaos wonders, and finally when he reached a depth of more than 30,000 miles, he discovered a blood-red saber wedged in a crack in the rock face. Qi reached out into the crevice and drew out this masterless object. Guessing that it was an excellent Taoist weapon, Qi continued to explore downward, hoping to find the 2 weapons of the Taoist god of the prison sword. He was well aware of the risks involved in venturing into dangerous places, but at the same time, there was also the possibility of acquiring extraordinary treasures. Ji Ning delves into the bottomless grotto, climbing to its depths, where he finds a gray vortex of raging wind. One end of the vortex is the grotto from which he came, while the other leads to a new, shadowy cavern. Ji Ning realizes he is in the vast winds of 100 streams wonder, formed by the convergence of 100 twisting, swirling passages. An accumulation of lost treasures has gathered at the vortex, and Ji Ning carefully collects the items, including 9 divine weapons. As he prepares to leave, he comes across a blue-white scale. It bears an odd pattern, and similar tooth marks are found on shattered treasures of chaos. Just then, Ji Ning spots a blue-white scaled beast flying against the gray wind. It is the owner of the scale. Recognizing the beast's formidable power, Ji Ning swiftly flees. The beast gives chase. Its rage triggered, Ji Ning desperately ascends, but the beast is faster, closing in on him. Ji Ning realizes that the treasures he has collected may be buried here. In the murky cavern, a blue-white scaled beast bared its fangs at Ji Ning. Despite his formidable abilities, Ji Ning retreated under the beast's terrifying tail swipe, indicating its overwhelming strength. Ji Ning realized that the beast possessed immense physical prowess but lacked any comprehension of the Tao. Even with the azure flower mist bolstering him, Ji Ning's stamina was dwindling. To conserve its power, he decided to escape. He brandished his newly refined Heavenly Tao incarnate knife and executed the formidable Heavenly Collapse technique, cleaving the beast with a single strike. Though the beast couldn't evade the attack, its massive scales shattered only partially, showcasing its resilience. However, Ji Ning's move inflicted a minor wound. Enraging the beast, it shrieked, its distress call echoing through the cavern via the reversed wind. Wind beasts from afar heard the plea and rushed to the scene. Ji Ning continued his ascent while fending off the pursuing beast. As he neared the cave entrance, 3 more wind beasts surrounded him. With the aid of his 2 heavenly Tao incarnate weapons and clever maneuvering, Ji Ning barely held off the assault. As a 4th wind beast approached, Ji Ning took a blow, using the momentum to escape the cave. Meanwhile, the wind beasts inside the cavern watched Ji Ning's escape with a mixture of fury and awe. They dared not venture beyond the perilous ruins and could only gaze as he soared away from the abyss. After escaping the bottomless cave, Ji Ning finds himself in a vast world with caverns, land, valleys, and lakes. It seems peaceful, yet he senses danger lurking everywhere. Deciding to take a chance, Ji Ning picks a direction and soon discovers a beautiful lake. As he approaches, a ripple engulfs him, and the scene around him transforms. He finds himself before a tranquil manor with a powerful aura that prevents him from leaving its 3-mile radius. Unable to retreat, Ji Ning pushes open the door and enters. Inside, Ji Ning sees an elder in a golden robe sitting cross-legged with a 9-story pagoda emitting an unimaginable aura by his side. Ji Ning's eyes covet the pagoda, but finding the elder deceased, he uses his innate spirit treasure rope to retrieve it. However, the rope turns to dust upon reaching 10 feet from the elder. Words appear, stating that only those who break the wind tracing formation can obtain the treasure. Ji Ning tries his grand chaos treasure axe, but it is also blocked. Just when he is at a loss, a black-robed boy flies out of the pagoda, informing Ji Ning that only those at the World God Zenith realm can break the formation. The elder was once a servant to the wind-tracing Taoist, but became trapped here after the Taoist's death. Ji Ning, with his essence treasure purple light gourd, stumbles upon the cave abode ruins of Taoist monarch Wind Source. A black-robed boy tells him that the ruins contain the burial goods of over 500 world-level beings and their countless followers. But to take the treasures, one must break the Wind Source wind formation and make a life and death oath. Ji Ning realizes he is not strong enough to do so and asks for other ways. The black-robed boy reveals that if Ji Ning becomes a Taoist monarch, he can take the treasures. The black-robed boy tells the tale of Taoist monarch Wind Source. He enslaved over 500 world-level beings, with tens of thousands of followers, even including a Taoist monarch as a follower. Taoist monarch Wind Source returned to his homeland to create the Wind Source chaotic world and cave abode ruins, imbuing his life's wisdom into the ruins before passing away. Ji Ning learns of a pavilion in the cave abode that can teleport him to safety. He searches and finds the teleportation pavilion, successfully exiting the ruins. On the way back to the dangerous zone, Ji Ning encounters the boat of Ancestral God Tianan, marveling at the connections between them. In the perilous depths of an ancient ruin, Ji Ning encountered the patriarch ancestor of the southern heavens. An old grudge between them reignites, and they engage in a fierce battle. Ji Ning's prowess has since surpassed its limits, his swordsmanship astonishingly swift and devastating. The patriarch ancestor had intended to capture the fire immortal Su Yuji, but Ji Ning's sudden appearance thwarted those plans, summoning 100 ancestors to surround him. The patriarch ancestor grows reckless, failing to protect himself. With his speed transcending the heavenly Tao, Ji Ning evades their formation and pierces the patriarch ancestor's throat with a single sword thrust. His death triggers the immediate demise of 6 accompanying ancestors, 2 female servants, and over 100 ancestral slaves. Su Yuji witnesses all this in shock. The might Ji Ning displays far surpasses that of a world-level expert, his flight and swordsmanship astounding in both speed and power. Ji Ning muses on the cycle of cause and effect, how his initial flight from the patriarch ancestor now leads to his demise. He acknowledges the unalterable past but embraces the uncertainty of the future. Ji Ning holds on to the belief that one day, he can overturn the annihilation of his true spirit and resurrect his beloved wife. Ji Ning, a monstrous ancestral god whose power surpassed the world level, had effortlessly slain the Nantian ancestral god and his retainers. His strength left Su Yuji flustered, realizing she had stumbled upon a peerless genius destined to stand at the apex of world-level experts. Desperate, Su Yuji expressed her desire to become Ji Ning's follower. She cultivated the great freedom and wish-fulfilling method, reaching a realm comparable to peak ancestral gods, and was on the cusp of breaking through to the world level within 1,000,000 years. Ji Ning readily accepted, asking her to use her most potent divine ability. Su Yuji unleashed her divine ability in all its glory. But it was still no match for Ji Ning's terrifying might. Ji Ning effortlessly blocked Su Yuji's attack with his right palm, leaving her filled with admiration. The two exchanged life-bound oaths. With Su Yuji officially becoming Ji Ning's first follower, they departed the ancient relic and returned to the East Ning mountain range within the Windsource Chaos world. Ji Ning's abode, the Serene Sun Courtyard. With Ji Ning's guidance, Su Yuji selected a residence for herself, while Ji Ning inventoried the numerous treasures he had acquired within the ancient relic. Su Yuji's hopes soared with Ji Ning's presence. She believed that Ji Ning was destined to become the supreme expert of the Windsource Chaos world in the future. And being his follower would bring her unimaginable opportunities and guidance. Upon returning from an adventure in ancient ruins, Ji Ning discovers a Dongtian Dharma treasure containing 2 Taoist divine weapons, a jade slip about Sufeng ruins, and a star map. The star map holds detailed information about 5 territories including Damo territory. While the jade slip contains the risk level for Sufeng ruins, Ji Ning speculates that the cave's original owner may have been a world-level expert, as he also receives a progenitor god formation and 300 chaos wonders. Ji Ning estimates the value of these treasures to be over 100 units of primal chaos liquid, which is comparable to the total wealth of an ordinary world-level expert. He decides to use these treasures to repair his divine sword, Violet Jewel, which possesses the legendary power of the source. Ji Ning plans to travel to the Damo Eternal Realm to find fragments of a Dharma treasure, intending to extract the essence of the 5 elements to repair Violet Jewel. Along the way, he encounters the fire immortal Su Yuji and invites her to accompany him. Although Su Yuji is aware of Ji Ning's identity, he remains emotionally distant from her. They take a flying craft to 7 Waters Star, planning to travel through a spatio-temporal portal to reach the Damo Eternal Realm. Ji Ning understands that he will face significant dangers upon his arrival there, but he is well prepared for the challenges that lie ahead. After a 2-year journey through the vast universe, Ji Ning finally arrived at the Great Mo Eternal World, a magnificent and sprawling realm as boundless as the ocean that left him in awe. Emerging from the spacetime transmission array, Ji Ning appeared alongside the fire fairy, Su Yuji. As soon as they stepped out, a formidable force of rules descended, restricting their ability to fly, a unique characteristic of the eternal world that applied to all beings. Despite this, there was an oddly comforting feeling to the Great Mo Eternal World. Its heavy world intent soothed the mind, granting Ji Ning a sense of tranquility unlike anything he had ever experienced. Su Yuji explained that this was what made the Eternal World so popular among cultivators and why the Great Mo Institute had been able to establish its presence here. Together, Ji Ning and Su Yuji ventured on foot towards Yibo City, perched atop a 1,000,000-mile high mountain. This ancient city was the most prosperous in the Eternal World. As they ascended the treacherous slope, Ji Ning marveled at the sheer size and mystery of his surroundings. Upon reaching the city gates of Yibo, Ji Ning's gaze was drawn to the colossal characters Yibo emblazoned on the city walls. An enigmatic force emanated from them, causing Ji Ning to nearly vomit blood. Su Yuji warned that these characters represented the city's core, containing immense power that could easily backlash against reckless observers. Ji Ning was awed, speculating that the creator of these Yibo characters might be even more formidable than the great Mo Daojun himself. Entering Yibo City, they were greeted by a vibrant and bustling scene where ancestral gods and immortals were common sights and over 1,000 world-level experts resided. The Myriad Treasures Palace stood as a magnificent beacon, radiating the aura of countless divine weapons. Su Yuji revealed that this was the legendary treasury overseen by the great Mo Daojun, where one could find almost any imaginable artifact and even custom-order weapons of origin, though such acquisitions came with a hefty price. Ji Ning understood that while trading within Yibo City was absolutely safe, once outside its walls, there were no restrictions on killing. Thus, he resolved to exercise caution when dealing in treasures at the Myriad Treasures Palace, lest he arouse the covetousness of world-level experts. After entering Myriad Treasures Palace, Ji Ning sold 4 Dao weapons and a Patriarch formation, which were worth 105 cubes of primal liquid. He also sold over 300 Primordial wonders, which were worth 3 cubes of primal liquid. Ji Ning then went to Yibo City and dispersedly bought 108 cubes of Law's fragments across more than 800 Law shops. To avoid tracking, Ji Ning went to Cave Star using the spacetime teleportation formation, then went to 7 Water Star, and finally returned to the territory of Mistrock Star. In the World Jail, Ji Ning integrated 5 elemental essence extracted from the Law fragments into the purple rainbow sword to repair its broken internal structure. After his doppelgangers converged with his original self, Ji Ning couldn't wait to hold the restored purple rainbow sword in his hand as he prepared to witness its abilities after recovering its source. On the mountaintop, the 5 elements divine cauldron stands majestically, its handles radiating with blinding brilliance. Seated cross-legged before it is the young man in white, Ji Ning, with the divine sword, Violet Jewel, placed before him, to extract the quintessence of the 5 elements from the divine sword. Ji Ning has spent a fortune on 108 pieces of divine artifact fragments. The fragments are refined within the 5 elements divine cauldron, extracting the essence of the 5 elements while ejecting the waste. After more than 3 hours, Ji Ning obtains an almost infinite amount of 5 element essence. He takes out a green jade calabash, and the essence of the 5 elements flows into it as 5 colored streams. Ji Ning then infuses the essence into the body of Violet Jewel, commencing the process of repairing the divine sword. During the reparation, the 5 element essence is constantly absorbed by the divine sword, but the process is extremely slow. As the repair approaches the fundamental level, the difficulty increases exponentially. Thus, Ji Ning exhausts 98 pieces of divine artifact fragments before finally completing the restoration of the sword's body. At this moment, Violet Jewel erupts with a formidable aura, causing the universe jail to tremble. Ji Ning attempts to activate the divine sword with all his might. But an indescribable sword intent gushes forth from the sword's quintessence, revealing to him that the sword's essence has awakened. Ji Ning realizes that to unleash Violet Jewel's full might, he must guide the eruption of sword intent from the sword's essence. However, this is a task that surpasses his current realm. To test the power of the divine sword, Ji Ning brings the black-haired elder, 3 absolutions, to the wilderness. Ji Ning executes the slaughter sword stance, invoking a portion of the divine sword's essence. In an instant, a crimson sword beam flashes, severing the black chains that bound 3 absolutions. Astoundingly, within the incarcerating grounds known as the World Prison, an elder clad in black hair stares in astonishment at Ji Ning. Ji Ning, a paragon, effortlessly severs the chains of the 9 prefects within with his divine sword. Exhibiting might comparable to world gods or the Chaos Immortal, the elder, Sanju Swordmaster, having encountered Ji Ning previously, pledges allegiance after witnessing his prowess. Ji Ning liberates the imprisoned from the World Prison, transporting them to the vast expanse of the Great Mo Domain. Within the Great Mo Domain, Ji Ning's paragon prowess rivals that of world-level experts, cautioning his entourage of the perils they face. The liberated prisoners elect to follow Ji Ning, vowing unwavering loyalty. Ji Ning establishes their sanctuary within the Dong Ning Mountains of the retrograde flowing chaos world alongside his comrades. 16 fellow paragons. Over the next 2 centuries, Ji Ning immerses himself in swordsmanship, guided by the divine sword origin, his slaughter sword form advancing rapidly. Ji Ning recognizes the arduous path ahead as the divine sword origin embodies a level of sword intent superior to his own. He remains steadfast in his pursuit, believing that attaining the origin sword intent would elevate his abilities to unfathomable heights. Ji Ning immerses himself in comprehending the 3rd stage of nameless sword art called Luotian Stance or World of the Sword, aiming to build his own independent world and enter the world realm. Meanwhile, the Wild Dog Patriarch, loyal to Ji Ning, reports on the whereabouts of the God King of Spirit Heart. The God King has remained hidden in the Dark Lotus Imperial capital since Ji Ning killed the elderly god of origins. Without venturing out, Ji Ning deduces that the God King fears him and dares not act rashly. The Wild Dog Patriarch suggests assassinating the God King of Spirit Heart, but Ji Ning declines, believing that the Dark Lotus Imperial capital has tight security. He resolves to patiently await an opportunity. Separately, the Star Lord of Mistrock, Zichen, achieves a breakthrough in his Star Dao, reaching the pinnacle of world godhood. He can no longer suppress the flames of vengeance in his heart and sets out to exact revenge against his nemesis. Fei Shao, the chaotic immortal, Zichen's uncle, the world god of the Black Fog, understands his pain but also worries about the safety of Mistrock's star. Zichen assures him that he has gathered formidable power and believes he can prevail against the Dark Lotus Emperor's faction. Personally slaying Fei Xiao, the world god of the Black Fog decides to support Zichen's plan but acknowledges the need to convince other world realm powerhouses on Mistrock's star. Mistrock planet boasts 9 world-level experts as their supreme ruling power in the Great Mo domain. To wage a war against the Black Lotus Empire, the planet ruler of Mistrock decides to dispatch all 9 world-level experts and the entire army of ancestral gods and ancestral immortals. Mistrock planet has cultivated 3 world-level experts, including the planet ruler of Mistrock, the Dark Mist World God, and Immortal Tianan. Additionally, there are 6 affiliated world-level experts who are essentially guest ministers. To increase their chances of victory, the planet ruler of Mistrock has procured 7 formations at a great cost, including 6 lesser thousand ancestral god formations and 1 lesser thousand ancestral immortal formation. Each formation requires 1,000 ancestral gods or ancestral immortals to operate, posing a deadly threat even to world-level experts. Ji Ning, known as the Sunrise Sword Immortal in the Mistrock army, is assigned to participate in this campaign. He is entrusted with commanding a lesser thousand ancestral god formation, comprising 1,000 ancestral gods or ancestral immortals. The planet ruler of Mistrock divulges his strategic plan to the generals, expecting them to master the formations within a month, after which, the entire army will embark on their mission to the Black Lotus Empire. Ji Ning is astounded by the planet ruler of Mistrock's decision, as large-scale world-level battles are rare in the Great Mo domain due to their wide-reaching consequences and heavy casualties. However, the planet ruler of Mistrock has evidently made ample preparations, determined to defeat the Black Lotus Empire at any cost. On Fogrock Star, the ancestral god army led by Ji Ning meticulously prepared and mastered the formidable small thousand ancestral god formation. Ji Ning, as the hub of the formation, commanded 9 grand commanders and led 1,000 ancestral gods. Upon completion of the formation, heaven and earth merged, creating a small world comparable in power to a world-level expert. Under the guidance of the world god of Black Mist, Ji Ning's swordsmanship broke through to a higher realm, incorporating his sword world realm into his moonsword sword art, creating the formidable killing sword style. Ji Ning's army of ancestral gods trained diligently, gradually perfecting their formation maneuvers. The world god of Black Mist personally visited the training grounds and sparred with Ji Ning in swordsmanship. Though Ji Ning did not triumph over the world god of Black Mist, he displayed astonishing skill wielding his divine path weapon and executing exquisite sword techniques. The world god of Black Mist imparted his insights into the Black Mist sword art to Ji Ning, hoping to inspire his swordsmanship. The month-long preparation period came to an end, and Ji Ning led his army to campaign against the Black Lotus Empire. By this time, his swordsmanship had reached its peak, his formation tactics were flawless, and he embarked on his conquest with unwavering confidence. Within the Mistrock Prefecture, numerous ancestral gods and immortals gather, their expressions heavy as they speculate on the purpose behind this unprecedented assembly. Unexpectedly, the Mistrock Prefecture Lord leads 9 world-level powerhouses and mobilizes 7,000 ancestral gods and immortals to assault the Black Lotus dynasty. For this campaign, the Mistrock Prefecture Lord even transforms Mistrock itself into a magical treasure to carry with him. News reaches the Black Lotus Imperial Palace, unsettling the Black Lotus God Monarch's subordinate, Heart God, having previously possessed the originator of the 3 realms. Heart God holds a grudge against Ji Ning and suspects that Ji Ning has allied with the Mistrock Prefecture forces under the alias of General Sunrise. Heart God finds himself in a precarious position. He dares not investigate Sunrise's identity openly but instead chooses to observe covertly, waiting for an opportune moment to act. However, a summons from the Black Lotus God Monarch disrupts his plans. In the vast and chaotic Black Lotus world, a mighty vessel carrying 7,000 ancestral deities and ancestral immortals descended from the void towards the Black Lotus imperial capital. Shaped like a 9-petaled Black Lotus, leading them were 9 world realm powerhouses, including the planet lord of Mistrock, Yu Zichen. Yu Zichen declared that their mission was not to wage a full-scale war, but to kill Flying Owl Immortal, hidden within the Black Lotus imperial capital. To ensure victory, the planet lord of Mistrock brought the Mistrock planet to the chaotic world, enveloping the entire realm in starlight. sealing time and space. The 6 world realm powerhouses within the Black Lotus imperial capital were astonished by the actions of the planet lord of Mistrock. They could not fathom why Yu Zichen would launch such a massive assault against Black Lotus, with whom they had no prior conflict. However, Yu Zichen revealed that his wife had been killed in the great slaughter of the cold chaotic world perpetrated by Flying Owl Immortal. Faced with Yu Zichen's wrath, Flying Owl Immortal panicked and sought aid from the Black Lotus Divine Emperor. The Black Lotus Divine Emperor remained indifferent, indicating that his strength was comparable to Yu Zichen's and that he had no fear. Amidst the stalemate, a barefoot old man in tattered robes emerged from a spacetime teleportation array. He claimed to have tracked Taoist Su Guifeng to this place and remained uninterested in the battle before him. In the celestial abyss, an old man in tattered robes rushes toward the Sufeng relics in search of the legendary treasures of the Sufeng Daojun. Within the chaotic Black Lotus realm, inside the Divine Emperor's palace, the Black Lotus Divine Emperor and 4 other world realm experts discuss how to confront the imminent threat from the Wuyan star lineage. As the desperate Flying Owl Immortal pleads for protection, the Black Lotus Divine Emperor calculates the risks and decides to engage in battle. The Wuyan Star Lord leads 9 world realm experts and an army of 7,000 ancestral gods and ancestral immortals toward the Black Lotus chaotic realm. Demanding the surrender of Flying Owl Immortal, the Black Lotus Divine Emperor refuses, and the 2 sides prepare for confrontation. The Black Lotus Imperial City's array formations are formidable, deterring the Wuyan Star forces from a direct assault. Instead, they deploy the 7-layered formation, relying on the combined strength of ancestral gods and ancestral immortals to crush their opposition. 7,000 ancestral gods and ancestral immortals form a colossal hemispherical barrier infused with world force, surging into the dark clouds above the Black Lotus Imperial City. The Wuyan Star Lord believes that the 7-layered formation will shatter the Black Lotus Imperial City's array formations, and a fierce battle is imminent. The array forbidding the Dark Lotus Imperial City has been broken. 7,000 ancestral gods and ancestral immortals, several world gods, and chaotic immortals have jointly invaded. Ji Ning was ordered to protect Immortal Fushou and lead a detachment to resist the attacks from the array forbidding. The world gods were divided into 6 teams to fight against the 6 great figures of the Dark Lotus Empire at the world level. Both Dark Lotus Emperor and Immortal Fei Shao had a lesser 1,000 ancestral god array, which surprised the side of Mistrock Star. The Lord of Mistrock Star, Immortal Suyu, and Immortal Tianao joined hands to fight against Dark Lotus Emperor, while other world gods fought one-on-one to contain those on the side of Dark Lotus Empire. Ji Ning shuttled in the city, suppressing the power of the array forbidding. In the midst of the chaos, Ji Ning's eyes and the Godfiend Source Old Man met. Both sides recognized each other at a glance. There was a sense of tension and murderous intent in the air. Beyond the boundless cosmos, the Heart Spirit General escapes from the 3 realms, provoking Ning's wrath. Ning charges at the Heart Spirit General for vengeance, unleashing the slaying sword move of the nameless sword arts. Despite the protection of the microcosmic ancestral god formation, Ning's attack power exceeds the combined strength of thousands of ancestral gods, causing the Heart Spirit General to tremble. Witnessing this, the Black Fog World God joins forces with Ning, suppressing the defenses of the microcosmic ancestral god formation. Seizing the moment, the Star Lord of Fogrock imprisons the Fei Shao chaotic immortal within the star's radiance and slays him. The death of the Fei Shao immortal ignites rage and hatred within the Star Lord of Fogrock, as he recalls his fallen comrades in the 3 realms tribulation and curses the Heart Spirit General. The Star Lord of Fogrock and the Black Fog World God work together to resist the microcosmic ancestral god formation's entanglement, creating an opportunity for Ning. Harnessing the power of the Divine Sword's origin, Ning executes the heaven-splitting move, unleashing a terrifying force that strikes the Heart Spirit General. Despite the protection of the microcosmic ancestral god formation, Ning's attack inflicts a massive impact that stirs thousands of ancestral gods. Ning and the Black Fog World God collaborate to suppress the microcosmic ancestral god formation, leaving the Fei Shao immortal with no escape. The Star Lord of Fogrock seizes the opportunity, striking with full force to pierce the Fei Shao immortal's brow and kill him. The death of the Fei Shao immortal brings solace to the Star Lord of Fogrock, who has harbored a deep-seated hatred for years. But in his silence, he mourns for his fallen companions. The intense battle continued. With the help of the Fogstone Star Lord, Ji Ning managed to slay the Fiend Claw Immortal. The forces of darkness from the Black Lotus Empire dissipated, causing a reversal of the entire battlefield. However, the Black Lotus God Monarch did not show any sign of panic. Instead, he displayed his astonishing powers. He summoned secret techniques, and his aura surged, chilling Fogstone Starlord to the bone. Recognizing the Black Lotus God Monarch's incredible strength, Fogstone Starlord immediately ordered Ji Ning and Black Mist World God to take out the Dark Empire's Lesser Thousand World God formation, thereby weakening the Black Lotus God Monarch's power. Fogstone Starlord, Black Mist World God, and Ji Ning joined forces to attack the thousands of ancestral gods from the Dark Empire. Under the series of fierce attacks, more than 10 ancestral gods were severely injured and vomited blood. In desperation, these ancestral gods fled in panic. But their speed was no comparison to Ji Ning and the others. Although the Black Lotus God Monarch noticed the despair among the ancestral gods, he was entangled by the Void Spirit Immortal, the Heavenly Vulgate Immortal, and the Gold Cloud World God and had no time to rescue them. He proclaimed confidently that his powers far exceeded theirs in the past. He had slain countless world-level experts. The Black Lotus God Monarch then executed the first move of the Black Lotus Forbidden Technique Sea of Lotuses. Countless black lotuses grew around him, forming a gigantic lotus pond that swept towards the Void Spirit Immortal and the others with murderous intent. 9 world-level mighty figures from Fogstone Star's lineage faced the formidable challenge of the Black Lotus God Monarch. And an epic battle was about to unfold. A fierce battle is raging above planet Wuyan, as the 3 allies, Immortal Suyu, Immortal Tianao, and the World God of Golden Cloud, fight against the formidable Black Lotus God Emperor. The Black Lotus God Emperor unleashes his Black Lotus Forbidden Art, summoning countless black lotuses that besiege his opponents. Immortal Suyu uses a scroll to resist, temporarily suppressing the lotuses. However, the Black Lotus God Emperor then unleashes the even more powerful Lotus Prison, sending down innumerable black lotuses that resonate with those below, causing Immortal Zaius' defense to waver. Planet Wuyan's master, upon learning of the dire situation, quickly breaks the small thousand ancestral god formation and comes to assist with the Black Mist World God and Ji Ning. Immortal Suyu expands the scroll in all directions to block the Black Lotus attacks. Ji Ning separates his second primordial spirit and chases after the Heart God General, killing him. Before dying, the Heart God General threatens Ji Ning, claiming that he has sent word to the 3 realms. However, Ji Ning dismisses this, as he believes that even if the adventurers learn about the 3 realms, they will find it difficult to cross the vortex space to reach it. On the battlefield, Planet Wuyan's master demonstrates astonishing power, destroying over half of the Black Lotuses. The Black Lotus God Emperor remains steadfast in the center, relying on his 9-petal Black Lotus to continuously attack. Planet Wuyan's master urges Ji Ning to assist Immortal Suyu and protect him. Ji Ning transforms into a stream of light and rushes towards the most intense area of the battlefield. A fierce battle broke out on the battlefield. Ji Ning watched as countless black lotuses bloomed and shattered, his heart pounding in his chest. He flew to Void Spirit Immortal, who asked him for help. And Void Spirit Immortal wielded his cloth Dharma treasure to resist the Black Lotus God Emperor's attacks. Meanwhile, the Dimrock Starlord led other world-level mighty figures in a charge. Ji Ning observed the battle calmly. He noted that the Black Lotus God Emperor was the most powerful, followed by the Dimrock Starlord, then Void Spirit Immortal, then the Black Fog World God, then the Golden Cloud World God and Skyreaver Immortal. As the Black Lotus God Emperor unleashed its forbidden technique, the air was suddenly filled with countless tiny black lotuses that surrounded everyone. Void Spirit Immortal used his Dharma treasure to enshroud them in a shadow, shielding them from the lotuses' attacks. Ji Ning assisted Void Spirit Immortal by using his exquisite sword techniques and weakening abilities to effectively fend off most of the black lotuses. Upon seeing this, the Dimrock Starlord unleashed the 3rd level of his powerful Dimrock Annihilation chapter. His skin turned to rock, his strength skyrocketed, and his formidable sword chi suppressed the Black Lotus God Emperor. Void Spirit Immortal explained that world-level mighty figures are divided into several tiers: threshold, ordinary, peak, and consummate. The Dimrock Starlord and the Black Lotus God Emperor had now reached the consummate realm, making them immensely powerful. Void Spirit Immortal also mentioned the existence of supreme world gods who possess eternal god items or have mastered extraordinary inheritances, making them unimaginably strong. However, such beings do not exist within the Grand Mist domain. The battle between Planet Lord Wuyan and Emperor Black Lotus reaches its peak, with Planet Lord Wuyan unleashing his ultimate technique, Wuyan Destruction Chapter, but still failing to shake Emperor Black Lotus. Emperor Black Lotus sighs, revealing himself as Black Lotus Taoist and brandishing the Eternal Divine Armament. The emergence of the Eternal Divine Armament sends shivers down the spines of countless cultivators. Only the formidable Planet Lord Wuyan chooses to fight, leading the forces of Planet Wuyan in a retreat. Despite knowing the vast disparity between their powers, he is willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of his people. Emperor Black Lotus presents two options: hand over all artifacts and inheritances, or face death. Planet Lord Wuyan is unable to surrender his heritage and chooses to fight. Meanwhile, Planet Wuyan descends, offering a glimmer of hope to the defenders. However, Emperor Black Lotus remains unwavering in his confidence, declaring that Planet Lord Wuyan cannot stop him and vowing to eradicate everyone present. The outcome of the war hangs in the balance, with the fate of the Wuyan lineage at stake. Amidst the devastation of Wuyan Planet, the Dark Lotus Divine Emperor faced off against the Wuyan Planet Master. In desperation, the Black Mist World God intervened, deploying the forbidden technique Wuyan Annihilation Chapter 4, willing to sacrifice his body for the cause. Despite being outmatched by the Dark Lotus Divine Emperor, the Black Mist World God's uncanny forbidden technique allowed him to fight alongside the Wuyan Planet Master. However, the Dark Lotus Divine Emperor's relentless onslaught, a torrent of blade strikes, threatened to overwhelm them. In that moment, the Black Mist World God's swordsmanship surpassed its limits. Becoming ethereal and fluid like mist, he orchestrated a sword formation with 6 divine swords, effortlessly deflecting the Dark Lotus Emperor's attacks. To protect the Wuyan Planet Master, the Black Mist World God was willing to give his life. He bid farewell to his nephew, urging him to flee while facing the Dark Lotus Divine Emperor in a fight to the death. Questioned about the forbidden technique, the Black Mist World God withheld the secret but revealed the existence of the complete Wuyan Annihilation Chapter on Wuyan Planet. In the end, the Black Mist World God perished in the battle, his sacrifice leaving the Wuyan Planet Master devastated. With his final breath, the Black Mist World God pled for his nephew to live on, vowing that one day they would avenge his death. The Wuyan Planet Master escaped, his heart heavy with grief and a burning desire for vengeance. The god of Dark Fog World is engaged in a fierce battle with the Infernal Lotus God Emperor. While their strengths are comparable, the Infernal Lotus God Emperor excels in both offense and defense. Unleashing a forbidden technique, the Infernal Lotus God Emperor sets in motion a colossal, 9-petaled black lotus that releases countless black lotuses, which surge towards the fleeing cultivators from Fogrock Star. The Infernal Lotus God Emperor reveals that his true strength lies within the Infernal Lotus realm, a magical treasure with a black lotus he meticulously refined as its core. Encapsulating his profound comprehension of the way of the Black Lotus, he has long since laid down restrictions within the Chaos world and fused them with the Infernal Lotus capital, giving rise to his most formidable Infernal Lotus realm. The lineage of Fogrock Star is trapped within the Infernal Lotus realm, desperately holding out against the Black Lotuses. Keenly aware of the peril, Ji Ning communicates with the sword spirit within the Violet Jewel Sword and learns of the arduous task of refining the eternal weapon. The Infernal Lotus God Emperor's outburst cannot be sustained indefinitely, yet failing to refine the sword within a few days will pose a grave threat to his life. At that moment, a disheveled old man emerges from beyond the Chaos world, his gaze falling upon the Infernal Lotus realm and the eternal weapon. An intrigued expression crosses his face. Amidst a fierce battlefield, an old man in tattered robes leisurely strolled, his body weaving through countless black lotuses without harm. The battle was reaching a stalemate, with Ji Ning and others surrounded by black lotuses, facing mortal danger. The Black Lotus Divine Emperor held the upper hand with his potent secret techniques and eternal divine weapon. Seeing the desperate struggle of his uncle, the Mistrock Star Lord implored him to retreat. At that moment, billions of bolts of lightning descended from the sky, instantly annihilating the Black Lotuses and breaking the spells cast by the Black Lotus Divine Emperor. The old man in tattered robes descended from the void, wielding the power of lightning and shattering the prohibited sorcery with ease. The Mistrock star lineage was overjoyed and addressed the old man as senior. The forces of the Black Lotus Divine Emperor were filled with fear. Recognizing the old man's realm as that of the life and death Tao monarch, the old man accused the Divine Emperor of harming those under his protection and unleashed a finger strike, killing him instantly. All those present were astounded, learning that the Black Lotus Divine Emperor's master was the 7 Imperial Tao monarch. However, the old man dismissed him as a mere worm, revealing that he had once pursued him relentlessly, forcing him into hiding within the Black Lotus star. An old man in tattered robes kills the Black Lotus God Emperor and effortlessly collects his remains. Many Fogrock star cultivators are filled with gratitude and admiration. Carrying the Fogrock star's people, the old man enters the Black Lotus, only to find the structures destroyed. He dismisses the remaining cultivators on the Black Lotus God Emperor's side, and the Fogrock star master dares not interfere. Looking at the Fogrock star people, the old man smiles at Ji Ning and addresses him as brother. The Fogrock star master is shocked, learning that Ji Ning holds the Heaven Awakened Palace's invitation token and that the old man intends to bring him back. The Fogrock star master implores the old man to save his seriously Fogrock afflicted second uncle. The Fogrock world god, after sensing his condition, the old man sighs, saying that his powers are lacking and that the world god's soul and spirit are too far Fogrockified to be reversed. The Fogrock world god gradually turns into a statue, a smile still on his face when he perishes. The Fogrock star master is filled with sorrow and anger, but the old man expresses his inability to change the outcome. He and Ji Ning depart from the Black Lotus, and as Ji Ning looks back at Fogrock star, his heart is filled with 1,000 emotions, an experience he will never forget. In an immense void, a colossal ship sails, and on its deck, Ji Ning sits opposite Taoist Tianyi, who wears a tattered Taoist robe. Taoist Tianyi claims to be one of the 3 palace masters of the Azure Palace and reveals the might of the palace, which houses 3 Taoists of life and death. Upon learning that the deity of the northern rest world was killed by the 3 divine beasts of the Black Flood Dragon, Taoist Tianyi is enraged and confirms the murderers' identities through divination. He swiftly dispatches 6 Azure Palace disciples to hunt down the 3 divine beasts and avenge the loss of the northern rest world. Ji Ning discovers that his mortal vow has yet to be lifted and that it can only be removed at the Azure Palace. He accompanies Taoist Tianyi to the remnant ruins of the Reversed Wind, where Taoist Tianyi is unable to penetrate the core due to the restrictions of the Reversed Wind Taoist's formations. He decides to bring Ji Ning to the core instead. Taoist Tianyi creates a safe zone in the core for Ji Ning to rest in, claiming he will retrieve the Reversed Wind Taoist's treasures. Taoist Tianyi leads Ji Ning into the Reversed Wind Chaos World, where they reach the remnant ruins of the Reversed Wind. Faced with the grandeur of the ruins, Taoist Tianyi laments the downfall of the Reversed Wind Taoist. He declares his fortune and superior Taoist techniques, and eagerly brings Ji Ning deeper into the ruins. Deep within the ruins of Su Feng, Taoist Tianyi and Ji Ning discovered an intertwining gray airflow, a powerful array left behind by Taoist Su Feng. Taoist Tianyi could not brute force the array, so he followed it to its core. The core was a lake with a large island at its center ringed by 10 smaller ones. A gentle breeze emanated from the main island, but Ji Ning sensed trepidation within it. Taoist Tianyi could not enter the island, so he let Ji Ning choose one of the smaller ones to explore. Ji Ning chose an island that emitted sword energy reaching into the heavens. Taoist Tianyi warned him that there were 3 dead world-level beings and a perilous region on the island. But Ji Ning, armed with the divine sword Violet Light Pearl and the support of the Azure Flower Space, was confident he could handle it. Ji Ning explored cautiously, finding the immortal palaces deserted and eerily silent. Just as he was puzzled, he saw a golden figure sitting in a pavilion atop a distant hill. On the outskirts of the immortal abode, Ji Ning encounters a world-level being with an aura far surpassing his own, a lifelike golden-robed figure seated in a pavilion, devoid of life. Ji Ning then traces the island's towering sword chi back to the depths of the immortal abode. Just as Ji Ning prepares to probe the immortal abode, an aura suddenly erupts. Turning back, he sees a rock beside the pavilion transform into a colossal rock giant. Its aura even more formidable than an ordinary world-level being. The rock giant is the puppet of the deceased Chaos Immortal, eternally guarding the master's corpse. Recognizing Ji Ning's respect for its master, the rock giant decides to test him. If Ji Ning can withstand 3 palms, it will acknowledge him as master. Ji Ning exerts all his might and receives the rock giant's 3 palms. On the 3rd palm, Ji Ning wields the divine sword Purple Light Pearl, executing a heaven-shattering strike that knocks the rock giant back. The giant is astounded by Ji Ning's strength, far beyond that of an ordinary ancestral god. Bound by its promise, the rock giant hands over its life core to Ji Ning. Ji Ning refines the life core, gaining control of the world-level puppet and learning that its master the Chaos Immortal was a master of formations. Ji Ning successfully refines the life core of a puppet magic weapon. Gaining control of this world-level puppet and naming it Stone, he then buries the remains of the slain immortal Wachu Chaos within his cave heaven magic weapon. Discovering that although the immortal lacks a Tao-level divine armament, he possesses 2 supreme-grade magic weapons, a set of 9 heart heavenly ring arrays and a rainbow world. Ji Ning recalls immortal Wachu's accomplishments in the areas of arrays and puppets, attributing these to his focus on these aspects instead of close-quarters combat. He studies the 9 heart heavenly ring arrays in detail, finding them too complex for his current level of ability, and instead turns his attention to the rainbow world. To further enhance his strength, Ji Ning utilizes the vast amount of chaos crystals left behind by immortal Wachu to accelerate his cultivation of the middle section of the statue divine ability, breaking through the bottleneck of the divine body and elevating it to the chaos level. Meanwhile, he learns that there are 2 other world-level figures on this island, World God Dongming and Immortal Bloodmarsh. World God Dongming is a disciple of Tao monarch Sufeng, buried here with him, but bestowed with a scroll painting that would grant freedom upon comprehension. However, none of the 12 disciples have ever succeeded in understanding it, contributing to Tao monarch Sufeng's refusal to acknowledge them and leading to their deaths. Ji Ning and the stone giant arrive at Immortal Island and learn that the master of the Immortal Palace is a world god named Dongming. Although Dongming has 2 primal chaos immortals serving him, he does not possess an eternal weapon. According to the stone giant, the 12 disciples that were cast aside and used as funeral accompaniments by their master Su Feng Dao Jun did not have eternal weapons, but several of their servants had obtained them during adventures. Dongming often studies a scroll that Su Feng Dao Jun gave him, which is worth as much as an eternal weapon. The stone giant leads Ji Ning into the Immortal Palace and to an underground chamber. Inside the chamber, Ji Ning sees Dongming's corpse sitting in a meditative pose, with the scroll hanging behind him, radiating sword ki that reaches the heavens. When the stone giant comes within 10 meters of Dongming's corpse, divine markings suddenly appear around them, releasing a powerful aura that surrounds Ji Ning and the stone giant. Ji Ning tries to block with his sword, but is still hit by the force. Within the sinister corridors, Ji Ning, clad in the primal chaos supreme armor, effortlessly withstood the traps of the netherworld god. As he entered the secret chamber, he encountered a cloaked figure wielding a large black banner, from which 9 vicious demons emerged to impede his progress. The stone colossus intercepted 6 of the vicious demons, leaving 3 to besiege Ji Ning. Despite their world-level strength, Ji Ning's divine sword, the Violet Azure Sword, and his formidable power allowed him to cleave them in 2 with a single strike. However, the vicious demons repeatedly reformed, hindering Ji Ning's approach to the banner. Ji Ning realized that refining the banner was crucial to eliminating the threat. He ordered the stone colossus to restrain the vicious demons while he made a dash for the banner. The 9-headed vicious demons were unable to react in time and could only watch as Ji Ning refined the banner, absorbing the vicious demons into it. Ji Ning then looted the treasures from the cavern palace, including the body of the cloaked figure and a scroll of sword intent, both of immense value. Eventually, Ji Ning and the stone colossus returned triumphant to a hilltop on the island. Ji Ning chuckled in satisfaction, acknowledging the abundance of opportunities he had gained from this venture, which he attributed to his elder brother's guidance. He proceeded to examine the relics left behind by the netherworld god, preparing to enhance his cultivation path. In the Sufeng ruins, Ji Ning discovers a mysterious swordsmanship painting on an island left behind by the cave-resonating world god, which is worth as much as an eternal divine weapon. However, the painting contains profound sword intent that Ji Ning cannot fathom. Meanwhile, Tian Daojun, the master whom Ji Ning follows, enters the core island of the ruins. Tian Daojun uses a strange technique to penetrate the island's many formations and arrives at a magnificent main hall. Inside the hall, The image left by Sufeng Daojun demands that Tian Daojun kneel and kowtow, offering up an eternal true talisman. Tian Daojun is furious and seizes the treasure inside the hall. However, the hall suddenly explodes, releasing a powerful energy shock that destroys the entire core island. Ji Ning and the rock giant witness all this nearby and are caught in the shockwave. Their whereabouts unknown. At the bottom of an abyssal cave, the rock golem clung to a fissure while Ji Ning sheltered behind it, narrowly avoiding the raging onslaught of the wind. They were waiting for Ji Ning's elder brother, Tian Dao Monarch. As time passed, Ji Ning grew anxious, wondering if Tian Dao Monarch had met with a mishap. However, the bottom of the abyss suddenly shook, and 3 blue-white wind beasts tumbled out, spooking the other wind beasts. The next moment, a familiar figure emerged from among the wind beasts, a tattered, barefoot Tian Dao Monarch. He was relieved to find Ji Ning and explained that navigating the Windflow Myriad formation had been arduous. Tian Dao Monarch entered a cavern to heal his wounds, with time flowing at 100 times its normal speed. Almost a year later, he emerged, revealing that the Sword Chi Scroll was part of a triptych left behind by the ancient Dao integration expert, Snowbright Emperor Monarch. Each set consisted of 4 scrolls, and there were 10 sets in total. By collecting a set and passing its test, one could become Snowbright Emperor Monarch's direct disciple. However, only 1 disciple could be cultivated per set, so there could be a maximum of 10 disciples. Ji Ning inquired why he had not encountered a test, and Tian Dao Monarch explained that each scroll was a separate grotto heaven space. He had to enter it to pass the test. After Ji Ning refined the diagram scroll left by Emperor Shuijin, he unexpectedly discovered that it concealed a grotto heaven space. However, his current ancestral immortal realm cultivation could not detect the space, and only at the world level could he enter to accept its trial. Heavenly Dao Monarch explained the secrets of the Shuijin diagram scroll and informed Ji Ning that he had to collect 4 diagram scrolls in order to become Emperor Shuijin's disciple. To help Ji Ning find the diagram scrolls, Heavenly Dao Monarch presented him with a jade slip that recorded traces of the known 21 diagram scrolls. From the jade slip, Ji Ning learned that there were 2 diagram scrolls in the Great Mo territory. One located in the central area of the Wind Trace ruins and the other in the inner domain of the Myriad Gods Manor. Heavenly Dao Monarch cautioned Ji Ning not to reveal the jade slip's information and stated that the Myriad Gods Manor was fraught with danger, urging him to proceed with caution. Afterwards, Heavenly Dao Monarch led Ji Ning to the Great Mo Institution to meet Great Mo Dao Monarch. Although there was an airspace ban in the Eternal Territories, Heavenly Dao Monarch, with his cultivation close to the Unity Realm, was able to ignore the ban and fly through the air. They arrived on the central island of the Great Mo Institution's lake, attracting much attention. Upon hearing the news, Great Mo Dao Monarch stepped out to warmly welcome Heavenly Dao Monarch's arrival. In the Grand Mora domain, Grand Mora Immortal instructed Ji Ning to pay a visit to Grand Mora Immortal in his Dao companion. The disciples of the Grand Mora Institution were honored upon learning about Grand Mora Immortal's visit. Grand Mora Immortal revealed that he had obtained the eternal token of the Trace Wind Ruins and was planning to explore the Yibo realm. But due to the dangers that the realm posed, he requested Grand Mora Immortal to dispatch a Dharma body to assist him. Grand Mora Immortal calculated the risks and found that it would be perilous to venture into the Yibo realm. But he agreed to arrange for a Dharma body to accompany Grand Mora Immortal within 3 years. Grand Mora Immortal gave Grand Mora Immortal many treasures as compensation. Grand Mora Immortal's Dharma body following Grand Mora Immortal on his adventure came at a great cost. But the gifts of Grand Mora Immortal were sufficient to compensate for it. With the help of a time treasure, Grand Mora Immortal could also refine another Dharma body within 3 years. Grand Mora Immortal and Ji Ning settled down in the Waterlink abode and calmly waited for the 3-year period to end. Grand Mora Immortal's wife was concerned about the safety of his Dharma body. But Grand Mora Immortal stated that he was confident he could protect his new Dharma body and improve its strength. In the picturesque Shulian residence of Grand Sha, the ragged elder Celestial Immortal Tianyi discourses with the white-robed youth Ji Ning. Celestial Immortal Tianyi unburdens his mind to Ji Ning, revealing that he owes the Celestial Immortal Great Sha a favor, and that Celestial Immortal Great Sha will refine a Dharma body for him, which he will bring with him to the Yibo plane, even at the risk of its destruction. Celestial Immortal Tianyi confesses that the Dharma body of a Celestial Immortal is not an ordinary treasure, but rather a magical treasure body that can be continuously upgraded like a puppet, requiring the celestial immortal's own careful cultivation to attain its peak. Each Dharma body is worth a fortune, surpassing even 10 eternal divine weapons. And celestial immortal Tianyi has only one. Though his true essence resides in the distant Azure Heavens Palace, he relies on the combined power of his Dharma body in the grand formation of Azure Heavens Palace to perfectly safeguard it. However, taking his Dharma body to the Yibo plane means greatly weakening Grand Shah's defenses, which is why celestial immortal Great Shah will spend 3 years refining another one. Only then does Ji Ning realize that the Dharma body celestial immortal Tianyi speaks of is not a divine ability, but a magical treasure body. Celestial immortal Tianyi's willingness to risk losing his Dharma body to repay his debt to celestial immortal Great Shah and venture into the Yibo plane moves him deeply. For the next 3 years, Ji Ning resides in Grand Shah while celestial immortal Tianyi occasionally guides his cultivation. And even his followers benefit greatly. As the 3 years draw near their end, Ji Ning's cultivation steadily improves. Within a floating wooden study, Ji Ning wields a brush, his strokes imbued with surging sword energy. Su Yuji, the fire fairy, obediently grinds ink by his side, harboring admiration for Ji Ning and seeking guidance from the formidable Daojun. Among Ji Ning's mentors is Heavenly Daojun, a death Daojun on the cusp of merging with the Dao. His teachings profoundly impact Ji Ning and Su Yuji. Heavenly Daojun posits that the Dao of the sword originates from combat and slaughter, requiring comprehension from the essence of the weapon. He advises Ji Ning to seek enlightenment from various perspectives, including calligraphy. Heavenly Daojun's guidance revolutionizes Ji Ning's understanding of swordsmanship, and he revises his techniques, dramatically enhancing their potency. Furthermore, his comprehension of the water, lightning, and space Daos also deepens. 3 years later, Heavenly Daojun departs for the perilous Epo world, while Ji Ning and the cultivators of Grand Desolate Academy worry for his well-being. They trust in his safe return. Time flies by as Ji Ning immerses himself in cultivation. A century later, he possesses the power to contend with world-level experts with his swordsmanship. However, Heavenly Daojun remains absent, and Ji Ning and Su Yuji can only pray silently for his safety. As he stood on the floating wooden bridge, Ji Ning was startled by the sudden appearance of Grand Imperator Da Mo. The Grand Imperator brought a message from Ji Ning's elder brother, informing him that his brother was temporarily trapped and unable to escape in the short term. The Grand Imperator bestowed upon Ji Ning a Grand Mo token, which would grant him the status of a Grand Mo Academy disciple within this territory, providing him with assistance. While cultivating, Ji Ning also diligently researched the Tao of the sword, making rapid progress. As the strongest force in the entire Grand Mo territory, Grand Mo Academy had very strict requirements for recruiting disciples. As a result, the disciples in the academy were generally powerful, full of fighting spirit, and eager to step into the realm of Tao Lords of Life and Death. One day, Grand Mo Academy announced that it would be holding a treasure exchange gathering, which unsurprisingly caused a stir among all the disciples. Su Yuji excitedly conveyed the news to Ji Ning, telling him that there would be all sorts of rare treasures at the gathering, even including eternal divine weapons. Upon learning of the treasure exchange gathering, Ji Ning felt a strong sense of anticipation. Knowing that this was a rare opportunity, he decided to sell the treasures he had obtained from the ruins of the Tracing Wind, gathering enough funds to participate in the gathering and obtain the precious treasures he needed to enhance his strength. As the Grand Treasures Expo approaches in the Greater Mo domain, news reaches a handsome, bare-chested man from the depths of the starry cosmos. Having navigated the Chaos era, he now wields 2 eternal divine weapons and aims to acquire the enigmatic life-stealing Heavenly Dan. Concurrently, a pontiff in an exquisite white robe prepares for the expo, hoping to secure a rare treasure that will elevate her to the pinnacle of world gods. Additionally, 3 world-level cultivators join forces and travel to the Yibo city of the Greater Mo Eternal Sacred Land to partake in the festivities. In the lead-up to the expo, Yibo City welcomes a torrent of practitioners, including world gods, chaos immortals, and even Tao monarchs. While order prevails, entry for cultivators below the world god realm requires an expenditure of over 10 universal chaos fluids. Within the treasure's palace, Ji Ning, Su Yuji, and Wild Dog Ancestral God are greeted as guests of the Greater Mo disciples. They proceed to a secluded chamber on the 3rd floor, overlooking the grand spectacle in the main hall. On the highest level of the palace, myriad shadows Dao Monarch meditates, and Dragon Monarch has already arrived. However, animosity lingers between them due to a past conflict over a dragon fruit. As the expo draws near, various factions cast envious gazes, setting the stage for intense dealings and contests. In the resplendent central hall, a grand treasure hunting convention was about to begin. Taoist masters from all corners of the realm gathered, including the renowned Celestial Azure Master, Water Wind Master, and the aloof Thousand Shadow Taoist. As the convention commenced, the silver-eyed host emerged, announcing the first treasure, the Primordial Soul-Guiding Wood. This precious item could temporarily alleviate the troubles of heart demons, greatly benefiting cultivators in breaking through their cultivation realms. When the silver-eyed host revealed a withered wooden strip, the hall erupted into an uproar. Ancestral deities and immortals competed to bid, driving the price to dizzying heights. Ultimately, it was sold for 32 portions of chaotic spiritual liquid. The convention continued, with exceptional treasures arriving in succession. Ji Ning, Su Yuji, and the savage wild god observed quietly. They had prepared ample funds for the event, anticipating the chance to acquire their coveted treasures. Celestial Azure Master, Water Wind Master, and other Taoist masters scrutinized each treasure, hoping to find something to their liking. The Dragon God Taoist, with his charm and eloquence, made connections, expanding his social circle. As the convention progressed, the affluent cultivators spent lavishly, pushing the transaction price to new records. Ji Ning and his companions also acquired several treasures they desired, while the competition continued in full force. Coming to the contest for treasure hunting in Grand Mo Academy, Ji Ning traded the treasures he had obtained in the remains of Scouring Wind for 1580 units of chaotic liquid. He was looking forward to getting a wing-type Dharma treasure that would be suitable for his close combat flow. The contest for treasure hunting went on successively. All kinds of treasures have made their appearances. When the fifth wing-type Dharma treasure Thunderlight Wings appeared, Ji Ning's eyes lit up. The Dharma treasure took its source from thunder and lightning. It could tear apart any obstacles in its way. It was both high in speed and flexibility, and very suitable for his proficiency in the Sword Dao and the Thunder Dao. As the bidding started, the price of the Thunderlight Wings kept soaring. Ji Ning, without the slightest hesitation, called out the price of 50 units of chaotic liquid, which triggered a fierce competition. He kept bidding, and in the end, he won the Thunderlight Wings for 80 units of chaotic liquid. Having obtained the Thunderlight Wings, Ji Ning had perfectly complemented his close combat strength. He also knew that the real highlight of the contest for treasure hunting had yet to come, and he would keep waiting for the opportunity to contribute more to his own progress. In a prolonged treasure auction, a precious suit of armor known as Frosthorn armor was presented. This armor was not only an exceptional artifact, but it also possessed a unique recoil effect. Any attack that landed on the Frosthorn armor would result in a counterattack of equal force, making close quarters combat extremely hazardous. The Frosthorn armor consisted of 7 levels of divine rune restrictions. If a cultivator was highly accomplished in water elemental techniques, mastering the 7th level of restriction would allow them to form the Frosthorn domain. Within this domain, any attack would be met with a water elemental recoil, gradually weakening its power and posing a significant threat even to Divine King level experts. As the auction began, several Divine Kings in the top-level suite engaged in a fierce bidding war. Ultimately, the Frosthorn armor was acquired by Divine King Thousand Shadows for 50,000 units of chaotic spirit liquid. Following this, a suit of armor called Water Essence armor appeared. While it also possessed a water elemental recoil effect, it had only 3 levels of divine rune restrictions and required attacks to land directly on the armor to trigger the recoil. Unlike the Frosthorn armor's domain-wide effect, the starting price for the Water Essence armor was 200 units of chaotic spirit liquid, making it an affordable treasure for world gods like Ji Ning. At the treasure-seeking extravaganza, bidders competed to acquire an Aqua Repel Dao extreme-grade armor. The armor was purchased for the exorbitant price of 690 units of primal chaos liquid by a relatively unknown individual named Ji Ning. From the 3rd level of Damo College's private room, Ji Ning, who was well aware of its worth, did not hesitate to make the purchase despite the expensive price. With this armor, his defensive abilities would be greatly improved, and even against opponents at the Verge level, he would be confident in his chances of victory. However, Ji Ning's fortune did not belong to him but was gifted to him by Taoist 3 Lives. Without Taoist 3 Lives' assistance, he would never have been able to accumulate such vast wealth. At the following treasure-seeking fair, Ji Ning consecutively purchased a gourd of 5 thunders containing 5 types of primal chaos lightning and a set of 3 magic treasure puppets that could be controlled from within by a cultivator. The gourd of 5 thunders possessed formidable power, capable of simultaneous attacks, while the magic treasure puppets significantly enhanced Ji Ning's defense and combat abilities. Though he had exhausted most of his primal chaos liquid, Ji Ning did not regret his choices. These treasures would serve as his guardians while traversing the boundless territories, bolstering his strength and aiding him in facing future perils. In the ruins of the traversing wind, Ji Ning had obtained approximately 50 cubes of chaotic spirit liquid, but this amount was insufficient to purchase a valuable treasure. However, chaotic spirit liquid could be used for healing in critical moments, having significant effects on injuries excluding true spirit collapse. On the penultimate day of the treasure fair, a high-grade eternal divine weapon, the 3 Extremes Axe, was auctioned with a reserve price of 50,000 cubes. However, due to its high price, no one bid on it. As the last 9 auction items appeared, the atmosphere changed. The 5th item, a chaotic divine beast blood essence, was purchased by Tao Monarch Waterwind for 83,000 cubes. The 6th, a mysterious stone statue, was won by Tao Monarch Azure Heaven for the reserve price of 80,000 cubes. Finally, the last auction item was revealed, the legendary heaven-stealing life and death pill. This pill could guide perfected world realm experts to comprehend their own Tao. Stepping into the realm of life and death Tao Monarchs, its appearance ignited the entire venue, with multiple world realm experts frenzied bidding. As the price continued to rise, Ji Ning, Su Yuji, and others were stunned. In the end, a mysterious figure purchased the heaven-stealing life and death pill for an astronomical 168,000 cubes, triggering a frenzy among the attendees. Although the heaven-stealing life and death pill could assist in breakthroughs, it also had limitations, making the path to life and death Tao Monarch difficult. The Tao Monarchs in the highest tiers lamented that while the heaven-stealing life and death pill was heaven-defying, it would restrict a cultivator's future development. However, for the vast majority of world realm experts, stepping into the realm of life and death Tao Monarchs was already difficult, and they were willing to bet everything to seize this opportunity. Following the strife of the treasures, Ji Ning realized the vast gap in strength in the boundless universe. Despite his confidence, he was still vulnerable to the top world-level experts who were proficient in formations and beast hordes. To strengthen himself, Ji Ning decided to leave seclusion. Ji Ning and his disciples, including the Fire Fairy Empress Su Yuji and the Wild Dog Ancestral God, returned to Grandiose Monastery. Meanwhile, Azure Flower, Dragon God Daojun, and Waterwind Daojun, the Thousand Shadow Daojun, set out on their own. Dragon God Daojun harbored resentment towards Thousand Shadow Daojun for seizing his dragon transformation fruit and sought an opportunity for revenge. Within the Grotto Heaven Dharma treasure, Ji Ning went into seclusion and comprehended the sword for more than 10,000 years. He delved into the nameless sword art and the essence of the divine sword, gradually refining his own sword Tao. The nameless sword art emphasized balance, while the essence of the divine sword focused on aggressive killing. Ji Ning combined the two, creating the formidable divine sword essence's first move, the Dark Mist form. The Dark Mist form elevated Ji Ning's swordsmanship to the level of world-level perfection. Coupled with the power of his divine body enhanced by the Azure Flower Essence Mist and the might of his eternal divine weapon, he had the ability to engage in combat with world gods at the perfection level. To further advance, Ji Ning resolved to depart Grandiose Monastery for the Pantheon. He instructed Su Yuji to spread rumors of his imminent departure. At the same time, he entrusted one of his 3 grand Dharma treasure puppets to the profound Yang Ancestral God to strengthen his own power. Ji Ning's journey was driven by the desire to hone his cultivation and discover his true path. His sword Tao was still in its exploratory phase, and the nameless sword art and essence of the divine sword were but guideposts along his path. His own Tao was something he had to forge for himself. 3 months later, Ji Ning and a short and chubby world god from the Binding Dragon world, with fiery eyes and an ugly face, left the Great Mo Institute. The Binding Dragon World God reminded Ji Ning that the contest for the treasure had ended and many of their fellow disciples were venturing out on adventures. He suggested that if Ji Ning were to spread the word of his plan to go to the Myriad God's palace early, he would be able to attract more helpers. However, Ji Ning decided to go anyway. And the Binding Dragon World God, who had just refined a treasure and was also preparing to go on an adventure, agreed to join him. Using a space-time teleportation array and a flying boat, they arrived at the Myriad God's world of chaos. It was an ocean world with two land masses, one of which was where the Myriad God's palace was located. Ji Ning and the Binding Dragon World God looked down at this vast land and saw the distant and majestic Myriad God's palace in the distance. And they were awestruck. The Binding Dragon World God solemnly emphasized that once they entered the palace, they must act in accordance with the agreement and not act rashly, lest they bring disaster upon themselves. Ji Ning understood the power of the Myriad God's Taoist Lord, whose strength far surpassed that of other Taoist lords and had even hunted down an eternal emperor for several chaos cycles. But the Myriad God's palace was extremely dangerous for Taoist lords, with a mortality rate as high as 90. The Binding Dragon World God informed Ji Ning that Myriad Mountains had 10,000 treasures, relatively benevolent to ancestral gods, ancestral immortals, and world-level beings. The two entered Myriad Mountains and walked past towering peaks, using ripple patterns on the water's surface to scan their surroundings. They discovered a half-open gate covered with intricate divine designs and guessed that it was undiscovered treasure. So they decided to go in and explore. The Myriad God's palace stood tall before the Myriad Mountains. Its black lacquer gate, 12 jong high, was covered in silver divine patterns that emitted a strange energy. Ji Ning and the Dragon Binding World God arrived at the gate and stepped into the deep cavernous passageway. With a loud rumble, the gate closed, cutting off all visibility from the outside world. At the end of the passageway was a vast space bathed in a faint glow. The duo cautiously walked through the glow and entered the treasure space. Inside the stone coffin in the center lay a corpse, and above it hovered a sphere of light. According to the information they had, the sphere contained the treasure. The Dragon Binding World God was the first to try but failed, admitting that his understanding of fire was insufficient to pass the test. Ji Ning summoned his follower, Yu Ji, who was highly accomplished in fire. Yu Ji stepped forward with excitement but also failed, lacking a touch of inspiration. Ji Ning himself was not very good at fire, but he was eager to try. He walked into the range covered by the sphere of light, protected by layers of light curtains. Ji Ning came to a ball of light. 9 layers of fiery divine patterns flowed on the light curtain. A mysterious voice told him that he could obtain the treasure by passing through the 9 layers of restrictions. Ji Ning observed the first layer of restrictions and found that although the divine patterns were profound and marvelous, he could still comprehend them with his ancestral god cultivation. But as the number of restriction layers increased, the difficulty also increased, especially at the 8th layer. Ji Ning could not decipher it with his fire travel divine ability. Ji Ning recalled that the voice did not explicitly require him to understand the restrictions. So he decided to break through by force. He circulated the power of the blue flower smoke, forming a sword with his fingers. With the fierce blood drop strike, he easily shattered the light curtain. Moving forward, Ji Ning relied on his world god strength and the divine sword Purple Radiance Pearl to break through the first 7 layers of restrictions. At the 8th layer, Ji Ning used the first form of the source sword intent, the black mist form, and shattered the light curtain with a single sword strike. However, the 9th layer of light curtain was unusually sturdy, and even Ji Ning's full power attack could not break it. He retreated to 100 feet away, relying on the high-speed flight of his thunder light wings to increase his sword speed. Only then was he able to pierce through the 9th layer of restrictions with a more powerful strike, obtaining the treasure in the ball of light. Within the divine palace, Ji Ning discovers a treasury left behind by Taoist Wan Shen. However, the orbs within the treasury are empty. At this moment, Wan Shen, the spirit of the Wanshongshan array, appears and informs Ji Ning that all 10,000 treasures within Wanshongshan are initially empty. The actual treasures are determined based on the performance of those who undergo the tests. As it turns out, Ji Ning's ability to overcome techniques with force triggered the treasure test, qualifying him to receive a treasure. Wan Shen bestows upon him a fiery statue as a reward. However, he cautions Ji Ning that subsequent treasure tests will no longer allow him to rely on brute force. Wanshan then reveals to Ji Ning that Taoist Wan Shen had a powerful enemy known as Eternal Emperor Mei Luobo Da Di, who had been hunted by Taoist Wan Shen but had recently returned. Wanshan expresses his hope that Ji Ning will avenge Taoist Wan Shen by confronting Mei Luobo Da Di when the opportunity presents itself. Ji Ning is taken aback by the request but declines, acknowledging that his strength is far inferior to that of the Eternal Emperor. Wanshan understands, stating that he merely planted a seed without holding much expectation. He also informs Ji Ning that Mei Luobo Da Di is an enemy of the Tao Alliance, of which Ji Ning's sect, the Heavenly Palace of Origin, is a member. Wanshan goes on to describe the various secrets and threats that exist within the Endless Territories, explaining that the Tao Alliance was formed as a response to these threats. However, these secrets can only be known by reaching higher realms. Finally, Wanshan allows Ji Ning to select a treasure of his choice as a reward for passing the test. During the trials of the Myriad Mountains Grand Formation, Ji Ning earned a reward from the treasury for his outstanding performance. When asked by the array spirit of the Myriad Gods Tao Monarch what he desired most, Ji Ning hesitated momentarily before choosing the unheard of snow mirror canvas. However, the array spirit informed him that this treasure was not present within the treasury. The array spirit then inquired about Ji Ning's areas of expertise in. Upon learning that he excelled in sword Tao, lightning, and water techniques, pondered for a moment before handing him a jade slip. This jade slip contained the 9-origin divine lightning, an astounding lightning technique personally created by the Myriad Gods Tao Monarch. This technique was divided into 2 parts. The first part required the collection of 9 types of chaotic divine lightning, which could unleash power surpassing that of an eternal divine weapon and even slay world-level perfected beings. The second part, on the other hand, involved collecting 9 types of Tao divine lightning, and once mastered, would elevate Ji Ning to the pinnacle of life and death Tao monarchs. Ji Ning was taken aback by this technique as he had never imagined such mastery over lightning to be possible. The array spirit revealed that the Myriad Gods Tao monarch had created 9 great techniques to counter Emperor Melebo, each capable of dominating others, and that when combined, they could suppress Tao monarchs on the verge of Tao convergence. Although the difficulty of cultivating this technique was immense, Ji Ning believed that with his strong divine body, divine power, and resilient soul, he should be able to master it. He accepted the jade slip and a fiery red statue from the treasury before departing with the bound dragon world god and fire immortal Su Yuji as the treasury space neared collapse. Exiting the cavern, Ji Ning, Su Yuji, and World God Boundless looked back at it. World God Boundless congratulated Ji Ning for obtaining the treasure, but was baffled that Ji Ning had managed to acquire the treasure by passing the fire trial. Ji Ning only vaguely stated that there were profound mysteries to the ancestral god of myriad deities trials. Not willing to reveal more, Ji Ning produced a fiery red statue that was about half the size of a palm, causing World God Boundless and Su Yuji to gasp in astonishment. World God Boundless explained that the statue contained the most profound fire-type technique and was worth over 1,000 cubes. Ji Ning generously offered it to Su Yuji since it would benefit her cultivation. Su Yuji was enthralled by the statue and became immersed in a state of enlightenment. Ji Ning took her into the inner world of his estate and stood guard for her. World God Boundless predicted that Su Yuji was likely to break through to the world level. Ji Ning remarked that Su Yuji possessed great talent but lacked proper guidance. Ji Ning and World God Boundless continued to explore the outer regions of the Myriad Mountains. 2 years later, the sky started to display an image of a chaotic vortex, indicating the impending surge of chaotic power. World God Boundless determined that Su Yuji's breakthrough was about to begin. Soon after, Su Yuji emerged from the flames, having successfully advanced to the world level. She expressed immense gratitude to Ji Ning. World God Boundless commended Su Yuji for her loyalty and believed that she would never betray Ji Ning. Ji Ning contemplated on how the breakthrough to the world level marked a transformation in one's life. He eagerly looked forward to the day when he would achieve it. Su Yuya, Ji Ning's follower, has made the breakthrough to become a primal Taoist immortal, but her powers are still weak. After the world god of dragons restrained the world escorted Su Yuya away, Ji Ning gifted her a sculpture of fire that held within it the mysteries of bewitchment Dharma. Su Yuya could rely on this Dharma to cultivate, and it was predicted that in 100 years, she could stabilize her realm. Ji Ning entered the Sea of Fog to search for the other half of the snow jade painting. Along the way, they noticed an enormous, tranquil lake, but intuition told them to avoid it. After traveling for more than a month, they came to the Hall of Yi Water. Although it was filled with danger, Ji Ning sensed that the snow jade painting wasn't within the main hall, but rather a side hall. Ji Ning asked Su Yuya to wait outside while he entered the side hall to search for the painting. Relying on his own strength and magical treasures, Ji Ning finally obtained the snow jade painting, achieving his goal. In the Yi Shui Palace in the Misty Seas region, Ji Ning and Su Yuji pursue a snow appraisal scroll that was stolen by an ashwing beast. The ashwing beast, bred by the myriad gods Taoist, possesses incredible speed that exceeds the limits of the heavenly Tao. Ji Ning and Su Yuji follow it relentlessly, realizing that escape is hopeless. The ashwing beast reveals its gray scales to deflect the five-colored divine lightning from Ji Ning's five thunder gourd. As the ashwing beast flees, its aura gradually weakens. Ji Ning senses its hiding place behind a rock and attacks again with the five thunder gourd, further reducing its power. At this moment, two sinister and brutal cultivators, Hu Chao and Hu Jia, emerge with the intention of enslaving Su Yuji. They disregard Ji Ning, but he refuses to let them harm her and intervenes. Hu Chao and Hu Jia underestimate Ji Ning and plan to kill him. While they fight, the ashwing beast seizes the opportunity to escape once more. Ji Ning and Su Yuji engage in a relentless pursuit, facing attacks from Hu Chao and Hu Jia. Although Hu Chao and Hu Jia are formidable, Ji Ning and Su Yuji collaborate effectively, holding their own for the time being. On an island in a grotto heaven world, the wild dog and Xuanyang ancestral gods silently manipulated two black puppets, awaiting their master's summons. Meanwhile, in the external myriad gods' palace's sea of mist, the world-level powerhouses Hu Kaya and Hu Jia attempted to coerce the fire fairy Su Yuji into submission. However, Su Yuji sought aid from her master in the grotto heaven world, Ji Ning. Ji Ning summoned the puppets to attack, instantly unleashing five-colored divine thunder that ensnared Hu Jia and Hu Kaya. Under the assault of the five-colored divine thunder, Hu Jia struggled to endure, while Ji Ning wielded three puppets, the rock giant and two black puppets, to mount a ferocious offensive. Hu Jia was overwhelmed and eventually shattered by the puppets. Witnessing this, Hu Kaya hurriedly transformed and fled. However, Ji Ning displayed extraordinary speed using his thunderwing wings and caught up to Hu Kaya. Trapped in despair, Hu Kaya was slain by the blood-red divine sword in Ji Ning's hand. In this battle, Ji Ning successfully acquired the treasures of the two world-level powerhouses and rescued Su Yuji. They continued their journey, setting their sights on the elusive insectoid beast. Ji Ning's thunderbolt wings and purple light wing lord astounded the supreme world god. Hu Kaya, who had initially planned to slay him effortlessly, instead, he found himself at a disadvantage. Ji Ning's fighting prowess was comparable to a consummate world god. A single, fierce sword strike sent Hu Kaya flying. Furthermore, the continuous barrage from his four puppets and the five-colored lightning left the fox in a disheveled state. Refusing to concede defeat, Hu Kaya transformed into a six-armed figure and defended with all his might. However, his fury was rendered useless against Ji Ning's undying godly weapon. Surrounded by the four puppets, Hu Kaya was ultimately bound in despair. He begged for mercy, even offering to become Ji Ning's servant. However, Ji Ning had no hesitation in imprisoning Hu Kaya in his five thunder gourd and refining his divine power, obliterating him with the power of lightning. This battle demonstrated Ji Ning's formidable strength and ruthless determination to the ancestral gods. Including Su Yuji, Ji Ning and Su Yuji continued their pursuit of the worm beast, while Hu Kaya's demise reminded them of the constant danger lurking in the primordial chaos, where carelessness could lead to the loss of their lives. During their pursuit of a wounded dustfog beast, Ji Ning and Su Yuji find that it has taken refuge in a perilous place, the boulder forest. The boulder forest is filled with towering boulders, attracting countless world-level fiend beasts. Their great numbers and fondness for collecting magic treasures and weapons make the boulder forest an extremely dangerous area, where even peak world god experts risk their lives if they enter. Given the limited intelligence of fiend beasts, Ji Ning deduces that it will likely rest in the boulder forest for a long time. Realizing the danger of venturing into the boulder forest, Ji Ning decides to abandon his pursuit for the time being, waiting for the fiend beast to leave the boulder forest in the future. In the following months, in the core area of the Taoist monarch's legacy, two groups of world-level cultivators led by the blood-robed youth Fu Kai and the golden-robed youth Aloyi ascend the 108,000 steps of the Divine Palace leading to the primordial Taoist monarch's abode of death. The Divine Palace stands towering and majestic, emanating dazzling brilliance. It is the most sacred and treacherous place in the Taoist monarch's legacy. Before the once glorious palace of Tao monarch Myriad Gods, two teams stepped into the grand and imposing Myriad Gods palace. A scarlet-robed youth and a resplendent golden-robed youth led their respective teams. Their hearts filled with excitement and awe as they gazed up at the towering main gate of the Divine Palace. As flames coalesced into form, a bald, burly figure with 3 eyes appeared. It was the powerful puppet refined by Tao monarch Myriad Gods, the golden-eyed puppet. It proclaimed that the two teams had braved countless perils to reach the palace and granted them one wish. The scarlet-robed youth and the golden-robed youth simultaneously requested the eternal divine blood housed within the Myriad Gods palace. The golden-eyed puppet frowned, warning them of the treasure's provenance and the arduous trials that lay ahead. But the 7 cultivators remained resolute. Reluctantly, the golden-eyed puppet announced that they would face the most difficult trial, the plane of life and death. Only 10 World Realm cultivators could participate, so it summoned 3 low-rank World Realm cultivators from the Myriad Gods palace. This move drew disdain from the scarlet-robed youth and the golden-robed youth. Meanwhile, Ji Ning, Fire Fairy Su Yuji, World God Binding Dragon, and other World Realm cultivators were exploring the Mist Sea when they were unexpectedly caught in a spatial vortex and transported directly before the main gate of the palace. They joined the race for the eternal divine blood but remained oblivious to the impending trial. The golden-eyed puppet elaborated on the perils of the plane of life and death, cautioning that some may lose their lives. But the cultivators remained determined, stepping into the unknown and perilous journey with unwavering resolve. Ji Ning and his 4 fellow world-level cultivators are teleported in front of a divine mansion and discover that it is guarded by 7 world-level guardians. They speculate that they must pass through numerous levels to gain access. The guardian, a 3-eyed bald man, announces that they will participate in a life and death dual heavens test, where they will engage in a life or death battle with another group of 7 world-level cultivators. Only those who survive will be presented with an opportunity, and the standout performer could potentially receive the precious eternal divine blood. The life and death grinding wheel descends slowly, divided into black and white halves, and the 10 world-level cultivators are assigned into 5 pairs to take turns in the deadly battle. Thousands of world-level golden-armored warriors emerge from the grinding wheel and charge at them. The first pair to enter the fray are blood-robed boy's servant, bone-armored world god, and the pink-rod Fei Shu chaotic fairy. The massive life and death grinding wheel trembles as golden-armored warriors condense out of its patterns, emanating a powerful world-level aura. As the guardian's command echoes, thousands of golden-armored warriors transform into streaks of light and charge towards the 2 world-level cultivators, igniting an intense battle. Immortal Fei Shu, in his pink Taoist robe, is besieged by tens of thousands of golden-armored warriors. He summons tens of thousands of silvery flying shuttles to resist. But the golden-armored warriors are fearless and relentless. Fuxi's defensive range shrinks, and his Dharma power is greatly consumed. He observes that a bone-armored world god in the distance effortlessly kills the golden-armored warriors, judging that the opponent possesses the perfect strength of the world realm. Fuxi's flying shuttles gradually vanish, and the golden-armored warriors launch spears, making his situation worse. He lets out a desperate cry and is killed by the chaotic golden-armored warriors. Only the bone-armored world god remains on the life and death grinding disc. The 3-eyed bald man announces the second duel, pointing out that the bound dragon world god and an ugly old woman will take the stage. The ugly old woman transforms into a charming woman, calling herself Fei Sui from the Scarlet Female Clan. The bound dragon world god's expression changes drastically, realizing the existence of the Scarlet Female Clan. Ji Ning is concerned about the bound dragon world god's safety. He learns from Heavenly Tao Monarch that the Scarlet Female Clan possesses formidable strength. The identities of the blood-robed youth and the golden-robed man remain a mystery, making their servants who have achieved the perfect world realm incomprehensible. In the boundless expanse of chaos, there exist enigmatic and formidable beings. Among them, the Scarlet Women stand as the most awe-inspiring, exceptionally rare and inherently mysterious. When they mate with men from other races, They bear only daughters who inherit their potent illusionary abilities. In a life or death battle, the dragon-bound World God confronts the Crimson Water World God. The latter unleashes her illusionary prowess, aiming to bewitch the dragon-bound World God. Nonetheless, with his unparalleled willpower, the dragon-bound World God shatters the illusion in an instant. Facing the Crimson Water World God's enchantments, the dragon-bound World God produces a potent talisman that manifests a golden armor, shielding him from the assaults of countless golden warriors. Although the Crimson Water World God's illusions are formidable, they hold no sway over the golden warriors. As they relentlessly attack, she falters. In a final bid for survival, she employs her most potent illusion, only to be captured and refined to death by the golden warriors. The second battle of the grinding disc concludes with the dragon-bound World God surviving under the talisman's protection. Yet, he grasps that had the Crimson Water World God possessed greater power, his talisman's energy would have been depleted, leading to his demise. This encounter reveals to Ji Ning the terrifying might of the Scarlet Women and the arduous path of cultivating willpower. On the wheel of life and death, Su Yuji is matched against a venomous man named Wulai World God. Although Wulai is in the World God realm of consummation, he is clearly constrained by Ji Ning's five-colored divine thunder. However, after Wulai uses his divine abilities, his speed skyrockets, breaking through the layers of golden armored warriors and approaching Ji Ning and Su Yuji. Seeing this, Ji Ning sacrifices 4 puppets to protect Su Yuji and the rock giant. Wulai fights alone, breaking through the puppet defenses and wielding 6 battle knives like the wind. Ji Ning takes up the blood-colored divine sword to meet the enemy, and the two sides engage in a fierce battle. At this moment, Su Yuji and her puppets are holding back a large number of golden armored warriors. Under the protection of the puppets, Ji Ning focuses on fighting Wulai. Wulai's swordsmanship is unpredictable, and Ji Ning can only barely resist. Suddenly, Wulai transforms into a series of arc lights, breaking through the puppet defense and killing towards Su Yuji. At the critical moment, Ji Ning's mind moves, and a stream of light flies out, which is actually the invaluable 5 Thunder Gourd. Endless 5-colored divine thunder erupts, not only enveloping Wulai but also affecting part of the golden armored warriors. The 5-colored divine thunder greatly impedes Wulai, making his movements slow. Ji Ning takes the opportunity to counterattack, cooperating with the puppets and Su Yuji to continuously kill the golden armored warriors. Wulai is furious, using his divine abilities to increase his speed in an attempt to break through the puppet defense one by one. However, Ji Ning's blood-colored divine sword is extremely powerful, comparable to Wulai's swordsmanship. Under the joint suppression of Ji Ning and the puppets, Wulai gradually falls into a predicament. In the midst of a fierce battle where life and death hang in the balance, World God Wulai cast a chilling gaze toward Ji Ning's forces. He noticed that Ji Ning was wielding a divine sword, displaying a demeanor of readiness to fight. Wulai suspected Ji Ning to be a trap orchestrated by Su Yuji, reasoning that she, formerly a mere ancestral god, could not have acquired such power. Abruptly, Ji Ning breached the defenses of 3 black puppets, spread his lightning wings, and charged directly at World God Wulai. Wulai, though surprised, remained vigilant, fearing Ji Ning's suicide move, unleashing hundreds of saber lights in a sweeping attack. However, Ji Ning effortlessly neutralized these strikes, showcasing his strength that far surpassed that of a typical world god at the pinnacle of their power. This unexpected twist stunned those present on the battlefield, particularly World God Wulai. He realized his underestimation. This ancestral god was not Su Yuji's servant but her master. Moreover, Ji Ning's prowess was exceptional, holding his own against numerous golden armored warriors without showing any sign of weakness. World God Wulai found himself in a predicament. While his agility and saber techniques were formidable, they proved ineffective against Ji Ning's overwhelming swordsmanship. Ji Ning, utilizing his heart sword stance, relentlessly pressured Wulai. As Wulai's desperation grew, Ji Ning summoned his 4 puppets, forming an encirclement. The puppets' formidable might coupled with Ji Ning's extraordinary swordplay forced Wulai into a desperate situation. On the great life and death grinding wheel, Ji Ning engages in a fierce duel with the Wulai World God. The Wulai World God leads 3 black puppets and a rock giant, while Ji Ning wields the eternal divine weapon to defend. After hundreds of rounds of intense battle, The Yulai World God realizes that Ji Ning can use a single sword to resist his 6 battle knives. The god changes strategy and launches a fierce attack. Under the Yulai World God's onslaught, Ji Ning falters and reveals a weakness. The Yulai World God seizes the opportunity and strikes Ji Ning with 2 battle knives, but is unexpectedly met with a counterforce from Ji Ning's armor. This force sends the Yulai World God flying, and Ji Ning takes the chance to strike him down. At this moment, numerous golden-armored warriors rush forward and tie up the Yulai World God with ropes. His struggle proves futile. Ji Ning's 4 puppets also arrive to his aid, blocking the golden-armored warriors' attacks. Ji Ning reveals that he has set a trap. By luring the Yulai World God into a frenzied attack, he catches him off guard and delivers a fatal blow. The Yulai World God is then strangled to death by the golden-armored warriors, ending the 3rd duel with Ji Ning's victory. All the cultivators present are shocked by Ji Ning's performance, including Luo Yi and Fu Kai, who had previously underestimated him. Luo Yi asks Ji Ning for his name, but Ji Ning responds by referring to the duels of the Great Life and Death Grinding Wheel, urging Luo Yi to prepare for his own battle. The 5th duel was about to begin as Aroi and Fu Kai gazed at each other. Both Aroi and Fu Kai's men were glaring at each other, their eyes set on the final eternal god blood. The Binding Dragon Realm God reminded Ji Ning that Aroi and Fu Kai were extremely powerful, with unfathomable backgrounds, and he should be wary of being targeted. In the 4th duel, the 3-eyed bald man had designated Buxin World God, who was Aroi and Fu Kai's servant. In order to win, Fu Kai lent Buxin the precious jadeite sphere and promised to reward him with the Tao-stealing earthly immortal pill if he succeeded. Aroi scoffed at this but was not willing to show weakness. On the grinding disc of life and death, Aroi displayed astonishing power. He unleashed the Blood Wave mystical ability, blocking the attacks of the golden-armored warriors and summoning 9 powerful golden puppets. The 2 eternal divine weapons in his hands were chillingly sharp, their might shaking the heavens. Buxin World God also showed great power. He revealed 18 arms, using both fist and palm techniques to destroy all the golden-armored warriors who touched him. The 2 men's gazes met, filled with murderous intent. Only one could survive this battle. Ji Ning could not help but be amazed by Roy's performance. The 9 golden puppets were worth more than tens of thousands of chaotic spirit liquid. He realized that if Aroi and Fu Kai were really targeting him, his situation would be extremely dangerous. The outcome of the 4th duel was difficult to predict. It remained to be seen who would emerge victorious. After a long and fierce battle, the blood-robed boy Luo Yi, with astonishing willpower and the artistic conception of blood withering, unleashed a power that surpassed the world, killing the god of the Bo-Zin's world on the grindstone of life and death. This battle shocked all sides, demonstrating Luo Yi's extraordinary strength as a being beyond the peak of the world realm. At the same time, the golden-robed youth Fu Kai present was also deeply shocked and desperate. He witnessed Luo Yi's breakthrough firsthand and realized the huge gap between himself and Luo Yi. In order to obtain the eternal divine blood, Fu Kai decided to bet everything and send his most powerful alien servant to fight Luo Yi, in an attempt to break through his limits in a desperate situation. However, despite Fu Kai's servant using all his strength, he still could not bring Fu Kai a breakthrough. After a fierce battle, the servant eventually died of exhaustion. Fu Kai may have won, but the frustration in his heart made him realize that he had no chance of obtaining the eternal divine blood. As the 5 duels ended, the 5 surviving world realm cultivators were told that they would enter the Divine Palace for the final test. The core of the legendary 10,000 Divine Palace, the Divine Palace, was a sacred place left behind by the 10,000 Divine Sovereign. Only those who passed the test would be eligible to obtain the eternal divine blood. Luo Yi confidently believed that he was the most qualified to obtain the eternal divine blood, while Fu Kai could only helplessly accept his failure. Fu Long World God and Fire Fairy Su Yuji, although they failed to qualify for the eternal divine blood, also felt a hint of expectation and trepidation at entering the Divine Palace. As the cultivators entered the Divine Palace one by one, the giant main gate slowly closed. Darkness enveloped the entire Divine Palace, waiting for the cultivators to accept the final test in the unknown realm. As Ji Ning delves deeper into the world realm, he discovers that this vast continent is not as tranquil as it seems. Hidden beneath the gleaming surface lie treacherous undercurrents. With countless factions vying for power and resources, Ji Ning gradually realizes that this world is far more complex than he imagined. He navigates the treacherous landscape, seeking to evade enemy traps while exploiting various resources to strengthen himself. Along the way, Ji Ning encounters like-minded allies and formidable adversaries. Amidst countless trials, his abilities continue to soar. However, he soon discovers that the threats he faces extend beyond human conflicts, encompassing different races and extraterrestrial forces. As the story unfolds, Ji Ning ventures deeper into perilous territories, drawing closer to uncovering the truth behind the endless territories. He realizes that the world is far more intricate than it appears, with its secrets influencing the fate of multiple universes. And Ji Ning, as the chosen one of destiny, bears the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the world. Through endless challenges and hardships, he embarks on a journey of growth, destined to become a hero who defends the peace of the universe. Ji Ning and his companions are transported to different areas within the godly palace. Ji Ning meets an ethereal, barefooted maiden who informs him that each survivor will receive an opportunity, but they will vary depending on the individual. Aroi, a youth in a blood-red robe, arrives at a corridor and encounters the same maiden. Desperate for the eternal godblood, he is told that it has been bestowed upon another, potentially an ancestral godfiend. Aroi, in despair and anger, refuses the other opportunities and chooses to leave the godly palace immediately. Fuxi, a youth in a golden robe, also meets the maiden. Learning that Aroi has left, he deduces that the eternal godblood may have fallen into Aroi's hands. Fuxi similarly declines the opportunities and insists on leaving. Ji Ning, on the other hand, follows the maiden into a grand hall. The hall is lined with thousands of towering stone pillars, and in the center floats a translucent, white glowing orb. Ji Ning gazes at the orb curiously, wondering about its purpose. After displaying extraordinary prowess in the myriad gods' palace, Ji Ning catches the attention of the palace spirit maiden and the golden-eyed avatar. The maiden reveals to Ji Ning that he will have the opportunity to obtain eternal godblood, the blood essence of the Grand Emperor Melope. The golden-eyed avatar explains that Ji Ning has emerged as the top performer out of all the cultivators who underwent the ordeal of the two extremes, thus earning him the qualification to receive the eternal godblood. Ji Ning, though composed, can't help but feel intrigued by this legendary treasure. The maiden guides Ji Ning to open the crystal orb on the desk, which suddenly releases a powerful aura that assaults Ji Ning's soul. Ji Ning retreats several miles before he gradually recovers. He sees that the fist-sized, golden liquid suspended in the air is the eternal godblood, its aura making him tremble. The golden-eyed avatar warns Ji Ning that the eternal godblood is protected within the myriad gods' palace, but if opened outside, it would invite pursuit from the Eternal Kingdom. The Eternal Kingdom is a realm established by the Eternal Clan, whose members possess the power of undying sovereigns and view all other undying sovereigns as food. The maiden explains that the Eternal Clan is few in number but individually powerful, posing as natural enemies to cultivators. The Tao Alliance, a coalition of all cultivators, has been in a prolonged standoff with the Eternal Kingdom, but lacks the ability to conquer it. The maiden emphasizes that while there are beings more powerful than the Eternal Clan in the endless chaos, the Tao Alliance enjoys an overwhelming advantage due to its vast number of cultivators. Ji Ning obtains a drop of eternal divine blood, which is extremely valuable to the Eternal Clan but of lesser significance to him. He becomes aware that the Eternal Kingdom would do anything to retrieve the blood, while the Tao Alliance offers to purchase it for 2 million cubes of chaotic liquid. The golden-eyed puppet and the maiden reveal to Ji Ning that Fuxi and Luoyi might be puppets of the Eternal Clan, as their desire for the blood is abnormally strong. They speculate that the Eternal Kingdom might offer up to 10 million cubes of chaotic liquid, which the Tao Alliance would refuse to match. The maiden advises Ji Ning to entrust the blood to Damo Dao Monarch, a powerful life-death Dao Monarch with exceptional deduction abilities. Being unaffiliated with the Eternal Clan and possessing immense strength, Damo Dao Monarch is an ideal guardian for the blood. The golden-eyed puppet cautions Ji Ning against over-reliance on external treasures, emphasizing the importance of cultivating one's own strength. He points to myriad gods Dao Monarch who, despite exhaustive preparations for his Dao integration tribulations, ultimately failed. The maiden presents Ji Ning with over 5,000 carvings within myriad gods' palace, each depicting the swordsmanship styles of various universal-level swordsmen. By observing and carving these techniques, Myriad God's Dao monarch achieved enlightenment in swordsmanship and broke through to the life-death Dao monarch realm. Ji Ning resolves to stay and study the carvings, expecting that Fuxi and a Luo Yi will not wait outside indefinitely. He recognizes the interconnectedness of different domains and seeks inspiration from these sword techniques to enhance his own capabilities. As Ji Ning enters the Myriad God's palace, he asks the two elder array spirits to tell his follower, Su Yuji, not to worry and to wait patiently. Ji Ning then lingers in the sword hall, observing the over 5,000 enormous sculptures on the walls of the hall, each one depicting a unique sword intent from a practitioner. Ji Ning immerses himself in these sculptures, as if he is in an ocean of swordsmanship. From these unique swordsmanship styles, he glimpses different practitioners' understanding of the Tao of the sword, from the simple to the profound. Among these, he discovers a key secret: the usage of the sword's tip and the true meaning of the shadowless form. As Ji Ning continues to analyze these sword styles, he gradually comprehends the profound mysteries in the Tao of the sword. The bottleneck in the third stance of his nameless swordsmanship, Loyan stance, is naturally broken through, but he does not rush to break through his realm. Instead, he continues to immerse himself in the ocean of the Tao of the sword. In Ji Ning's mind, a sword Dao tree with lush branches and leaves gradually takes shape, each branch representing a unique swordsmanship style. As he analyzes these swordsmanship styles deeper, some branches start to merge, gradually consolidating into fewer trunks, representing Ji Ning's deepening understanding of the essence of the Tao of the sword. By the boundless magma shoreline, Fire Fairy Su Yuji sat cross-legged, studying the sacred ground of the Way of Fire in her divine palace. Despite spending 3,000 years there, she had yet to achieve any breakthrough. She anxiously awaited her master Ji Ning, who was also studying, hoping he would emerge soon. Outside the Myriad God's palace, a Luo Yi and Fuxi waited patiently. They had been ordered by the Eternals to seize the eternal godblood from Ji Ning. However, they knew that it was no easy feat for Ji Ning, an ancestral god, to break through to the world level. So they waited patiently. Ji Ning immersed himself in over 5,000 sword techniques collected by Myriad God's Dao monarch, studying them comprehensively to discern their strengths and weaknesses. Aided by the skygazing Hao Tao pagoda, he analyzed each one and constructed a system of swordsmanship. After years of patient study, he finally achieved enlightenment and gained unparalleled confidence in the way of the sword. Ji Ning first tested the nameless swordsmanship, effortlessly mastering the fourth stance, edge of the cliff. He then accessed the origin of the divine sword, absorbing its fierce sword intent, and created the second stance of the origin sword intent Myriad God stance. Over these 3,000 years of study, Ji Ning's swordsmanship had made a qualitative leap, laying a solid foundation for him to become an unparalleled grandmaster in the way of the sword. He resolved to break through to the world level, unlocking an age-old mystery. Within the chaos space, a massive roar shattered the silence as boundless chaos power surged. Two figures emerged from the plaza before the divine mansion. The girl spirit formation marveled at the grand commotion of Ji Ning's breakthrough. And Su Yuji within the Myriad God's mansion also sensed the anomaly. In a chaotic world, a chaotic vortex was inspiring. With a shocking commotion, blood-robed youth Arleic and the other two universe gods looked up in astonishment, speculating that Ji Ning was breaking through. Within the divine mansion, Ji Ning sat with his legs crossed as chaotic power madly surged into his golden core. The golden core space transformed into a chaos, and a sword seed emerged out of thin air, gradually growing into a Dao tree representing the sword Dao. The Dao tree grew rapidly, eventually reaching 21,000 zhang, with three thick branches representing the nameless sword art, essence sword intent, and bright moon sword art. As the Dao tree grew, the chaos space expanded wildly, and everything in the golden core space turned into chaos. Ji Ning felt his soul being nourished, and his chi refiner stream breakthrough was complete. At the same time, his divine body also began to transform, and the chaos power surged violently once more. Arleic and the other universe gods perceived Ji Ning consecutively breaking through the chi refiner stream and the fiend god stream, and murderous intent surged in their hearts. Ji Ning broke through the ancestral god realm and became a world god, his divine power undergoing a qualitative transformation, condensing up to 21,192 divine crystals, becoming a top-notch world god. He gathered the divine crystals together and manifested as a white-robed youth. Relying on the power of chaos at the time of his breakthrough, Ji Ning filled the blue flower space, condensing 108 drops of blue flower mist force, its power far surpassing that of the ancestral god period. This blue flower mist force empowered his entire body, making Ji Ning's strength and speed comparable to that of the Daojun of life and death, which was considered heaven-defying. He attributed this to the wonder of the ninefold chaos seal and decided to search for its origins in the chaos. Meanwhile, inside the myriad gods' palace, Ji Ning and Su Yuji broke through together, and Su Yuji also successfully stepped into the world realm. They headed to the boulder forest in the Mist Sea Zone, preparing to retrieve the snow mirror scroll that had been previously snatched by the insects and beasts. Relying on his powerful strength, Ji Ning was fearless towards the insects and beasts. Preparing to launch a fierce battle, Ji Ning resolves to go to a dangerous area in the Mist Swirl, the giant boulder forest. Ordering Su Yuji to stay in his grotto heaven during the battle, he reckons that with his powerful strength, the perils of the giant boulder forest pose no threat to him. Carrying the eternal weapon Violet Jewel, Ji Ning walks towards the giant boulder forest, constantly sensing the origin sword intent contained within the divine sword. He believes that through this kind of training, his sword art's prowess will improve. As he enters the giant boulder forest, a powerful flying insect beast attacks him. Ji Ning uses the horn of the cliff sword move, his sharp claws tearing through the air and piercing the flying insect beast's head, easily killing it. Other insect beasts in the giant boulder forest are attracted to the battle and surround him. Faced with an encirclement of 39 insect beasts, Ji Ning is not afraid. He uses a slap-like sword move, smashing the head of the fastest single-horned insect beast. As the battle progresses, Ji Ning continuously demonstrates his powerful strength. He fights numerous insect beasts with just his own power, displaying a combat prowess that sends shivers down the insect beast spines. Proving his astonishing strength after breaking into the world realm. Deep in the stone forest, a group of ferocious bugs savagely besiege a young man in white robes. Ji Ning. The bugs hail from various worlds and possess formidable strength, ranging from golden armored warriors to consummates of the world level. However, Ji Ning handles the bugs' onslaught with ease. His fingers pierce the head of a centipede bug, and his palm splits the body of a flying bird bug. His 6 arms dance like illusions, slaughtering the bugs mercilessly. The bugs flee in terror, and only a few at the world level consummate can resist Ji Ning's attacks. Ultimately, Ji Ning slays dozens of bugs, with only 8 managing to escape. Ji Ning's strength is astounding. His physical power surpasses all the bugs, and his swordsmanship is transcendent. Even without using his eternal weapon, Violet Jewel, he can threaten Taoists of slaughter and rebirth who have just made a breakthrough. At this moment, Ji Ning senses the aura of the crocodile bug and pursues it. Realizing its predicament, the crocodile bug begs for mercy. Ji Ning demands the surrender of all its treasures, and the crocodile bug complies, offering all its spoils, including a snowy mirror scroll. Ji Ning is elated to acquire the second snowy mirror scroll. He then returns to the stone forest and plunders the bug's remains. After 6 days, Ji Ning leaves the misty sea and arrives at the myriad mountains. He senses the divine consciousness of Aroi, Fuxi, and the god of the bone-armored world. Their gazes meet in the void, and a great battle is about to erupt. Aroi, Fuxi, and the bone-armor world god, 3 powerful world gods, chase after Ji Ning. They demand Ji Ning surrender his eternal divine blood, offering to trade treasures in exchange. Ji Ning questions the worthiness of their treasures and denies being the lackey of the eternal clan. Aroi dismisses the claim of being a lackey of the eternal clan, threatening Ji Ning to hand over the blood or face death. Ji Ning confronts them with his phenomenal Dao divine weapon, the ice-jawed sword. Aroi summons 18 wind fiend puppets, 9 yin, and 9 yang. They form a formation as powerful as a peak world-level expert. Ji Ning withstands Aroi's saber strikes with his astonishing swordsmanship and power on par with the Dao ancestor of life and death. Utilizing the soul heart stance, focusing on the bone armor world god, Ji Ning pierces through his forehead with his sword, bisecting him. Aroi is enraged at this. Ji Ning is mildly surprised as he realizes the bone armor world god's defensive divine ability is quite weak. Aroi was furious while Fuxi was flustered. Fuxi was unable to deal with Ji Ning's breakthrough. He released more than 50 world-level completed insects and beasts, coupled with Arroyo's 18 Fiendsbane puppets, to trap Ji Ning. However, Ji Ning wasn't afraid. His thunderlight wings let him easily bypass the insects and beasts and make straight for Fuxi. Fuxi used a Taoist talisman to protect himself, but Ji Ning's Myriad Gods World Sword Intense Strike reduced its effect by 20. Arroyo tried to entangle Ji Ning, but his saber art was no match for the 6 divine swords. Before the insects and beasts and the puppets could arrive, Ji Ning cut at Arroyo's flank with one sword, pressing his advantage. Ji Ning's sword light surged at Arroyo like a tide. Black ropes also entangled Arroyo. Arroyo realized in despair that it was over. Arroyo, bound and captive, reflects on his past and the Eternal Clan's aspirations. Imprisoned in Jinning's golden gourd, he endures the tormenting vortex. In desperation, Arroyo pins his hopes on his 18 Wind Fiends and Fuxi's alliance. Witnessing Arroyo's capture, Fuxi is filled with terror. Recognizing the futility of escape, he resorts to a joint assault on Jinning with the puppets and beastworms. Jinning effortlessly evades the attack and pursues Fuxi. The latter employs a Taoism cultivation symbol to fend off Jinning's strike, aiming to reunite with the puppets and beastworms. However, Jinning's sword intent surpasses Fuxi's expectations, effortlessly shattering the Taoism cultivation symbol and inflicting severe wounds. Realizing defeat, Fuxi, in despair, commands the beastworms to self-destruct. Unable to prevent the beastworm's suicidal rampage, Jinning focuses his attacks on Fuxi. With 12 swift strikes, Fuxi's divine power is depleted, his body shattered, and his true spirit extinguished. Arroyo and Fuxi's plot to seize the eternal god's blood is thus thwarted. In a ferocious battle in the chaotic world, Ji Ning seizes the Emerald Jade Ball with lightning speed. Using the opportunity of the insect beast's self-destruction, he annihilates 7 of them, leaving only 51. Ji Ning commands the insect beasts to intercept the Wind Slayer puppets, leaving them with no escape. Inside the golden gourd, Arroyo's divine power is depleted, filling him with despair and madness. He understands that murder and robbery will ultimately invite retribution. His divine body shatters, turning to dust. Ji Ning senses Arroyo's madness but remains composed, recognizing that the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, even for the Taoist of life and death. Ji Ning forcefully captures and refines 18 Wind Slayer puppets, which have become unowned. As his divine consciousness envelopes the chaotic world, he realizes the magnitude of his battles and swiftly departs. Returning to the outer chaos, Ji Ning gazes towards the 3 realms. Though unable to truly enter, his sight penetrates the chaos, revealing the 3 realms structure in the River of Fate. He observes the true spirits of his father and mother in the long River of Fate, filling him with emotion and a vow to rescue them once his solemn vow is fulfilled. At this moment, Patriarch Bodhi appears, delighted to witness Ji Ning's ascension to the world realm. He cautions Ji Ning that despite his heightened abilities, he must remain vigilant in the greater universe. Ji Ning expresses his capability and resolves to impart his cultivation methods to fellow Taoists in the 3 realms. Patriarch Bodhi rejoices, foreseeing a significant advancement for the 3 realms. Within Ji Ning's flying vessel, Immortal Fire Suyuji, upon learning of Ji Ning's triumph over Fuxi and Arroyo, finds solace. Ji Ning resolves to return to the Greater Universe Academy to handle the eternal godblood before continuing his journey. After traversing through time and space, Ji Ning returned to the Great Mo Eternal World, where he was greeted by a red-haired man who introduced him to Daojun Great Mo. Daojun Great Mo had already sensed Ji Ning's arrival and his request for assistance. Divining that he possessed a drop of eternal godblood, upon learning of this rare treasure, Daojun Great Mo proposed selling it to Ji Ning for 3 million cubes of primal liquid, with the option of providing equivalent laws or treasures as needed. Ji Ning agreed to the transaction and specified his desire to purchase the golden effigy divine ability worth 200,000 cubes of liquid and the primal water and fire gourd worth 500,000 cubes of liquid. The eternal godblood held great allure for the Daojun of Death and the Eternal Emperor, and Daojun Great Mo sought to enhance his child's power through its possession. Ji Ning, on the other hand, intended to swiftly use the primal liquid to bolster his strength and gather Dao Divine Lightning for cultivating the 9 Sources Divine Lightning technique. Following the completion of the transaction, Ji Ning intended to hand over the eternal godblood to Daojun Great Mo. believing that with the Daojin's assistance, its value could be maximized. Ji Ning wishes to cultivate the arcane skill of the 9-source godly thunder. But as the myriad gods palace does not possess all 9 chaotic godly thunders, he opts to start by purchasing 2 of the Dao godly thunders. At the same time, he intends to assemble the 9 violet light agate eternal godly weapons. Ji Ning approaches Grand Sovereign Da Mo, seeking the Dao Alliance's aid in obtaining the necessary treasures. He needs the Snow Spectre diagram, the violet light agate eternal godly weapon, and chaotic liquid essence. The Grand Sovereign agrees to help but warns that the price of acquiring the violet light agate will be very high. Around 200,000 cubes of chaotic liquid essence per piece. Ji Ning accepts the price and inquires about the violet light agate's origins. Grand Sovereign Da Mo reveals that it was forged by Eternal Emperor Violet Mount, who created a total of 99 violet light agates, 9 Li Mount bloods, and 1 violet mount sword. Realizing the rarity of the violet light agate, Ji Ning aims to purchase 5 of them. Grand Sovereign Da Mo explains that these can be acquired through a purchase request via the Dao Alliance, but obtaining them may take a long time, possibly years. Ji Ning and Grand Sovereign Da Mo agree that within half a year, Ji Ning will acquire 1,000,000 cubes of chaotic liquid essence, while Grand Sovereign Da Mo will supplement any shortfall in his treasure purchases. Afterward, Ji Ning and Su Yuji head to Yipwave City, purchasing the chaotic godly thunder and a flying treasure suitable for Su Yuji. With the Dao Alliance's assistance, Ji Ning eventually gathers all 9 chaotic godly thunders, preparing him for cultivating the 9-source godly thunder technique. Additionally, he acquires 5 violet light agates, significantly enhancing his offensive power. On the island in the Grotto Heaven realm, Ji Ning sits cross-legged, surrounded by 5 gourds. The black-skinned gourd contains 9 drops of Chaos God Thunder, while each of the other 4 gourds contains 1 drop. Ji Ning begins cultivating the 9 sources God Thunder secret technique, and the 9 drops of Chaos God Thunder are each mobilized and encased in a web of dharmic powers. The 9 drops of Chaos God Thunder are led into Ji Ning's nascent divinity chaos space, forming 9 sources of lightning. Ji Ning attempts to merge the 9 drops of lightning, forming the secret technique's core, but fails repeatedly. As Ji Ning grows weary, he discovers that the power of the Azure Flower Mist can easily control lightning. The Azure Flower Mist enters the lightning sources, enabling the 9 drops of lightning to merge smoothly, eventually forming a golden red bolt of lightning. This golden red lightning is far more powerful than Chaos God Thunder, and not much less powerful than the lightning of the Dao. Ji Ning uses a spell formation to transform the golden red lightning into the secret technique's core, and can henceforward mobilize the 9 drops of Chaos God Thunder at will to perform the secret technique. 2 months later, Ji Ning receives 1,000,000 cubes of chaos liquid from Archon de Momo. Seeing the lake of chaos liquid before him, he is overcome with emotion. With such an enormous amount of chaos liquid, Ji Ning is filled with confidence for his future cultivation. By the shores of the chaotic spirit fluid lake, after regaining his composure, Ji Ning decides to venture into the Snowjade Diagram Scroll. The Snowjade Diagram Scroll is a legacy test left behind by Emperor Snowjade, and only world demagogues are allowed to enter. Ji Ning arrives at the first scroll, which depicts an ornate palace. He channels his magic power and enters. Inside the palace, a golden-robed emperor appears and tells Ji Ning that if he defeats him, he will pass the test. Ji Ning cannot use his magic power or divine abilities and must rely solely on his physical strength and swordsmanship. Ji Ning engages the golden-robed emperor in combat. The emperor's swordsmanship is incredibly powerful, and Ji Ning is repeatedly knocked back. He realizes that compared to the test left behind by Emperor Snowjade, his swordsmanship is still lacking. Ji Ning enters the third scroll and encounters a gray-robed fisherman. The fisherman's swordsmanship is elusive and unpredictable, and Ji Ning is unable to defend against it. After 2 battles, Ji Ning discovers the flaws in his swordsmanship and also recognizes the value of different schools of swordsmanship. Through the test of combat, Ji Ning continuously corrects the flaws in his swordsmanship and transforms his comprehension of the kendo into true power. 10 years later, the world god of the boundless dragon world senses Ji Ning's breakthrough and returns to the Da Mo Academy to meet him. 6 years later, a Taoist of life and death arrives at the Da Mo Academy, indicating that Ji Ning is one step closer to becoming a personal disciple of Emperor Snowjade. In the garden of Damo's eternal world, Damo perfected immortal and his wife received Fuxi perfected immortal, who came from another race. They discussed the potential dangers that could be encountered during the transportation of treasures, including Tian Yi perfected immortal of Tian Kang Palace, who was preparing for a merge of Daos. Fuxi perfected immortal stated that he will transport a collection of treasures, which include the Avatar Divine Ability, Eternal Divine Weapon, and Illustrative Scroll of Snow. Damo perfected immortal responded that these treasures are purchased for his disciples, but did not disclose the specific reason. That night, Damo perfected immortal visited Ji Ning and brought the treasures he had purchased, including 6 divine swords, Ziguang Chong, Yuan Yi Water and Fire Gourd, and the lower volume of the Avatar Divine Ability. He reminded Ji Ning that the journey back to Tian Kang Palace from Damo territory is long and dangerous, so he must act with caution. Ji Ning then embarked on his journey back to Tian Kang Palace. Damo perfected immortal watched his departing figure, contemplating Ji Ning's potential and future. Inside the spacetime teleportation array, Ji Ning and Su Yuji embarked on their journey to Tianqing territory. After traversing the distortion of spacetime, the great array was empty. Ji Ning and Su Yuji continued on, embarking on a path of cultivation that was fraught with challenges and unknowns. 92 years later, Ji Ning and Su Yuji arrive at the Three-Spring Star of the Trailing Whirlpool Realm, preparing to traverse the treacherous Dark Sea. On Three-Spring Star, they meet 3 world-level experts, Shan Lu, Feng Yu, and Shui Lan, who invite them to join a team of 99 world-level beings to cross the Dark Sea together. After 11 years of waiting, the team is assembled. Shan Lu distributes formation discs for everyone to refine, forming a rudimentary formation to both bolster their strength and bind them with life oaths to refrain from attacking their companions. The group then boards the superlative vessel of their Dao companion, Fei Zhu, and sets off on their journey across the Dark Sea. Within the Dark Sea, Ji Ning's mastery of the Tao of Space and the Golden Wings Escaping Heaven technique allows him to display exceptional speed and maneuverability, evading countless perils. The team members work together seamlessly, and the strength bestowed by their formation proves invaluable as they successfully cross the Dark Sea, clearing the path to the Azure Palace. As the skyship traversed the void, Ji Ning embarked on a perilous journey to the Dark Sea. Infamous for its dangers, the Dark Sea posed a mortal threat even to world-level experts. Aboard the skyship, the 99 cultivators formed an array to support each other. Led by World God Jiumang, their senses alert for any potential threats. Ji Ning, meanwhile, immersed himself in the sword intent of his eternal weapon, the Amethyst Pearl. Over a day later, the skyship arrived at the edge of the Dark Sea. After persuasion from World God Lu, the cultivators united their efforts in preparation for the gauntlet that awaited. The pitch-black skyship plunged into the Dark Sea, its path assaulted by waves of spatial energy that battered its hull. Soon enough, the first wave of batwings attacked. Ji Ning, wielding the Amethyst Pearl, effortlessly slew one such batwing, marveling at the creature's resilient claws. Subsequent waves of batwings followed. The lesser black ones easily dealt with, though occasionally a silver batwing appeared, posing a considerable challenge. However, the combined efforts of the 99 world god experts, coupled with the power of their formation, proved enough to fend off the attackers. Time elapsed, and the skyship sailed through the Dark Sea for over 300 years. The cultivators grew accustomed to the battles, their ease becoming almost contemptuous. In the distance, a batwing of radiant gold observed the skyship, its eyes glinting with unknown intentions. World God Jiumang cautioned that while silver batwings could be vanquished, legend spoke of far more formidable golden batwings, a prospect that stirred a sense of unease among the cultivators. In the Sea of Darkness, an airship carrying 99 world-level cultivators encounters a swarm of thousands of black Strangis bats and 9 silver Strangis bats. Strangis bats have a voracious appetite for cultivators, and the silver ones possess human-like intelligence. The Strangis bat leader, a golden Strangis bat, learns that the airship doesn't have the Samsara Dao Lord and greedily orders the consumption of all the cultivators. The Strangis bats, weaving through the violent spatial tides, quickly surround the airship. The cultivators aboard, who had been safe due to their numbers, face an unprecedented crisis. The 9 silver Strangis bats are formidable, and the black Strangis bats overwhelm them with their sheer quantity. Ji Ning, a prodigious swordmaster, manifests 3 heads and 6 arms. Brandishing his godly sword, violet glow pearlsward, sword light swirls around him, cutting down Strangis bats like leaves in the wind. The cultivators on the airship unite against the enemy. Fighting back valiantly, Suyuji refines a verdant jade orb, controlling 51 insect beasts to protect Ji Ning. However, the number of Strangis bats is too great, and even with Ji Ning and the cultivators fighting to their limits, they can only barely hold on. The airship's speed plummets, and it is forced to halt. As the situation worsens, the cultivators on the airship reveal their trump cards. More than 10 World God Apex powerhouses charge out to intercept the silver Strangis bats. The airship echoes with the clash of battle, and blood flies. Ji Ning's swordplay and the insect beast's ferocity become crucial in holding back the Strangis bats. This life or death battle tests the cultivators' strength, resilience, and unity. In the midst of a fierce battle, the cultivators' fight against the Black Syphis gradually weakened, although the situation remained precarious. Suddenly, a mysterious golden Sifu appeared, its formidable aura enveloping the entire skyship. With a single strike, the golden Sifu killed and devoured a world god. The 3 world god pinnacle experts on the skyship Feiju, Jushin, and Huan Yi joined forces against the golden Sifu with the support of formations. However, despite unleashing their strongest moves, they were effortlessly defeated by the golden Sifu, causing the skyship to tremble violently. Despair gripped the cultivators as they realized the golden Sifu's power far surpassed their imagination. At this moment, a cultivator named Ji Ning manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding 6 divine swords as he engaged the golden Sifu in a fierce confrontation. Ji Ning's strength was astounding, and his speed was incredible, but he was still unable to shake the golden Sifu's formidable body. The golden Sifu let out a piercing laugh, declaring the cultivator's inevitable doom. As a last resort, Ji Ning continued his life or death struggle with the golden Sifu, while the cultivators on the skyship could only watch as their fate drew near. The entire skyship was destroyed by the powerful shockwave, and all the cultivators and Sifu creatures were thrown into the void. Their fates unknown. In the vast dark sea, a flying vessel carrying 98 cultivators encountered a life or death crisis. A powerful golden rumbler led thousands of rumblers in an assault, its formidable strength placing the cultivators in a desperate situation. At this moment, a cultivator named Ji Ning stepped forward. His Dao tree had reached over 30,000 feet. His swordsmanship was extraordinary, and the 6 eternal god weapons in his hands possessed boundless power. Empowered by azure flower mist, Ji Ning's divine body rivaled that of a Daojun. Ji Ning engaged the golden rumbler in an intense battle, their forces evenly matched. However, the golden rumbler's combat skills were weak, and it relied solely on brute force to overwhelm Ji Ning. Seeing the golden rumbler attempt to bypass Ji Ning and attack other cultivators, Ji Ning unleashed 9 Origins Divine Lightning, restraining the golden rumbler's speed. With the suppression of 9 Origins Divine Lightning, Ji Ning pressed his advantage and engaged in a fierce struggle with the golden rumbler. Together with the other cultivators, they finally forced the golden rumbler and its horde to retreat. The cultivators on the flying vessel cheered in jubilation, and Ji Ning heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, a massive black hole suddenly appeared in the dark sea, and a 1,000,000-mile-wide head emerged from within. Its eyes resembled blazing stars, exuding a suffocating aura of menace. The entire flying vessel, along with the 98 cultivators, was sucked into a spacetime tunnel within the black hole. The vessel vanished into the dark sea as if it had never existed. In the depths of the universe, on a distant planet of chaos, a rhombus crystal emits mysterious fluctuations, attracting numerous world paramounts. They approach the crystal in stages, listening to the Tao sound it emits, unaware of the approaching danger. Suddenly, a pitch-black hole tears open in the sky as a gigantic head emerges from it, its eyes burning like fiery stars. The head opens its mouth, forming a spatio-temporal passage, and devours the 100-odd world paramounts along with the crystal. At the same time, 2 powerful beings from the Eternal Clan are idly strolling through the void, discussing the matter of their exceptionally gifted descendant Jie Huo joining the ranks of the green-robed woman's disciples. However, they abruptly discover that the spacetime has been distorted, and that Jie Huo and his protectors have all vanished without a trace. In another star system, a scorching beast of chaos is devoured by the giant head's spatio-temporal passage. A humanoid creature formed from water observes their surroundings curiously. Before it too is swallowed by the giant head. Throughout the boundless universe, countless powerful beings continue to disappear. Practitioners like Ji Ning are sent by the giant head to a towering mountain peak, where they find themselves unable to escape. More than 100 new practitioners successively appear, and the number of creatures on the mountaintop grows until they eventually become a vast multitude. All of them bewildered and awaiting their unknown fate. Ji Ning and countless other cultivators find themselves trapped on a mountain peak, unable to fly or pass its boundaries due to powerful restrictions. Ji Ning recalls the monstrous entity that transported them and senses its aura, which surpasses even heavenly Taoist monarch. After 12 days, over 30,000 cultivators and other powerful beings congregate on the peak. With no new arrivals, 2 streaks of light descend, revealing 2 powerful figures in silver armor. The leader introduces them as great sovereigns chosen from the endless territories. They proclaim that they have been brought to Mangya Kingdom, the most formidable in the endless territories. To become citizens of Mangya, they must pass 5 paths, becoming a life-death Taoist monarch, gaining the protection or servanthood of a life-death Taoist monarch, mining at 9-headed Dragon's Mountain, or surviving for 1,000 years within the 3rd insect's nest. Ji Ning and the other cultivators are shocked. Becoming a life-death Taoist monarch is incredibly difficult, and most of them cannot fulfill that path. Paths 3 and 4 demand immense strength and fortitude, leaving them pressured and anxious. The leader warns them that those who fail to become citizens of Mangya must perish, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. On the majestic mountaintop, more than 30,000 cultivators and thousands of special beings from boundless territories were forced to make a difficult choice. Their fate rested in the hands of 2 silver-armored beings, who informed them that only 5 paths lay before them. The first 3 were relatively safe options: to become a Daojun of life and death, to receive the Daojun's protection, or to become an eternal slave. These choices, however, were not particularly inspiring. The 4th path led to the 3rd insect nest, which was inhabited by countless powerful insect beasts, with only 1 in 10 entrants expected to survive. The final path led to the enigmatic Star Island, where the abductees would compete in a fight to the death, with only 1 in 100 expected to live. Faced with such daunting trials, the assembled beings were consumed by hesitation and uncertainty. Ji Ning, a powerful cultivator from the 9 heavens, knew that his strength would be insufficient to sustain him in the 3rd insect nest. He eventually chose the 5th path, preferring to compete with other cultivators at his own level rather than entrusting his fate to luck or succumbing to enslavement. As the choices were made, 5 distinct regions emerged on the mountaintop, representing the different paths of survival. Ji Ning and his companion, Su Yuji, stepped into the region of the 5th path, their destinies now set on a course of even more formidable trials. Upon their arrival at Manaya, the abducted world-level martialists face a choice: become slaves, mine for a millennium, or gamble in the insect nest. Ji Ning and those who have chosen the 5th path, survival on Starry Island, are escorted into a spatial treasure cave. They travel for days before reaching the Starry Island region. Starry Island is an archipelago of hundreds of thousands of islands suspended above a dark abyss and arranged in 5 layers. Each layer features numerous islands inhabited by 1 world-level martialist. They may only challenge those on the same or lower layers. To become a citizen of Manaya, one must gather a complete set of inheritances. Each inheritance is divided among different treasures. For example, the mental force inheritance is scattered among 600 treasures. On Starry Island, defeating or killing an opponent grants access to their treasure. However, survival on Starry Island is harsh. Combat is limited to once a day, and those who fail to obtain an inheritance within a month face execution. Additionally, others may target the strong to seize their inheritances. Ji Ning recognizes that Starry Island is both perilous and promising. It offers an opportunity to acquire 99 powerful inheritances, which would be difficult to obtain elsewhere in the endless territories. However, acquiring these inheritances requires caution and risking one's life. Amidst the boundless stars, countless star islands streaked by like meteors, a silver-armored man waved his sleeve, and a vast and mighty force enveloped all the world realm experts, including Ji Ning, and hurled them towards their respective star islands. In Ji Ning's gaze, the distant Su Yuji gradually faded into the distance, her eyes filled with reluctance and worry. The star islands flew into position at the first level of the endless territories, where the silver-armored couple watched from afar. They discussed the tens of thousands of world realm experts who had been abducted from other territories and who were likely to ascend to the 5th or 6th level. The silver-armored man believed that perhaps 10 could ascend to the 5th level. But only one had the potential to reach the 6th. The most dazzling and monstrous genius of them all, Taylor, was expected to break through and become an undying Taoist lord, his strength rivaling that of a Taoist lord of the 3rd step. The star island that Ji Ning was on was an elegant islet 100 zhong in radius, which automatically acknowledged him as its owner as soon as he landed. Ji Ning remodeled the small courtyard, turning it into a courtyard in the style of the Earth era. From a golden scroll, Ji Ning learned of the inheritance treasures on the 300,000 star islands, with the top 99 inheritances being particularly precious. Ji Ning discovered that, although there were numerous world realm experts gathered here, few had access to the truly extraordinary inheritances, which included only the 98 inheritances left behind by Taoist lords. Ji Ning became interested in the footstep inheritance ranked 9th, because his comprehension of the secrets he had gleaned from observing lightning had given him a deep understanding of the element. He believed that cultivating this inheritance would greatly benefit his close combat movements. Meanwhile, some of the world realm experts on the Star Islands sensed the newcomers and began to challenge them to duels, hoping to plunder their treasures like the Chaos Spirit Liquid. Ji Ning also received a challenge from the 3rd level. Arriving on Stellar Island, Ji Ning received challenges from 15 world-level warriors. He chose to fight Danbao World God, an opponent on the 3rd layer of Stellar Island who possessed the Dao weapon, a massive hammer, and whose strength had reached the peak of world godhood. Driven by greed, Danbao World God coveted Ji Ning's eternal weapon and provoked him. However, despite his lower cultivation level, Ji Ning possessed strength comparable to a first-step Dao monarch. With 2 swords drawn, he effortlessly withstood Danbao World God's fierce attacks. After 3 consecutive strikes, Danbao World God was defeated, spitting blood as he fell. Ji Ning asked if he admitted defeat, but Danbao World God instead pleaded for mercy, begging him to spare his Dao weapon, the massive hammer. Ji Ning was surprised to learn of Danbao World God's formidable power. Even without his Dao weapon, he examined the treasure with his divine sense and confirmed its authenticity. Noticing Danbao World God's innocence, Ji Ning took pity on him and allowed him to keep his hammer. Danbao World God, realizing the vast disparity in their strength, became sincerely convinced by Ji Ning's superiority. Ji Ning encounters the world god alchemist Danbao in battle. Danbao was captured by Daojun of life and death and lost his chaotic spirit liquid and eternal Dharma treasure, leaving him with only 6 great hammer Taoist divine weapons. Ji Ning learns that Danbao's alchemy skills are exceptional, and he was captured while being invited to refine elixirs for the Daojun. Ji Ning secretly plans to seek Danbao's or his master's help in the future if needed. Ji Ning inquires about the strength of Starry Island from Danbao. The first level consists of those who are mostly at the peak of the world realm or slightly weaker. The second level has those with divine weapons or other means. The third level has those at the pinnacle of the world realm, which Ji Ning has reached. The fourth level surpasses the pinnacle of the world realm and even includes prodigies who have fallen from the fifth level. The fifth level is filled with prodigies who possess strength comparable to that of a one-step Daojun. The only special life form to ascend to the sixth level, Beta Lyrae, possesses unfathomable strength that even the prodigies of the fifth level cannot match. Ji Ning realizes that with his current strength, he can strive to reach the fifth level and seek shelter. Recognizing the urgency of time, Ji Ning accelerates his battle rhythm. After 12 days, he advances to the second level after 26 days, to the third level and after 51 days, to the fourth level. However, he has yet to encounter any prodigies who have attempted to reach the fifth level, as most are in seclusion comprehending inheritances. Ning carefully challenges opponents on the fourth level and constantly summarizes his experience to enhance his swordsmanship, eventually comprehending the foundation of swordsmanship and reaching the world realm perfection. However, world realm perfection is not the end, but a prelude to the realm of the Taoist of life and death. Ning realizes that he needs to find his own Tao and create his own Dharma to advance further. In the meantime, Taoist Liu Yan of the Lightning Palace learns that Ning is undefeated in 6 battles on the 4th level and is particularly interested in his talent in swordsmanship and lightning techniques. He travels to Planet Star, where Ning resides, with the intention of inviting him to join the Lightning Palace. Ning needs time to consider. But he is aware that before leaving Planet Star, he must find his own path and choose an inheritance suitable for him. In the Aurora Chamber where time is accelerated, Ji Ning concentrates on practicing his swordsmanship and comes to understand the fifth stance. World collapse. He realizes that his advantage lies in the power and speed of the blue mist, comparable to a Daojun of the first step, but that his swordsmanship is lacking. In order to improve his swordsmanship, he seeks to obtain a complete inheritance of the art. Suddenly, Ji Ning senses the arrival of an outsider to Star Island. The newcomer is a Daojun of immortality and mortality, Lu Yan. From the Thunder Palace, Lu Yan praises Ji Ning's performance on Star Island and invites him to join the Thunder Palace to receive insights into the inheritance of the path of thunder and lightning. However, Ji Ning learns that the Thunder Palace is only one option, and he also has the choice of the Sword Palace, so he does not make a decision immediately. He asks Lu Yan for information about a female Chaos Immortal Chaotic Celestial, and learns that this woman has arrived on Star Island with over 30,000 world-level beings, and possesses 51 worm beasts comparable to the peak of the world level and 18 powerful puppets. An idea strikes Ji Ning, and he has Lu Yan look at Su Yuji's appearance, ultimately confirming her identity. Lu Yan informs Ji Ning that once he has gathered a set of inheritances, he can crush the talisman provided by Lu Yan, allowing him to be escorted off Star Island by the Thunder Palace. Ji Ning understands that the 12 palaces are a powerful organization in Mangya country, and that the Thunder Palace is home to many great figures of the path of thunder and lightning. His understanding of the 12 palaces and Mangya country also deepens, and he learns that Mangya country has good relations with the Taoist alliance. On Starry Island in the Endless Territories, Ji Ning diligently gathers inherited treasures, preparing to deliberately lose to his friend, Su Yuji. However, Taoist Li Yin of the Thunder Palace warns Ji Ning that the Endless Territories' 12 palaces strictly limit entry qualifications, and even with inherited treasures it is not certain they can join. With Taoist Li Yin's help, Ji Ning learns the number of the Starry Island where Su Yuji is located. Ji Ning continues to challenge opponents on the same level, and after winning 9 battles in a row, he is only one fight away from reaching the 5th level. At this point, a slender, dark-skinned, silver-cloaked child pays attention to Ji Ning's record and decides to challenge him after Ji Ning reaches the 5th level. Meanwhile, a powerful figure shrouded in a black robe learns that Ji Ning is about to reach the 5th level and, out of jealousy and mockery, also issues a challenge to Ji Ning. On the island of Starry Sky, Ji Ning is surprised to receive a challenge from a sanctuary opponent. Usually, opponents in level 4 would gather intelligence before issuing a challenge, rarely accepting them so easily. Knowing that his opponent is sanctuary, Ji Ning decides to wait for the right opportunity. However, after waiting for half a month, Ji Ning is forced to face the sanctuary opponent, having not successfully scheduled a match in that time. At the agreed-upon location, Ji Ning meets with a black-robed warrior. The identity of the black-robed warrior is unknown, but he is incredibly powerful and easily belittles Ji Ning's level 4 victories. Unwilling to show weakness, Ji Ning attacks with his 9 elements godly thunder, which the black-robed warrior easily neutralizes. The black-robed warrior then delivers his first strike, and the sky and earth are instantly darkened, with endless fire clouds covering the area and a heavy aura bearing down on Ji Ning. Ji Ning unleashes his myriad gods diagram, and his 6 godly swords transform into crimson, vicious dragons to fight back. The first dragon collides with the black-robed warrior's giant sword and they reach a standstill. But the other 5 dragons are unstoppable. The black-robed warrior does his best to defend himself, but he is no match for Ji Ning's immense power and is knocked into the depths of the island. The black-robed warrior emerges from the depths with injuries, revealing his true identity as a special life form. He breathes out dark red flames, and his black robe disappears, revealing blood-red eyes and a maddened expression. Ji Ning realizes that the black-robed warrior is far more powerful than he imagined, and that the outcome of a head-to-head battle between them is difficult to predict. In the depths of the dark starry sky, a grotesque black shadow emerged. Its entire body was covered with cracks, from which oozed crimson matter, distorting the spacetime around it. This extraordinary being was named Shabafui. Imagine prowess to Ji Ning. Ji Ning engaged in combat with his 3 heads 6 arms magical ability. But he discovered that Shabafui's true form was far more formidable than its black-cloaked appearance. Its blade and speed surpassed Ji Ning's, putting him at a clear disadvantage. Unwilling to yield, Ji Ning unleashed the Yuan Yi Water and Fire Gourd, releasing 2 Dao Shen Lei. The deafening power of the Divine Thunderbolt momentarily restrained Shabafua's speed and diminished its attacks. As the fierce battle raged on, Shabafui relied on its endurance, while Ji Ning, with the power of his Azure Flower Mist, fought without exhaustion. As time progressed, Shabafua's techniques gradually depleted, while Ji Ning's mist remained abundant. Ultimately, Shabafui was forced to concede defeat and hand over its legacy treasure. Ji Ning emerged victorious, but he recognized the shortcomings in his swordsmanship. He vowed within himself to further refine his skills in preparation for the even more formidable adversaries that lay in the 5th stratum. Amidst the boundless expanse of night, over 300,000 starry islands orbit in orderly layers. Each island represents the sanctuary of a world-level expert. The 6th and highest layer houses a solitary starry island, while the 5th layer has a dozen. Suddenly, a starry island from the 4th layer slowly ascends, provoking awe and envy from the countless world-level experts below. The master of this starry island is a cultivator named Ji Ning. His swift advancement catches the attention of the 12 Palace's geniuses, who anticipate battling him. Among them, a young boy nicknamed Thousand Stars initiates a challenge against Ji Ning. Thousand Stars is the most flawless world-level expert on the 5th layer, capable of holding his own against even the formidable beings of the 6th layer. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss of darkness, the royal prince Wu Wang feasts on grilled blood-flame dragon beast. Upon learning of Ji Ning's advancement, he merely comments that he will have him watched. However, Wu Wang's companion, a golden-haired warrior clad in golden armor, advises Wu Wang to nurture the new royal member seriously. Wu Wang, however, dismisses it, intending merely to prevent the new member from dying. At that moment, Ji Ning senses a chilling dread, as if a terrifying existence is observing him. He looks up and meets Wu Wang's gaze, his heart instantly filled with unease. With the addition of a new member to the 12 Palaces, the royal clan's attention and provocation have been drawn. Ji Ning must now face a double challenge from the geniuses of the 5th layer and from the royal clan of the Abyss of Darkness. In the mysterious and formidable nation of Mangya, Ji Ning reunites with Su Yuji, whose whereabouts he learned from Dao monarch Liu Yan. Ji Ning discovers that Su Yuji is being targeted by powerful world-level cultivators from the 3rd and 4th tiers, who covet the beast soul and wind-slaying golems in her possession. Ji Ning bestows the fire legacy treasure he obtained from the 5th tier monster Shabaofui upon Su Yuji to enhance her strength. Meanwhile, Ji Ning receives a challenge from another 5th tier monster, Qian Xingzi. Ji Ning realizes that if he does not accept the challenge, he will forfeit the legacy treasures, which would pose a greater danger to Su Yuji. Su Yuji also hesitates to accept the challenge, as she is already exhausted from fending off the world-level challengers from the 3rd and 4th tiers. However, when she receives the challenge from the 5th tier, a sudden thought crosses her mind: could it be Ji Ning? Ultimately, Su Yuji musters the courage to accept the challenge. When she sees Ji Ning's familiar figure on the challenge island, she exclaims, "Master!" Ji Ning responds with equal affection, "Yuji." The two engage in a fierce battle on the challenge island. In the end, Ji Ning triumphs over Qian Xingzi with his superior strength, securing his legacy treasures. Subsequently, he departs from the challenge island with Su Yuji, continuing their cultivation on Xingchen Island as they await their next meeting with fate. During the Starry Isle trials, Su Yuji receives a set of bug beast puppets from Ji Ning as a gift. But this draws the attention and covetousness of many world-level beings. After learning about this, Ji Ning blames himself for endangering Su Yuji, and thus he intentionally loses to her, eliminating her from the trials and bequeathing the puppets to her as a legacy. With this legacy in hand, Su Yuji leaves Starry Isle, and Ji Ning urges her to cultivate diligently, as she has the potential to one day join the 12 Palaces, the top force in Mangya Kingdom. After parting ways with Su Yuji, Ji Ning continues to challenge the Starry Isle trials, falling from the 5th level to the 4th. In the 4th level, Ji Ning encounters the formidable Qian Xingzi. Qian Xingzi casts the Thousand Bodies Codex, using 1,000 clones to besiege Ji Ning. Although Ji Ning is protected by the Unity Waterfire Gourd, he still struggles to resist Qian Xingzi's attacks. In the end, Ji Ning also chooses to concede defeat. exchanging his divine power for Qian Xingzi's respect. After this battle, Ji Ning falls once more to the third level. Despite the ups and downs of the trials, he remains undeterred, and instead looks forward to competing against even stronger opponents in the 12 palaces of Mangya Kingdom in the future. A year later, in the 5th tier of the Starry Sky Realm, 15 islands slowly orbit as Ji Ning sits on one and examines a golden scroll. Suddenly, a distant island falls to the 4th tier, signaling the start of a new battle. Since Ji Ning and 3 other prodigies entered the 5th tier, the original 12 have attacked them, causing islands to fall frequently. The advantages of special lifeforms become apparent, such as the 1,000-star sun's many avatars and strong defense, and the Water Walker's water-like invulnerability. Ji Ning, recognizing his swordsmanship as a weakness, studies the sword scripture in hopes of closing the gap with the other prodigies. He eventually obtains 2 sword technique legacies and spends 2 years mastering the 5th style, Sinking World, to reach the 6th form. However, Ji Ning knows it will take tens or even hundreds of thousands of years. With his luminescent cottage's time acceleration, he estimates he only needs around 1,000 years. Simultaneously, Ji Ning obtains the swordsmanship legacy of the 600th convergence level Great Being, Daomoist Luzhou, consisting of 600 characters, each representing an aspect of sword intent. Ji Ning learns the secrets of Luzhou's defense and makes great progress, particularly in that area. Time flies by in battles and contemplation as 500 years pass in an instant. Ji Ning, consumed by improving his swordsmanship, nearly forgets about the treasured Dan world god as he continues to strengthen himself in preparation for future challenges. Within the first celestial realm of the majestic snow-clear painting, Ji Ning encounters the golden-robed emperor once more. Brandishing a golden greatsword, the emperor towers over Ji Ning and proclaims a new challenge. Composed, Ji Ning unsheathes his Isimist sword, effortlessly parrying the emperor's strikes. Through the newly acquired 6th form of the nameless sword art, Unbreakable Threads, Ji Ning wields an ethereal and unpredictable sword path. Yielding to superior force, he skillfully deflects, misdirects, and strikes with thread. Despite the emperor's tyrannical swordsmanship, Ji Ning remains unruffled, delivering a decisive thrust through his opponent's throat, sealing his victory. The emperor acknowledges Ji Ning's progress, revealing that he must now overcome 3 additional challengers to inherit the legacy of the monarch. Ji Ning ventures deeper into the Snowclear painting's 2nd celestial realm, confronting an assassin's enigmatic swordplay in the 3rd realm's fisherman with his elusive blade. Through intense clashes, Ji Ning adapts to the assassin's trickery and grasps the fisherman's swordsmanship, marked by its resilience and defensive agility. Though he fails to defeat the fisherman, Ji Ning's comprehension of the unbreakable thread sword art is refined. Having completed the trial of the 3 Snowclear paintings, Ji Ning comprehends the essence of the unbreakable thread sword art. A sense of triumph and anticipation fills his heart as he yearns to become the monarch's disciple and inherit his peerless swordsmanship. After mastering the 6th stance of the nameless sword art, Lingxi Shenqin, Ji Ning created the 3rd stance of the source sword intent, Star Formation. With his advanced swordsmanship and the divine sword, Purple Light Pearl, he successfully secured his position on the 5th level, becoming an equal opponent to 1,000-star Sun. Meanwhile, Ji Ning acquired 800 jade slips, completing a set of footwork inheritance. After taking the oath, he learned the intricacies and realms of the footwork. Ji Ning developed the Thunder Dragon footwork with 5 realms, the 3rd realm of which manifested a Thunder Dragon Phantom, significantly boosting his speed. To enhance his footwork, Ji Ning dedicated himself to studying the Thunder Dragon footwork. He understood that mastering it could allow him to condense eternal divine lightning, achieving speed comparable to eternal emperors. While he acknowledged his limitations, Ji Ning set his goal at the 3rd realm. On Star Island, Ji Ning engaged in sparring sessions with dozens of geniuses, continuously honing his abilities. 1,000 years later, Beta Lyrae from the 6th level challenged 1,000-star Sun. 1,000-star Sun was defeated, losing all his treasured inheritances and plummeting to the 4th level. Beta Lyrae's strength was evidently far superior to the 5th level geniuses. In the boundless void of space lies Star Island, where Kai Xingzi and Betelgeuse sit facing each other. Kai Xingzi, a silver-robed, lanky youth, exudes a fierce and untamed aura, while Betelgeuse, a white-robed youth with white hair, radiates a warm and approachable demeanor. Once upon a time, Kai Xingzi reigned undefeated on the 5th level of Star Island. However, Betelgeuse, using cunning tactics, dealt him a crushing defeat, sending him plummeting to the 4th level. Unwilling to accept his loss, Kai Xingzi accuses Betelgeuse of treachery, claiming that he exploited their friendship. Betelgeuse responds calmly, "In battle, only the outcome matters, not the means." A new group of prodigies arrives on Star Island, with 6 already ascending to the 5th level. Kai Xingzi notes that the strength of Empress, Biming, and others matches his own. Waterwalker is renowned for his unparalleled defense, and Biming has made significant progress in his swordsmanship and footwork, wielding the Yuan Yi Water and Fire Gourd and 6 eternal divine swords. Upon hearing this, Betelgeuse decides to challenge the 5th level prodigies. Vanquishing all 6 newcomers, he has fully comprehended his own Tao and is ready to ascend to the realm of Tao monarchs. With this, he resolves to leave Star Island and explore the vast cosmos. Meanwhile, Ji Ning also hones his skills on Star Island, reaching a bottleneck in his swordsmanship and footwork. Bound by his vow, he must make it to the heavenly palace within this chaotic era. And time is running out. He bestows a footwork inheritance upon the world god Dan Bao and prepares to leave Star Island. However, Ji Ning's greatest desire is to engage in a battle with Betelgeuse. Recognized as the undisputed strongest on Star Island, Ji Ning yearns to test his mettle against him. An epic duel is about to unfold. On the 5th stratum of the Starry Isle of the Mangya Kingdom, Beta Lirai has challenged and successively defeated formidable fiends. Showcasing his astonishing prowess, he has effortlessly vanquished the silver-haired youth, Jihuo, as well as Fish Taoist, Fairy Brightheart, the Empress, and other formidable opponents. As the number of Starry Isles dwindles to 1, all eyes fall upon Ji Ning. Ji Ning has long yearned to engage in battle with Beta Lirai, honing his skills for a millennia in preparation for this encounter. Upon receiving the challenge, he unhesitatingly accepts it, eager to confront this powerful adversary from the 6th stratum. Amidst the tense atmosphere that engulfs the Starry Isle, the mighty figures of the 10th stratum attentively observe this duel. Beta Lirai has thus far showcased his formidable mental energy, overwhelming the fiends of the 5th stratum. However, as the battle draws near, the true extent of Beta Lirai's strength remains veiled. His decision to issue the challenge on the 6th stratum suggests that this encounter will serve as the culmination of Beta Lirai's journey through the Starry Isles. At this pivotal moment, all beings await with bated breath, anticipating a legendary confrontation that will forever be etched in the annals of history. Manguo country, founded by the Great Master, is one of the top forces in the boundless territory. One day, the great powers of the 12 palaces gathered to discuss the quality of the newly admitted disciples. And one exceptionally talented young man caught their attention. This young man was called the Waterwalker, and it was said that his talent was comparable to that of the Manguo country's royal family and ancient cultivators. The palace master of the Light Palace, the illustrious Commissioner Chen Tao, took a great interest in the Waterwalker and expressed his desire to take him as a personal disciple. However, the black-robed great power of the Heart Power Palace also had his eye on the Waterwalker, claiming that he could match the power of 10 or even 100 heart power cultivators. To avoid any disputes, the Great Master decided to let the Waterwalker choose his own palace affiliation. The great powers watched the battle between the Waterwalker and Beta Rail, a monstrous talent cultivated by the Star Island, whose realm was already comparable to that of a 3-step commissioner. As the battle commenced, the Waterwalker manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding 6 eternal divine weapons. Beta Rail fought barehanded, his fist techniques earth-shattering. The Waterwalker gave it his all, casting the spiritual rhinoceros domain, a realm of profound intent that effortlessly blocked all of Beta Rail's attacks. Finally, Beta Rail wielded his true weapons, 2 black and white heavy hammers, their power reaching the heavens. The Waterwalker, confident in his spiritual rhinoceros domain's ability to nullify any attack, invited Beta Rail to break it. The battle grew even more intense, with the great powers holding their breath in anticipation of this extraordinary duel. Gazing upon the void, the mighty ones witnessed a breathtaking clash. Ji Ning and Bethella fighting fiercely on the Isle of Stars. Bethella wielded a heavy hammer artifact, unleashing an AWE-inspiring barrage of light, while Ji Ning defended with his Linshi domain. Barely holding on, Bethella unleashed a mind-bending illusion, attempting to sway Ji Ning's state of mind. But Ji Ning's robust soul and mental arts techniques repelled the illusion. Bethella then cast the fix word incantation, entrapping Ji Ning with chains. Ji Ning manipulated his Yuan water and fire gourd, releasing 2 bolts of divine lightning that shattered the chains. Bethella once more employed his mind arts, enveloping Ji Ning in an omnipresent golden light. Ji Ning fought valiantly with his divine lightning and Lingxi domain but still found himself struggling. Suddenly, Bethella conceded defeat. He bestowed the mind inheritance of immortal Yuchang upon Ji Ning, entrusting him with the task of passing it on to Qian Xingzi. Bethella revealed that his true form had never been seen. Even during their clash on the Isle of Stars he was merely an incarnation. He declared his imminent departure from the Isle of Stars, bound for either the Palace of Light or the Palace of Mind. Upon hearing this, the mighty ones flocked to the Isle of Stars, eager to recruit this extraordinary being. On the 6th level of the highest peak of Starseer Island, Starseer Island suddenly descended, shaking the hearts of all observers. The defeat of Beta Lirai was unbelievable, as he was recognized as a powerful warrior. Ji Ning, the victor of this battle, felt no joy in his victory. He realized that Beta Lirai had deliberately conceded, in order to allow him to obtain the inheritance of the Heart Force. Ji Ning accepted this inheritance, named White Feather. Through the inheritance, he learned the mysteries of the Heart Force, which is divided into 6 levels. Currently, Ji Ning has reached the 4th level, Mortal World, but he is still a distance away from the 6th level, Universe. Heart Force practitioners aim to establish a Heart World, gathering all their Heart Force to create a point of convergence between reality and illusion. This Heart World can be projected to create powerful pressure on enemies. Ji Ning was surprised to discover that the grassland and mountains Beta Lirai used in battle were projections of his Heart World. This inheritance made him understand that Heart Force cultivation is a unique path of training, pursuing the stability and vastness of one's Heart World. In the end, Ji Ning said farewell to Thousand Star and left Starseer Island to head toward the Sword Palace. He made a pact with Thousand Star to compete in the future over who would reach the realm of the undying Dao Monarch faster. Ji Ning departed from Potala to the Sword Palace. Along the way, he met a friendly heterogeneous Taoist, Wei Kang, who informed him of the prohibition against Taoists harming each other in the Mangya Kingdom or facing backlash from their soul oaths. To ensure Ji Ning's safety on his journey to the Sword Palace, Wei Kang gifted him with a Sword Palace token, officially making him a member of the Sword Palace. The Sword Palace was one of the 12 palaces in the Mangya Kingdom, gathering all cultivators who practiced the sword. The Mangya Kingdom was created by the great sovereign to protect the royal family. The 12 palaces were obligated to defend the royal family, while the royal family was forbidden from harming the 12 palace members. By obtaining the Sword Palace token, Ji Ning received the protection of all Taoists in the Mangya Kingdom. Wei Kang also provided Ji Ning with a star chart to help him navigate the Mangya Kingdom. After bidding farewell to Wei Kang, Ji Ning transformed into a ray of light and embarked on his quest to find his friend and reach the Sword Palace. In the boundless Mangya state, a flying vessel swiftly navigated through the sea of clouds. Within the vessel, the young man in white, Ji Ning, sat cross-legged in meditation, gazing at the magnificent Mangya state below. Ji Ning had once been captured here, and guided by his memories, he deduced the location of another snow mirror scroll, which was close to his old friend Yu Ji. Filled with excitement, he steered the flying vessel forward. En route, Ji Ning encountered several attempted robberies, but with his status in the 12 Palaces' worldly realm, he easily resolved them. However, danger still lurked. He sensed the resonance of the snow mirror scroll and followed the fluctuations to a vast lake. Deep beneath the lake, the azure alien lifeform, Qing Jia, sensed the presence of the 3 snow mirror scrolls and was both elated and concerned. He had crossed paths with Ji Ning a millennium ago and recognized his flying vessel. In order to obtain the snow mirror scrolls, Qing Jia rallied 27 water demon generals from the Pai Long Palace and lay in ambush within the palace, awaiting an opportunity. When Ji Ning reached the lake, they stealthily emerged, forming a battle formation with murderous intent. Faced with the encirclement of 27 water demon generals, Ji Ning remained calm. He swept his divine sense and discovered the location of the Pai Long Palace. Heading straight into the lake. Arriving before the palace, he said nonchalantly, "So, this is the Pai Long Palace." 27 watery streaks of light surrounded Ji Ning on the tranquil lake. They were all water devil warriors from the Mangya country, who possessed strange origins and excelled in water combat. With his keen senses, Ji Ning spotted a bluish alien creature among them who was carrying the snow mirror diagram. Without hesitation, the Water Devil warriors launched their assault, with 18 world gods and 9 world-level beings unleashing their secret techniques and magic treasures. However, Ji Ning remained undeterred, executing his sword domain technique and effortlessly deflecting all their attacks. Next, Balailong World God, the leader of the Water Devil warriors, unleashed an attack in the form of a silver streak of light. Ji Ning's swordsmanship was both faster and more refined, and he struck Balailong World God away with a single strike, leaving the rest of the Water Devil warriors in awe. Confronted by the combined assault of the Water Devil warriors, Ji Ning showed no fear. He unleashed the power of the Azure Flower Mist, slaying Balailong World God with 3 strikes. The Water Devil warriors fled in all directions, and Ji Ning pursued the Qingjia World God, killing him and seizing the snow mirror diagram. Finally, Ji Ning took flight from the lake, leaving behind the pursuit of the Water Devil warriors, and began refining the magic treasure of the Qingjia World God, obtaining the snow mirror diagram. Aboard the misty flying skiff, Ji Ning examines a scroll containing a snow diagram. While this diagram differs slightly from the one had previously acquired, he recognizes it as belonging to Emperor Snow Diagram. As his consciousness enters the cave world, he engages in combat with the golden-robed emperor depicted within. Though the swordplay differs, it shares the same essence as that employed by the primal bright world god whom had slain. Ji Ning then examines the spoils of victory. Within the primal bright world god's belongings lies only a bluish divine sword of eternal grade, while the Pierce Lord world god had only a spear of the same grade. However, Ning discovers a startling oddity, an emerald green bottle known as the Universal Ring Jade Bottle. This bottle contains a vast world within, with a universal ring jade formation that frantically absorbs primal energy to condense primal spirit liquid. To his further astonishment, this bottle also contains a rare and valuable bloodflame cloud fruit. The bloodflame cloud fruit grants practitioners a bloodflame divine body aligned with the fire element, allowing them to wield bloodflame divine fire and gain astonishing speed. The fruit's value is immense, typically in the range of 1,000,000 cubic kilometers of primal spirit liquid, and it's a rarity that money can't buy. Ning realizes that this divine fruit is of no use to him, but he trusts that it will prove useful in the future. Exiting the Pierce Lord Palace, Ji Ning journeys towards Su Yuji's hiding place. At the East Smoke subsect of the Blue Wave sect, the sect's higher UPS gather outside the cave of Immortal Qingfan, demanding that Immortal Su Yuji turn over her puppets, insects, and the flying Immortal Saint Monarch statue. Immortal Qingfan defends Su Yuji, arguing that she saved her fellow sect members, but the subsect's leader ignores her. As it happens, Su Yuji coincidentally acquired the flying Immortal Saint Monarch statue and its treasures, which sparked the subsect's greed. Meanwhile, young Master Ji Ning of North Sea accidentally enters the Blue Wave sect's territory. Mistaking the subsect as dangerous, he subdues a world-level expert and asks about Su Yuji's whereabouts. Upon learning of Su Yuji's predicament, Ji Ning transforms into a stream of light and rushes over, disregarding the subsect's world-level experts and entering the cave directly. Inside the cave, Immortal Qingfan confides in Su Yuji about the subsect leader's covetous intentions toward her treasures. Su Yuji is grateful and forms a deep friendship with Immortal Qingfan, revealing that she plans to travel to the Flame Palace of the 12 Palaces. Concerned for Su Yuji's safety, Immortal Qingfan decides to accompany her, and together they reach the East Smoke subsect. However, upon arriving at the subsect, Su Yuji is immediately surrounded by the subsect's world-level experts, who demand that she hand over her treasures. Immortal Qingfan protects Su Yuji, claiming that the subsect's leader cannot harm her without orders from the sect's Grand Master. At the height of the stalemate, Ji Ning arrives, rescues Su Yuji, and clashes with the subsect's world-level experts.